yeah, this is gonna be a menace. So I feel like early rounds, I feel like if Gajay's still gonna stick to the wax artist, maybe Edge would go to WP since they always start things off really hot. It's just that they kind of taper off in BO2, BO3.
WP Survivor is definitely also doing really well, especially one of the person that I remember very clearly was Scarmander, playing the little girl ever sleeping against a Dreamish, I believe.
Yeah.
Played it amazingly, flawlessly, and right now moving on to GH Capcom, we have the Acrobat at 61.6%. We've also seen Capcom play the Entomologist as well Explorer, so Capcom is a very strong kiter, so we might be expecting to see maybe other kiting characters such as the Patient. So yeah, that's what I have for Capcom today.
Yeah, so shifting things over to Hermione. Hermione, not really known for the mercenary, brought out psychologist, priestess, even brought out a cowboy. So I'm excited to see what Hermione will bring to the table. We're gonna move things over to Cedric. Cedric here, one of the highlights that he presented.
Ok, xin chào các bạn. Chào mừng mọi người đến với ngày thi đấu thứ 3 vòng playoff của IVC 2022 khu vực Đông Nam Á. Hôm nay chúng ta tiếp tục sẽ có 3 cặp đấu và sau khi 3 cặp đấu được diễn ra, top 4 của giải đấu sẽ được tìm ra. Đầu tiên chúng ta đã có 2 vị trí chắc chắn nằm trong top 4, đó chính là team Zero Two và sau đó là team BL. Họ sẽ gặp nhau ở nhánh thắng ở ngày mùng 10 tháng 9 sắp tới ở cái offline của ở Bangkok, Thái Lan. Còn cái ngày thi đấu hôm nay, ngày thi đấu cuối cùng của cái tuần này sẽ là phân định ra 2 đội top 4 còn lại. Sẽ có 2 đội vào top 4 từ khu vực nhánh thua và đầu tiên sẽ là cặp đấu GS và WP để tìm ra, để loại bớt một đội đã. Sau đó sẽ là 2 cặp đấu tiếp theo để phân định ra top 4. Đầu tiên là cặp đấu giữa Ryu và Noi và sau đó là cặp đấu giữa MP với đội thắng trong cặp đấu giữa GS và WP này. Top 4 của giải đấu sẽ được phân định sau khi ngày thi đấu hôm nay kết thúc.
Scamander, one of those well, I think this was the little girl, like they had the tandem, that the little girl Merc combo. Again, that is an example of how they kind of overextend. If you do that, you want to be able to have that Cypher rush happening, but it didn't really work out in their favor, so that's why they're in this position. But, I mean, in WP, you got to give them their heart, their grit. So,
ok, xin chào mọi người nhé, chào các bạn. Đây là đang giới thiệu về thành viên của hai team GS cùng với WP.
Moving on, we have GH Zhaokan. Zhaokan, a very strong kiter as well. But in this competition, he seems to be playing mostly mercenary because the team itself, Survivor side, they're all very good kiters. So somebody has to play the rescue, and it seems to be Zhaokan or Nerukun will be taking up the mercenary.
Yeah, and I'm going to shift it over to Harry P, the boy who lived, the boy who rescues. He's actually the one that drops the elbow pads, the one that the little girl actually leeches on. He's very safe, and I would say to some extent like he really.
Hello mọi người nhá, hello các bạn mới vào. Đúng rồi, chắc cũng phải khoảng 7 giờ, 6-7 giờ gì đấy. Tại vì đánh từ 3 giờ mà trung bình là mỗi cặp 2 tiếng thì bạn cộng lên là cũng phải 7 giờ mới đánh. Tầm đó.
Overextend themselves to support, but not too much, right? So that's a big question mark on both their sides.
Ủa, cái lock comment của Facebook nó bị làm sao rồi? Có bạn nào tặng sao mà tôi không nhìn được bạn ấy tặng rồi. Cảm ơn Phúc nhá, cảm ơn Phúc. Đấy, mình phải F5 lại thì mình thấy người tặng sao ạ. 7 giờ cứ bình tĩnh các bạn ơi. Cặp thứ 3 của ngày hôm nay, cái đầu tiên là ngồi xem là ai sẽ là đối thủ của MP này. Tôi nghĩ sẽ là GS thôi, bởi vì dù sao thì họ cũng vẫn là đương kim vô địch, họ vẫn là đội mạnh nhất của Thái Lan ở thời điểm hiện tại. WP cũng là một đội đến từ Thái Lan thì phải, nếu tôi không nhầm thì là như thế. Hai đội Thái Lan sẽ đụng nhau ở dưới cái nhánh thua này. Về kỹ năng mà nói thì GS vượt trội hơn hẳn. Kỹ năng của teamwork thì GS đều vượt trội hơn. Nhưng mà kèo này nó khá là khó cho bên phía của WP. Khá là khó đấy.
Well, I'm considering what hunters he's going to be bringing to the table here because I'm sorry, I drank a lot of water. When it comes to his hunter pool, he's been just on that wax artist. We have yet to see his clerk, his 100% clerk that we've always been showcasing. He hasn't brought that clerk out just yet. We've seen in the group stage his sculptor, we've seen his spider, but we have yet to see the clerk, and we've been seeing so much wax.
And honestly, looking at GH J's wax artist, it hasn't been able to give him a potential win kind of situation.
Chúng ta sẽ đến luôn với cái round đấu đầu tiên, cặp đấu giữa WP và GS. GS là đội cấm map trong trận đấu này và họ cấm đi xưởng vũ khí. WP chọn map và họ quyết định chọn cho mình đấy là Leo Memory ngay trong round đấu đầu tiên. Ý đồ chiến thuật không biết là như thế nào nhưng mà pick Leo ngay round 1 rồi. GS sẽ để Hunter của mình đánh trước và gót dây. Anh ta sẽ có 3 lượt cấm trong round đấu đầu tiên này. Không chờ những lượt cấm mà gót dây đưa ra.
The damage or the repercussions of the flywheel and like the how breaking wheel has fallen, but Gaje is still such a game hunter, so I feel like I agree with you 100% when it comes to bringing out the sculptor because it's gotten him so much victories before.
And I was just thinking about it, right? I think a possible reason why WP also picked Leo's memory is might be because they feel that GH might not be very comfortable.
Cấm con gì mà đao sao mà đã picking bên survival rồi thì kìa. Gót dây không cấm à? À đây rồi. Gót dây cấm lính đánh thuê của đối phương. Và 2 lựa chọn mà bên phía WP đưa ra là có vẻ như sẽ là bệnh nhân cùng với nhà côn trùng học. Tôi đang nghĩ WP muốn đánh thăm dò cho ván đấu này. Các bạn ạ, tôi đang nghĩ WP sẽ đánh thăm dò cho kèo này. Thăm dò. Leo là một map đánh được thăm dò.
Seer as well, so it's very interesting. And now we see Gaje, wow, Explorer being banned.
Cấm luôn thăm dò đến từ gót dây. Rất tỉnh và đẹp trai đến từ người chơi Hunter của bên phía GS. Cấm luôn rồi. Cái con bài mà đem lại sự khó chịu cho những người chơi Hunter là kẻ thăm dò đã bị cấm đi. No more noob loom ở trong trận đấu này.
Gaje seems to know. Okay, the thing about Gaje is that Gaje has amazing bans.
Rồi, không lấy sớm thăm dò thì bây giờ mất thăm dò luôn rồi. WP sẽ lựa chọn cho mình là tẩm liệm. Vậy là 2 lựa chọn cai tốt đấy là bệnh nhân cùng với ong, sau đó là pick tẩm liệm. Vậy là focus đánh hòa đến từ WP. Họ sẽ tập trung đánh hòa trong kèo này. Chủ tế được cấm đi ở trong lượt cấm cuối cùng của gót dây và lựa chọn mà WP họ đưa ra đó là nhà tiên tri. Gót dây sẽ có lựa chọn Hunter nào đây? Galati có thể được chọn trong trường hợp này hoặc thậm chí là nghệ sĩ tượng sáp nữa. Bon à? Bon đánh ở Leo. Một lựa chọn khá bất ngờ đến từ gót dây. Khóa Bon rồi. Gót dây cho Bon. À, Bon cho gót dây. Xin lỗi.
Bon very stable. It's looking like a pretty good matchup because Bon could heavily counter Seer with how well he's dropping the bombs. Patient kind of counters. Entomologist, you're gonna have to do a lot of sidestepping, and we know that the embalmer, if you find the embalmer early on, hopefully the coffin is nearby. So it's looking like a pretty solid lineup so far. But like you said, I'm
hơi bất ngờ.
interested
Gót đã đánh Bon.
What WP is gonna bring to the table that can kind of shake up GH's confidence because Leo's memory isn't a map we normally see.
Definitely, and this seems to be not much of a strategy that is going on here. Mostly, they might be using the embalmer as the one that will be,
tẩm liệm cho Hermione, tiên tri cho Cedric, nhà côn trùng học cho Scamander, và cuối cùng là bệnh nhân cho Harry P. Họ sẽ phải đối đầu với Bon của gót dây. Một lựa chọn thấy khá là ít khi mà anh chàng gót dây này lựa chọn ra. Hình như trong giải này đây là lần thứ 2 mà gót dây pick Bon thì phải.
If timed well, before, that's true. I believe that can happen. So, it seems like Gaje has his wits about him. Like you said, in picks and bans, he's so smart. He's playing that 4D chess, and just being able to cancel out the known. And thank you for bringing that up. I totally forgot about the point that we mentioned about Cedric being that explorer that's just so crazy. And in this map too, it's a huge map, a lot of hiding spots for that explorer. I think Gaje wants to be able to hunt in peace, not worry about cypher rushing too much with that explorer that is out and about. And before we get into more topics, I just want to welcome everyone, by the way. Where are my manners? Maney, we got MPLC Simp, we got Chantel. Big shout outs to you guys, Ayana as well. We're gonna head
trận đấu sẽ được bắt đầu với Bon của gót dây. Rất ít khi thấy gót dây sử dụng cái lựa chọn Bon này, nhưng có vẻ như là một thời gian tu luyện thì gót dây có thể sử dụng được Bon chăng? Anh ta đang tiến về khu vực cổng mặt trăng, đi nguyên một cái đường thẳng từ container về cổng mặt trăng và gặp Hermione ở đây. Hermione đang chạy vị trí rồi, lại núp rồi, nhưng dấu chân vừa rồi là có dấu chân rồi. Hermione không núp được trong tình huống này, đâm thẳng vào mặt Hunter luôn. Rồi, ok, nát cho WP. Không biết là WP giờ phải đánh thế nào nữa. Hermione đang cố gắng cai vào nhỏ và tránh xa cái hòm của mình ra. Bây giờ thật ra cai về cổng cây thông thì chắc là cũng có thể giãn được khoảng cách với chiếc hòm chăng? Sắp có phép cho gót dây rồi. Hermione đang ở một địa hình khó. Khu vực này chả có cái gì để cho Hermione kích tốc đi cả, và cũng không có support đến từ bên phía WP. Bom nối trượt, bom nối là trượt nên tốc biến đang có cho gót dây, tốc biến kết liễu đối phương. Cú được búp, cú được búp đến từ bên phía WP. Bom đang được ném ra, gót dây đang không muốn kết thúc đối phương bằng cái tốc biến của mình. Anh ta muốn dùng bom hạ gục Hermione, nhưng mà Hermione về được đến góc phải nhà máy rồi. Đây là một trận đấu khó cho gót dây. Các bạn biết con tẩm liệm này rồi, bây giờ mà nó gục, nó về hòm của nó ở tận cổng mặt trăng thì gót dây chắc là... Ui, còn bị lật ván nữa. Canh ván đến từ Hermione. Thế là nó gót dây đánh quả này hơi non nha. Bạn đi qua ván của đấy bạn nên vứt bom ra, bạn đi qua thì đối phương bây giờ lật ván là đối phương ăn bom luôn. Nối bom. Lật ván một lần nữa. Nhưng mà Hermione gục rồi. 3 máy gần xong cho WP. Đây là thế trận có thể thắng được dành cho bọn họ. Chỉ cần Hermione sử dụng cho mình cái hòm một cách hợp lý. Cedric đang ở gần đây. Anh ta cần phải cẩn thận. 3 máy của WP đã được hoàn thành. Dùng hòm luôn rồi, không suy nghĩ gì cả, dùng hòm luôn. Họ dùng hòm luôn rồi. Ồ, căng chưa? Gót dây có khả năng thua trong trận đấu này. Hòm của Hermione ở nhà nhỏ, chạy thẳng với cổng mặt trăng được. Chạy thẳng với cổng mặt trăng, máy đang được đập cho bên phía WP. Máy thứ tư 20% và máy thứ 5 ở đâu rồi? Tôi chưa thấy máy thứ 5 cho WP. Có lẽ nó sẽ là máy ở góc phải. Rồi, đúng rồi, máy góc phải khi Cedric là người về đây đập. Hermione lại đang núp lùm ở cái góc cũ và có dấu chân cho gót dây. Sao lại đam mê núp lùm đến như vậy? Rồi, chỗ này còn ván, chỗ này còn rất nhiều ván. Hermione chỉ cần dãy cai được một chút xíu nữa thôi là đồng đội cứu lúc prime máy là có khi thắng được. Không, bom hẹn giờ rồi. Máy hơi cấn dành cho bên phía WP. Họ có lẽ không xong kịp khi máy cuối nó mới chỉ 40%. Tốc biến vẫn còn và gót dây có muốn phá thế hòa không? Phá thế thua không? Tele sang một máy cuối thì sao? Bệnh nhân đang đập máy 80% rồi. Lính đánh thuê. À xin lỗi. Ai là người tạo dấu tay ở đây? Scamander đâm vào cứu rồi. Scamander không biết là cầm nhánh gì. Lướt 12 né bom tốt. Bom 3 thì không né được. Rồi, cứu lỗi. Cứu lỗi rồi.
So that was this is what we're talking about. Gaje's hunters are so scary. I mean, he was able to get a
Máy cuối nó đã 80%. Có chơi có phép. Mà cứu lỗi, đâm thẳng vào cứu một cách rất bất cẩn. Đi vòng đến được mà. Harry P ăn một đòn đánh và chạy vào ghế. Bắn móc vào. Ok, Tele về ghế. Nhưng mà người... Vâng, có một tình huống prime máy lên để cứu người. Scamander còn một chút xíu ong. Anh ta đang điều ong và chạy về khu vực cổng mặt trăng. Trận này có thể hòa được khi mà gót dây đã mất phép. WP có thể hòa được. Nhánh 12 đã không còn rồi. Và bây giờ thì Scamander sẽ gục. Chưa ai ở cổng cả. WP chưa có ai ở cổng cả. Bây giờ về mở cổng chắc là vẫn kịp. Scamander đang cố gắng đâm ra góc để câu nhiều thời gian nhất có thể cho những người đồng đội của mình. Cổng đang bắt đầu được bấm. Thôi, hòa rồi. Hòa rồi. Đây là một pha vừa rồi là một pha kéo ong lỗi về đến từ vị trí của Scamander. Quả đấy là ăn bom xong là anh ta định kéo ong về và cố gắng chắc là ngăn cách Hunter với con ong của mình, sau đó là cứu người, nhưng mà anh ta lỗi rồi. Anh ta xử lý lỗi và sau đó ăn bom gục. Hòa, gót dây hòa với team su của WP. Một tình huống khá bất ngờ.
Potentially the rescue happened, tight-ended, and he used the bombs to down the entomologist, get that hit, maybe changing his skill to teleporting to Frankie. That could have been possible for a 3-kill or in fact a 4-kill.
Yeah, so, it begs the question, right? That premature change in skill and just for him to camp it out. I actually thought he was gonna try and play a little more aggressively, but I guess he wants to just go for that tie situation and kind of put a little more pressure on the survivor side, which again, GH also is known for that survivors actually bringing more points, but as of late, since they went up the like the BL, DT, it has been going their way. So maybe he's just getting warmed up because Gaje really known to be a 4K hunter. I think, you know, maybe the last two matches kind of made him play a little more conservatively because, as you mentioned in the final seconds, not really the best. But we got to give it up to Hermione. What an amazing first kite there. Could have been, I was a 3-cipher kite at most, right?
Mm-hmm. Definitely. I mean, if entomologist manages to rescue with tight, that would have clearly been a 4-man detention period. But unfortunately, Gaji did so well camping the chair. I didn't expect the failed rescue on the entomologist side as well. flying wheel to dodge the first bomb, and then continuously ate 2 other bombs and a basic hit. So excellent.
Cứu lỗi. Thật ra pha đấy cứu các bạn biết vì sao lại lỗi không? Là vì đâm trực diện vào á. Pha đấy cứu lỗi vì đâm trực diện vào á. Tôi nghĩ là quả đấy Scamander nên đi vòng một cái góc, một cái góc tường nào đó. Nó tiến vào từ cổng mặt trăng cũng được, mà tiến vào từ góc tường bên phía nhà nhỏ cũng được, nhưng mà anh ta phải vào từ phía đó. Chứ anh ta đâm trực diện vào Hunter luôn mà. Tôi không đánh giá cao trường hợp đi cứu như vậy. Và trong trường hợp đấy thì tôi đang thấy là Scamander cũng là người cầm 12. Thành ra là bây giờ anh ta cứu ra cũng không có 6 ở máy, thật ra nó cũng không xong kịp các bạn ạ. Trong trường hợp cứu ra là cũng hơi khó. Nó chỉ là một thế hòa thuận lợi hơn dành cho WP thôi. Chứ còn lướt 12 từ Scamander là chúng ta có thể đoán được là Scamander không có 6 rồi. Không có 6 cứu ra là nổ bom, có khi là tẩm liệm chết luôn, tẩm liệm làm sao mà dãy được nữa. Tầm đấy là ra ghế có khi chết luôn, là câu chuyện này nó vẫn sẽ chỉ là hòa mà thôi. Nhưng mà nó sẽ là hòa dễ hơn một chút. Hello. Okay.
Still looking not too bad, and we'll have to see how GH survivors as well as WP Hunter, I believe Porters, is gonna really who will get a higher advantage in the second half.
So okay, this begs the question: which faction does this benefit more, the Hunter or the Survivor, when it comes to Leo's memory? Because we've seen Potters in big maps also bring out Axe Boy. So could he bring out the Axe Boy and just try and, or is this more of a disadvantage to just GH? Because I feel like he might go for the Axe Boy to start things off, or the Sculptor. I don't know if his Geisha unfortunately didn't really work out in the previous match, so I don't know if that's going to be a question. Don't know if he's even considered a breaking wheel. But what are your thoughts on this, Chocho?
Definitely, most likely wouldn't be a breaking wheel, not just because of this current meta, but if you're talking about the previous meta where there's no flying wheel, Poland is an extremely difficult character to play in Leo's memory, mainly because of windows. It's very easy to kite it out, so definitely not ideal to pick Poland in a Leo's memory match. And also, WP did pick this map, so definitely they have a hunter that they're gonna pick in their minds to really counter GH survivors. So. But you're talking about X-Boy. I mean, we also talked about to Eli also. Eli said that X-Boy is a hunter that has 4K potential. So not too sure if it's because technically GH they go for very stable team comps. I'm not too sure how ZZ will be countered or how ZZ will counter GH team comps. Like maybe X-Boy could be possible, but GH being like a whole kiter kind of a team is going to be difficult to even share the first person, I believe.
Yeah. 4K potential. That's, I think, the operative word there is potential, because you're still going to have to down some of these survivors. And we've seen how GH's survivors, each of them have their own pedigree when it comes to taking the first game kite. So it's still going to be a tough match for Potters to actually pull off. And I think, I have a feeling maybe Godjay talked to his team and is like, alright, I'm gonna get a tie so you guys can be.
Khá bất ngờ là team survival của WP có thể hòa được với Godjay các bạn ạ. Tôi nghĩ là Godjay sẽ phải hủy diệt cái team survival này không?
On the side of GH, but I think they can manage to pull that off, because we have to call a spade here. WP is the underdog team to come out of this, and we've seen GH kind of represent us in a lot of tournaments in the past. And it's kind of scary seeing them in the lower bracket this early in the tournament. So I'm pretty sure they're also kind of playing a little nervously, because they know what's at stake here. It's not just the match with WP. They have to, the winner of this will have to face the Mad Dog.
And I believe there are also many GH fans in the crowd right now cheering for them, because I mean GH in so many COAs, in so many competitions, fan base is extremely huge, especially with the included members. Definitely GH should be stronger as ever, survivors wise also. So really excited to see whether there's any change, because like you said just now, the GH survivor performance hasn't been the best of yet. So hopefully tonight, this afternoon, we can see exactly that.
Yeah, building up the comeback. It's a great story, right? Everyone wants to root for that underdog. That's why I think they're kind of, a lot of the GH fan base are coming out already, because they see that their team, the team that they're looking up to, is actually in the lower bracket. And what a story finish if ever they're able to fight their way out of this sticky situation and out of that I would say that lose streak slump. So now more than ever, guys, you gotta support your favorite teams. And WP versus GH. can I give the emojis here, Chocho? Will you allow me to do that? Because I have,
Go
I have the
ahead.
perfect emoji. Ready? So, GH, good luck, have fun. 4-leaf clover because that's luck, right? WP with Harry Potter, right? Right. WP with Harry Potter. Can we get some thunderbolts in the chat? Like the scar, the thunderbolts, ladies and gentlemen. That's what does WP stand for? Is it Harry Potter? Okay.
Is it a short form for something in a Harry, like terminology in the Harry Potter film? It could be.
I have no idea. That's why I was
Me
asking
too.
you. I watch Harry Potter very casually, so I don't know. They have Potters and Harry Potters, so I feel like 2 Harry Potters, the 2 chosen childs. That's kind of OP. So do put that in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see some clover leaves for GH. I want to see some thunderbolts for WP. I'm gonna give some shout outs too while we're waiting for the next match to Nightmare Identity 5. You got Stan, you got Nell also in the chat talking to everyone. We got Papa Norton, we got PP Cha Stan. Any shout outs you want to give out, Chocho?
Definitely Chantel, obviously Mamie, Kino, Sedaquil, I believe, Evie as well.
Let's go.
Yeah, and we have like PP Chast and Chu Zhibian, I believe, and Papa Norton. Like all of you that's in the audience right now, we might see you later in the audience section where like everybody's doing VP. So we'll keep a lookout for you guys as well.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, just voice out in the chat, give your support, and also give us your insights too, because we're just professional fans here, just trying to analyze what's going on. The only people that know what's happening is the players themselves, because they're the ones who are holding the control. So big shout outs to all the players, much respect to them, and yeah, playing with this much nerves. Chocho, you've been in this position before. You've competed in the highest level when it comes to IVC. What do you think's going through the players' minds now? Because it's offline, it's right there. You know, it's right there for the taking. What do you think's going through their heads as they compete here?
I mean, it's definitely really tough, especially for these 2 teams, I think, out of all the other teams, because even if you win this match, it's not the end. There's still match 3 tonight. So they will have about 2 hours to 2.5 hours of rest afterwards. So regardless of who wins and who loses, I believe it will still be equally tough. So, because it's always so close yet so far. You just need to win this, and then afterwards you play with another team, which sounds easy, but seriously, having to 6 hours in a row is something that you would not want to experience, because that's what
Nào, ban pick của round 1B các bạn ơi.
What that was what the experience, and it was crazy. It will be so emotional.
I think also, yeah, it's just not your mechanical skills, but also your resolve and your, because you bet everything on like 10 to 15 minutes, then it's another long wait to analyze what went right, what went wrong. So, and you always have to be your best self when you come into these type of competitions, even in the pick and ban phase, as we head on over here, ladies and gentlemen. So Potter's, he's going to be, hopefully, you know, ice in his veins. He's going to be able to perform to his best possibilities, because usually in BO1s, he performs best round start. So it's really the early storm that GH has to weather out when they go up against WP. And Chocho, thank you for sharing your insights with that. Pretty sure a lot of people kind of peel back the curtain with what the competitive players are thinking about. So, entomologist first ban, and now we're seeing a potential priestess.
Cấm đi nhà côn trùng học đến từ vị trí của Potter. Anh ta muốn đánh nhóc dìu rồi. Mặc dù là đối phương cấm xưởng vũ khí của anh ta, nhưng mà anh ta vẫn sẽ đánh nhóc dìu. Tiên tri chủ tế là hai lựa chọn đầu tiên mà bên phía GS lựa chọn. Tiên tri chủ tế, hai lựa chọn an toàn. Tiền đạo chưa được lấy và bây giờ nó bị cấm luôn rồi. Lính đánh thuê. Một đội hình rất là ổn định đến từ bên phía của GS. Rất ổn định.
Very in much of their repertoire, so he's gonna cancel that out. And you know what? They're not even gonna like guess what's gonna happen. Axe Boy is gonna come out.
Nhắc dìu rồi. Cấm luôn đi con
make sure that
đưa thư của đối phương.
Yeah, really favored in this matchup. So they just want to play it conservatively. If the ball.
Đây là lựa chọn chắc tay nhất của Potter ZZ.
Very obviously, I think GH is also going for a tieable kind of team comp as well, because from what we see from Norse matches against its opponents yesterday, they picked in BO3 they picked a Embalmer actually, and initially Explorer got found first, and it seemed to be a 4-kill potential kind of game, but because of the Embalmer, it kind of changed it turned the game around. It became a tie from a 4-kill. So definitely, I believe that's Risha's going what they are going for, and we definitely see ZZ picking the X-Boy as well. But just looking at the ban picks itself, he just canceled out something that countered him, which is the entomologist, and canceled out the OB from the forward as well as fast encoding from the postman. So it's pretty good ban pick actually.
Yeah, pretty solid bans on the lineup when it comes to Potters. And also, I gotta throw it on over to the GH picks. Pretty well rounded. I mean, having Little Boy on this Priestess, that is his comfort character. Zhao Khan has been relegated as the rescuer as of late. We've seen a lot of amazing kites from 481. Capcun on this Embalmer could be a problem, so let's see how Potters is going to handle this, I would say, well-rounded lineup coming out of GH. As we look at the stairs, now we look at the map. We're just going to run straight to Zhao Khan.
Nhóc dìu của Potter, anh ta di chuyển và bắt được vào vị trí của Zhao Khan. Zhao Khan là một lính đánh thuê, và đây chắc chắn không phải là một mục tiêu ngon ăn dành cho vị trí của Potter. Ôi, anh ta ép được một găng tay của đối phương rồi. Tuy nhiên thì cũng mất đi một cái lửa cho mình, một tình huống kéo lửa. Capcun chạy vị trí đằng sau nhà nhỏ, anh ta chạy vị trí rất tốt, tránh được tình huống đập thẳng vào mặt Hunter. Và Potter không bắt được vào vị trí của Tẩm Liệm rồi. Đi tìm người đầu trận khá là khó khăn đến từ Potter ở trong ván đấu này. Vì đây không có ai ở đây cả. Bị quả chạy vị trí của Capcun toang luôn game rồi.
How vast this map is, how big it is for the hunter to actually find a survivor, and if he commits to one side, he's gonna have to just step on back, and it seems like he's actually gonna go back to the factory area. Let's see where he's gonna go to, left or right.
I believe it will be the right Little Boy, but just chasing Little Boy, which is the expressive X double storage area, is definitely not the most ideal.
Về nhà máy thì có Little Boy 481 bị nhắm vào rồi. Đây là tiên tri ở một địa hình không quá mạnh. Tốc biến đã có cho Potter và anh ta cắm cho mình một cái cây ra. Lừa đèn kéo lửa. Rất bình tĩnh đến từ 481. Rồi, bây giờ thì búp cú rồi.
Potters was trying to bait out the bird, but exactly what was gonna happen. Held it with himself instead and getting that basic hit.
That was insane how 481 was just I mean, he was just brave enough to not go for that panic owl. We saw that the flame was coming in, so you know what, the speed boost was there. So now let's see if he can dodge this flame. No more owl, but now 481 is going to go to the second floor of this factory just to create that elevation and change of levels and force him to vault this pallet. But the blink is ready, so let's see if he's going to pop this one out. It seems like he's just going to go for that speed boost, but it's already been canceled out because he went through the window.
Definitely, ZZ shouldn't be letting things here prolong the tech way further, because 481 has the potential of sucking a bird out and using it for a longer kite, and that's not something that you want.
Nào, lửa tím kéo trúng, vẫn còn cơ hội, không được rồi. 12 lỗi.
Yeah, a failed flying wheel on 481's side. Excellent mind game on ZZ, and right now I believe 481 will be down very soon with the blink here.
Oh, just goes through it, but no, he tried to double back to slam the pallet, but no, Potter's blocking the way. 481's kite did end, but that looks like a 3 cipher kite. 81% on that one cipher. It seems like it was kind of chased away, but it is moving on quite well. So it seems like Potter's finally has 481 in the rocket chair. So let's see who's going to come in for the rescue. It seems like Mercenary Zhao Khan is already in the area.
And 481, but not too sure how much bird he has sucked already, but if it's almost done, it could potentially result in a better rebound, a longer rebound kite, and might not be too
Không được rồi. Con Potter đi à?
Giving the basic hit onto Zhao Khan, and one more hit the second skill.
Ooh, tried to ride the roads here, but no, the blink able to pop open, and now last effort kicks in. 481 does not have a bird just yet, so it's gonna be really tough for him to rebound kite this last potential chair situation here. Mercenary still sticking in this area. We're gonna see Potter's chair once again. 2 ciphers have already been primed, so it's looking like he's gonna try to go for a tied game, but it really depends how GH will answer the situation. Capcun in the mix here.
Khó cho Potter. Cái này anh ta thua rồi. Dùng phép luôn ở giai đoạn cuối trận như thế nữa.
Because right now he has to drag it out for his teleport. He just uses blink. If not, you will be unable.
481 đang hit cú, có cú mới rồi.
Yeah, Embalmer eating that hit would gladly take it. Has a coffin also, so 481 now has a bird. The owl is ready, so 481 has to be very careful not to use it right away, but he's able to block the detention hit, Chocho.
And 481 will be
Có
prolonged.
cổng xa ở trong nhà máy này. Và được cổng xa thoát 4 này. Không được à?
We'll be getting the basic hit and
Đấy.
oh, a flying rope. Perfect on 481 side, but will he be getting hit? Oh.
What a sequence. They trade off with the pallet drop, but the trait is still on cooldown. Seer is about to expire. Exit gate is open, and GH living up to their win potential here, getting a 3-person escape. They take round number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Amazing play on GH Survivor side. Great kite because technically Azizi at the start he couldn't find anybody to chase. He was going towards the Moongate area where there's absolutely nobody there. So he had to rotate back to center, go into 2 window to get his first chase. Blink was already done then and unable to bait out the bird as well. The kite was prolonged for extremely long. Cyphers were decoded super fast as well. Yeah, just series of events that just happened also. And X-Boy, the thing about is a long range attack, right? Is that it's very hard to not eat it. And we just saw that exactly that happened. He did 2 long attacks. So the first one was actually right before Seer down at that point in time. He did that over the pallet, and we could see 481 running backwards to dodge it. So even though he dodged it, there was really nothing that he could do there. So still eating that same hit, and the last one during detention. So it's very hard to dodge the long attacks by X-Boy, just specifically X-Boy, when he tries to go over the pallet with that hit.
Yeah, that was, I mean, you said it, 2 charged up hits landed, but you gotta give kudos to 481, which also makes me kind of recall, why did they pick Leo's memory here? Because we saw how hard Potters had a hard time trying to find the first survivor, right? And you'd want to think that they chose this map for a reason.
Cảm ơn Vũ Tinh nha em ơi.
Was definitely ready for this. I think 481, his kite was MVP worthy because of how much he's bought, and also, I mean, everyone just kind of splitting up, right? We saw that he was excellent use of flywheel.
Nói chung là survival của GS nó vẫn là một thế lực ở Đông Nam Á.
Yeah, it just seems like GH in a prime position because now they get map control. They get to pick the next map where to settle things, and they win this round.
Like, WP picking this map hopefully to get the advantage, but unable to do so, like you just said. So this is not looking too good for WP. GH will be next set later on. 2 points advantage to GH side, and right now we'll be looking at the stats. Seer kiting out almost 114, almost 120 seconds actually, and Capco with the highest decoding at 188 seconds.
Yeah, Zalcon getting 1 rescue on. I mean, I think Zalcon was just seen just a little bit. Little boy not even seeing the hunter at all. We saw that he had a lot of OEPs. We saw him at the exit gate just using them all because it's like, yeah, might as well. But yeah, just the tail of the tape here just says the 481 did a lot of the work here, carried the team to victory to 3-1. So kind of makes sense now with how GodJ played. He just played very stable. Just wanted to secure just a quick 2-2 for them to be able to claim victory in round number 1. So I like this for GH, building that momentum slowly, gaining that confidence back. They're not like 10-0ing their adversaries like before, but it's still victories on the board for them. But on WP side, not out just yet. They can bounce back in round number 2.
Like, I mean, I feel like we're seeing a little bit of a change of how GH survivors are playing as well. If you recall last time when I was talking to Eli, Eli kept saying that GH survivors tends to over-support. But this time around, we don't see too much of a support from the GH survivor side, and they're focusing more on decoding this time. And 481 also not fighting towards his teammate Cypher, interrupting them as well. So I think that really was, like, they really looked through their gameplays and really analyzed and sorted out, pointed out a problem, and a solution was to focus on decoding, less OBing, and dying at Cyphers, and it seems to be that it's working out with this 3 escape on Survivor side.
Right, and hopefully that carries on to the next game, because I would like to say
Map 2 sẽ là map lựa chọn đến từ bên phía của GS. Đây sẽ lại là kèo khó cho bên WP rồi. Họ đã thua ra một cách khá là nhạt nhòa. Tôi nghĩ là như vậy. Trận này WP Hunter của họ đánh không tốt. Potter TZ đánh không tốt. Anh ta là nhân tố gánh team ở trong những cái trận đấu trước đó. Tuy nhiên thì ở trong trận này thì anh ta đã không hoàn thành nhiệm vụ của mình. Ít nhất là giữ được hòa.
So now round number 2 is going to be very telling because I'm pretty sure Potters is going to ban that Seer coming in to the next round. So question now is where is GH going to take this? Are we going to see Arms Factory, Ever Sleeping Town? There's still a lot of choices for them to choose here when it comes to maps.
Definitely. And I think for GH side, they would definitely try to pick a map that they are most comfortable with, definitely with survivors as well as Hunter. I think a possible map could be.
I'm trying to look at what they chose. Well, they banned Arms Factory. They picked Chinatown, but that was in their previous match against BL, I believe. So I'm not sure if they're gonna go for that, or if they're gonna try to empower God J with his other hunters, his wax artists. They could take that into consideration.
Considering what God J might be picking in BO2, I think I mean, if God J is confident enough, he can bring out his Poland at every sleeping town. And since yesterday, we've been seeing quite a bit of Poland, and the results are actually pretty good for elimination mostly. So, I mean, if God J is up for it, then
here's a question, Chocho. Though, it seems like the confidence is more on the survivor side. Do you think God J is gonna bring it out again after what he faced with ZT? I mean, we saw how crazy that performance was for ZT side, and it really made the case for God J not to bring out the pollen, right? I'm just asking questions here, but yeah, feel free to. What are your insights on that?
I mean, being up against such a strong team, which is ZT Survivors, them knowing exactly what to do, how to counter, bring the flying wheels and everything, they used it perfectly. Like there wasn't much of a mistake on ZT side that you can really point out. They go for safe team comms and safe plays as well. So it's, I mean, it is a comparison made, and we could see like their Goji gets quite a lot of 4 escape at the Ever Sleeping Town when he plays the Poland. So, like, with that point being taken, I believe that Ever Sleeping Poland may not be the best choice for Goji right now.
Yeah, I would have to agree with you there. It's a risk, and also you don't want that type of. You don't want to take that. You want to be able to win this game clean, since you still have to prepare yourself for the Mad Penguins. So, I think for God J, he just needs to warm up with his, the greatest hits hunters that he's had before in the previous meta, and then maybe play a little more risky going up against Mad Penguins, because we know how Mad Penguins, they study their opponents to a T. So I think that's when either WP or GH have to bring out the unfamiliar coming into the match between Mad Penguins. But we digress just a little bit. So we're just going to wait for the next match. While we look at the chat, Big Boss is here. You got Stan, you got Nightmare once again, Sadaquil. Big shout outs to you. So far, they're really enjoying they were hyped for the Axe Boy, but now they're seeing kind of GH come back to full form, which I feel like when it comes to their performance, I think they've found that stride, like you said. They were able to adjust and figure out the holes that they presented in their games previously.
And just talking about shoutouts as well. Shout out to Aaron.
Vẫn chưa thấy Big Map nhờ.
Texted
Ôi dồi ôi.
me and I was like, shout out.
Bây giờ tôi đang nhìn phần bình luận, mẹ cái phần tặng sao, tặng người ủng hộ nó bị mẹ kiểu không loát được, cứ phải F5 một lần mới nhìn thấy. Nào, cấm đi Moonlit đến từ WP, cấm công viên, và bên phía GH chọn thị trấn. À không, đây là gửi emote cũng bị dính hết luôn. Facebook lần này đau đầu ghê.
But maybe they benefit from this map too. Yeah, interesting choice.
I believe WP might have wanted to ban Moonlit Riverpark because of how scary the roller coaster is, especially when you use it effectively amongst the survivors. I believe WP might not be too familiar with how the roller coaster really goes about, but yeah, a safe ban, a big map also Moonlit Riverpark, and then allowing Ever Sleeping Town to be out. So I'm not too sure whether which faction will be coming out first, but let's just think about it. If WP survivors will be out first, which means the Hunter, which currently has no change, will be still be God J. But Hunter with the survivors back at Ever Sleeping Town.
For God J?
For God J.
See, also I want to know what WP's conditioning is. Do they think God J is that risky, or do they sense that God J is playing more conservatively? Because if you think that, then ban his Sculptor. I think keep the Bonbon, because that was a Thai Hunter that they put out. So for me, it's a toss-up between ban the Bonbon or you want to roll the dice with Sculptor. Ban the Bonbon, or you want to... Don't ban the Bonbon, ban the Sculptor, or ban the Pollen. Sorry, a lot of names. How about you, Chocho?
I think it would be best to ban the sculptor. Bonbon mines, like you said, not really the most ideal because I think from our point of view at that point in time, bird's eye view, we could see it seems to be that Godji is playing really conservative.
Tôi đang thấy WP hơi khó thở.
And just he using
Kiểu cả survival lẫn hunter đều bị đuối, đều bị team GS ấy, đánh không lại, bị đuối hơn. Bình thường là người gánh team của WP là cái ông ZZ này, nhưng mà bây giờ ông ZZ còn chỉ còn thua cơ, không làm gì được đối phương cả. Trận vừa rồi là một trận cai thắng hoàn toàn luôn.
He's just playing to the character strength, but might not be towards his own strengths right now.
Here's the thing, and also I'm looking at the chat. They might think that Wax Artist might come out. I feel like if ever Wax Artist comes out, they might play the same strategy as the previous round, where they make the survivors do the heavy lifting, and GodJ just play more stable and more safe because his Wax Artist has improved. We'll give him that. Even people in the chat watching yesterday, compared to the first time he brought out the Wax Artist, it has improved leaps and bounds. So that could be a factor that he's going to bring to the table. Since GodJ will be hunting first, let's see who the first bands or who the hunter band's going to be.
Just adding a little bit to what you just said about GodJ.
Nào, tiếp tục là GodJ ra trận đến từ ở cái round đấu thứ hai này. Tính thuê, tẩm liệm. Đây là hai lựa chọn mà GodJ cấm đi. Anh ăn rồi. Tính thuê, tẩm liệm, hai lựa chọn mà GodJ cấm. Anh ta vẫn thả tiên tri cho đối phương. Map này là một map đánh sáp được nha. Polun bị cấm đến từ GodJ. Họ không cấm đi con sáp của GodJ mà quyết định cấm đi con bài Polun. Vậy là đưa ra một đội hình có thể khắc chế được sáp cho. Bệnh nhân là một lựa chọn tốt. Bệnh nhân là một lựa chọn tốt. Ok.
Sculptor in IVC is still a 4K sculptor. Even with the recent changes, even the addition of flywheel, he's still able to make the sculptor work. So
không, đấy là bánh tráng đấy, bộ ăn không?
Really racking the points to give a survivor easy time. He's got a lot of sculptor, but still pretty safe bans on his side when it comes to survivors. Mercenary and Embalmer doesn't really say much since he had a hard time with the Embalmer last time. So now we see that the survivors are hovering over the patient and the priest.
Bệnh nhân và nữ chủ tế là hai lựa chọn đầu tiên mà WP đưa ra. Họ bị cấm mất tẩm liệm mà. GodJ mình nhắm vào khả năng đánh hòa của bên phía WP. Và bây giờ thì cấm tiếp đi tiên tri.
So yeah, we see the ban on the Seer right now. Does GodJ have a Bloody Queen or a Dream Witch?
Oh, he does. Yeah, he has a Dream Witch. He hasn't brought it out as of late, but he has a Bloody Queen, which he's played pretty well. On this map, though, he could bring it out. That's a potential, like, also a very stable TIE hunter that he could choose. But now we see that I think that's the Toy Merchant coming out. So yeah, they weren't able to prioritize the Seer. The Seer does get banned, and now we're gonna see Toy Merchant.
Ok, đồ chơi. Một lựa chọn hay đến từ WP. Đây là một bản đồ có thể chơi được con đồ chơi khá tốt, cấm nốt con ong của đối phương rồi.
I'm kidding. I don't know. I really like to see a spider. That's one of his veteran calling card hunters. But now we see a mechanic being picked, which, yeah, since Embalmer is gone, they want to go for more of a Cypher Rush or an extra body on the floor. So we're going to see them hover and try and pick this mechanic, which, again, they're kind of playing to that lineup where WP doesn't really have a rescuer or a safe rescuer. They're not even prioritizing Mercenary, which could have changed the tides in the previous match since he has that delay.
Oh. Geisha to GodJ.
Geisha at Ever Sleeping Town, not a bad choice at all. Actually, right, really gonna work out Geisha actually. So Toy Merchant in Ever Sleeping Town usually against the Geisha, it's not the best because once you fly, Hunter can also fly with the
you.
fly.
True.
It's a great counter to Toy Merchant Geisha, and against a mechanic much less because. Much more because Mechanic itself is a very weak typing character, especially the slow vault, slow pallet down. It's just not too good, and we see that LVP is not prioritizing on any rescuers again, just like the BO1. So
Một lựa chọn khá lạ đấy từ Godjay. Gần như là trước đó anh ta chưa hề đánh trận Geisha nào.
Kind of bites them, especially in a big map like this. If they down someone who hasn't touched the cipher at all, that abnormal is going to be put.
Nhưng đây là một lựa chọn đẩy đánh tốt được với cái team này. Bệnh nhân cùng với con đồ chơi kia nó đều là những cái lựa chọn yếu đối với Geisha. Phải nói là như vậy. Và thật ra là thợ máy thì cũng không phải là khỏe mạnh gì. Đây sẽ là một trận khó để mà cai cho bên phía WP.
Got a down situation and tied the whole game.
And we see the priestess pick as well. If the support from the priestess is like good, then because I don't really recall any memorable plays on WP's priestess side, right. So maybe later on we might see some. And against a geisha patient, yeah, each time she flies, you fly. So yeah, I think it'll be this team comp is not too good against a geisha. That's how I feel about it. Yeah.
Now that you mentioned like the weak points, with Toy Merchant being heavily countered by the geisha mechanic, can't kite that long. She does add that extra bot, but I mean, you're just gonna opt for a tie, right? And WP wants to win this round soundly, so going for that. It seems very passive on their side with how they've picked these survivor with their lineup, and I think Godjay is kind of smelling blood in the water already. And I think depending on what trait he brings and how he plays this out, we could see the Godjay of old that he goes sicko mode and just gets a 4K and gets that confidence.
Đây là lựa chọn để khắc chế team survival của WP. Cả cái team này đấu với con Geisha đều yếu cả. Tôi không biết là Godjay có chắc tay con Geisha này hay không, nhưng mà ít nhất cái lựa chọn này của anh ta nó có thể khắc chế được phần lớn team survival bên phía WP. Nào, Godjay xuất hiện ở khu vực cổng cũ, tiến về giữa bản đồ, và Cedric đang là người đập máy ở đây. Có team đập rồi. Bắt đầu di chuyển đến từ Cedric, anh ta là một nữ chủ tế. Và đây là một tình huống cai lên khu vực tầng 2 của nhà 2 tầng. Harry P đang chạy đâm thẳng mặt vào Hunter. Rồi, Harry P, một chú nai vàng ngơ ngác. Bên này Scamander luôn. Rồi. Không hiểu WP đang đánh cái gì luôn.
Yeah, you saw that he was about to land that hook, but it did get cancelled out. It's still on cooldown, but this patient now, and he also destroys the Toy Merchant's catapult. Cedric also in this area. Let's see, cutting off the route of Harry P. And now we see that Godjay, he's working on that butterfly. Two survivors.
Xong rồi. Quả này là mấy ông WP đi rồi. Nhìn chán thật luôn á. Chạy như một chú nai vàng ngơ ngác. Luôn. Scamander, Hunter có phép rồi. Scamander tầm này hơi cút. Scamander đối phương có phép rồi. Lừa nhánh 12. Bây giờ thì bị lật ván đến từ Godjay. Anh ta nên dùng tốc biến đi. Rồi, đát được đến. Phải dùng tốc biến đi. Rồi, ok, có mạng dành cho vị trí của Godjay trong trận đấu này. Máy quá chậm, có thợ máy nhưng mà máy quá chậm đến từ bên phía WP. Harry P thực sự là một quả tạ vàng ở trong cái đội hình của WP này. Nếu mà Cedric là một người hay chết đầu thì WP họ có một quả tạ vàng khác, đó là Harry Potter. Harry Potter trong truyện thì nó cũng không tạ đến như thế. Nhưng mà không hiểu sao cái đội hình này của WP nó lại như vậy các bạn ạ. Hermione đang vào ghế. Máy có lẽ sẽ muốn chết thay cho đồng đội chăng? Không có body block gì ở đây cả. Không có chết thay gì hết. Scamander sẽ phải tự cai. Rồi, non cái hand. Quay lại lật ván Hunter, nhưng Hunter đánh trước ván. Thế là đi rồi. Hai máy đầu tiên sắp xong cho WP. Trận này được lắm là hòa đấy. Đánh tốt lắm thì chắc là hòa được. Lần ngồi ghế thứ hai là sẽ có khoảng 3 máy xong cho bên phía WP. Họ đánh tốt thì có thể hòa được, còn không tốt là coi như đứt á. Cedric đang ở đây, anh ta đang tạo dấu tay. Đứng tầng 2 tốt. Tình huống di chuyển lên tầng 2 khá là ổn đến từ nữ chủ tế. Đây sẽ là một tình huống Godjay phá vòng. Vòng gì vậy? Cái vòng gì thế này? Không cứu. WP sẽ không cứu và đập máy. Nhưng mà Hermione chỉ đang có nửa máu thôi. Họ phải cẩn thận. Godjay bắt được hướng của Hermione. Từ từ Cedric vào ghế rồi. Có vào không? Đục vòng sang cứu à? Vâng, được rồi. Đây là một pha setup cứu tốt đến từ Cedric. Setup cứu tốt đến từ Cedric. Tách nhau ra. Người chạy lên tầng 2 là Scamander. Anh ta có thể dùng cho mình cái cánh bay ở trong trường hợp này. Ok, bay. Nhưng đối phương có dash. Rồi, chết rồi. Lướt 12. Nhưng mà sau đó không nhảy cửa sổ được ngay. Và anh ta gục mất rồi. Sau khi mà gót dây treo xong người thì WP sẽ còn khoảng 1 máy rưỡi nữa. Nhưng điều quan trọng là hai thành viên bên phía bọn họ đang nửa máu. Vẫn đang cố đập máy gây xa đến từ Cedric. Vẫn đang cố đập một cái máy trong khi anh ta chỉ còn... À đâu, anh ta đầy máu rồi. Xin lỗi Cedric nhé. Anh ta đầy máu rồi. Đơn xin lỗi hiểu không? Đơn xin lỗi Cedric là tôi không nhìn thấy anh ta đã đầy máu rồi. Anh ta đã được hồi máu bởi con robot trong tình huống trước đó. Và bây giờ thì cai về khu vực biệt thự. 12 tốt. Tốc biến đang có cho con trai. Ây! Ui dồi ôi, lật ván kìa. Nhìn lật ván kìa. Lừa đen. Không, đối phương chạy thẳng lên tầng 2 rồi. Quả lừa đèn này thất bại. Thấy đèn rồi nhảy xuống dưới. Gót dây đang bị câu khá nhiều thời gian. Cedric sắp hồi vòng rồi. Liệu anh câu được đủ thời gian hay không đây? Đát sang. Đối phương lách được qua tốc biến. Rồi, phải mất đến tốc biến thì mới bắt được người. Con robot đang cố đập nốt chiếc máy ở khu vực gây xa. Và bên phía WP vẫn còn thiếu một máy mới nữa. Robot end được máy. Robot sẽ end được. Máy 98, 99. Đát lỗi từ gót dây và robot end được máy rồi. Máy cuối của WP đang rơi vào khoảng 50%. Trận này đánh hòa được. Hermione đang di chuyển từ khá xa đến và anh ta bị bắt hướng rồi. Con robot bị đấm và Hermione bị bắt hướng. Anh ta quạ bu luôn rồi. Làm sao mà cứu được đây? Khoảng cách là quá xa. Máy cuối 60. Hermione phải câu được đủ thời gian để máy Pram. Anh ta vào được ván rồi. Đâm vào ghế. Khoảng cách là rất xa. Máy 80% có dash dành cho gót dây. Có dash. Vỡ kế hoạch trong. Hermione gục rồi. Lướt 12 tốt. Từ từ. Chưa. Một pha lướt 12 tốt. Máy xong. Ôi. Máy xong. Pram máy lên. Không có nhánh 3 giờ cho Hermione. Thế tại sao anh ta lại là người đi cứu cuối? WP làm cái lờ giờ tờ. Không có nhánh 3 giờ từ thợ máy thì tại sao anh ta lại là người... Đúng rồi thì phải cứu có 6. Cứu ông cứu ông đồ chơi có 6. Sau đó là lướt nhánh 12 thì ở đéo đâu ra 3 giờ đúng không các bạn? Quên đấy. Tôi quên đấy các bạn ạ. Rồi Harry P. Quả tạ vàng của WP này. Quả tạ vàng luôn đấy. Chính xác luôn là một quả tạ vàng đấy. Quả tạ vàng. Thế vậy tôi hỏi thật với các bạn nhé. Tại sao một người không có nhánh 3 giờ lại là người đi cứu? Tại sao lại là như thế? Tại sao lại một người không có nhánh 3 lại là người đi cứu cuối? Tại không phải là thằng bệnh nhân kia mà lại là con thợ máy đó có đồ đạc gì cả? Ông Harry P này nữa.
Oh, but the dungeon's actually right there where Godjay is going to be working in the alleyway. So let's see if Godjay can spot that tinnitus from coming out. He's still got some time on the board for that detention, but it's not going to matter because the mechanic is already injured. So it seems like Godjay just playing it sort of safe.
Thôi, WP chắc là sẽ thua 4 trận này.
And we see that Hermione playing it very safe, just riding the tram to make sure that he takes in the sights of Ever Sleeping Town. But this is a different Godjay we're seeing. Now he pops the teleport, and we see that he's actually going to make his way back to Harry P. He's got the mobility on his side. Mechanic, like you said.
Hunter thì mất tốc biến để bắt chủ tế rồi. Ôi dồi, lướt 12 né được đến từ Hermione. Ok. Hermione gánh tim nhưng không được rồi. Thì mẹ cái ông bệnh nhân kia tạ thật chứ, tạ thật luôn á.
Seems to still be a 4K potential match.
Yeah, and considering that the dungeon is behind Godjay, he's just gonna cut off the corners. He knows where Harry P will be coming out of. Once he drops down, he's gonna spot where the patient is at. Oh, he looks actually away from where the...
Từ từ nha, Godjay có khi để bị nhảy hầm này. Godjay có khi để bị nhảy hầm này, hầm ở giữa map. Từ từ. Ông bệnh nhân này có cái gì để nhảy hầm không? Có 12 không? Có 12 không? Có 12 có khi nhảy được hầm, không có là đứt nhá. Gấu chân vẫn đang ở đây rồi, có dây lừa đèn. Có dây lừa đèn, Harry P nhận ra cửa hầm đã mở. Đâm vào đến từ Harry P. Không có 12.
God J being godlike as ever, getting that 4K with this geisha.
Just amazing gameplay on God J's side. Like we've said just now right at the start that this King Kong is actually not the best against the Dream Witch, and God J really did what he could, which was a 4K match, and also make. The thing is that I personally still strongly feel that 3 is very important, even though certain teams still feel that a 9 and a 6-12 is a good build. So this is the thing right now. So Gotcha was able to capitalize on mechanic having tag turner and also flying wheel, so that just means that she has no 3, and it really changed that game. If mechanic potentially had a 3 that round, this maybe that would have changed the match actually. So it could have been a tie or at least a 1 escape. So
yeah, I would have to say, with if you're on the survivor side, borrowed time is so important. You really, because you can't estimate like, yeah, you know what, I don't even need borrowed time because I'll be in the exegator. I don't need the pop to happen. It's very risky, and this was a case, an example to how it went. It didn't go the survivor's way, because if he was able to pop up, get the rescue, could have changed things. But you also have to admit that the flywheels are really good. However, hunters could just keep spamming hit. Like, even though you bait out the flywheel, there's still yes, that's very hype. But I mean, 5 seconds later, they're able to down you again. So you're only prolonging the kite just for a little bit. So again, that's something that teams have to kind of understand and try to pick which one they want to go for, because you can't have it all. And that doesn't go for Gajay, because he had it all. He has 5 points on the board for his team.
And actually, I kind of overheard that ZT actually feels that there could be a possible person that can go with a 6-12 build, and that is Mercenary, because during the game it's very difficult to chase a Mercenary. All hunters usually don't opt to chase for Mercenary. So
trời ơi, có bệnh nhân còn 2 móc mà. Quả đấy bây giờ bắt buộc phải là bệnh nhân cứu chứ, tại sao lại là thợ máy?
Safe rescue kind of character. It's also a safe rescue character. So I would just say that's the only character that I will accept bring 6-12 into the match itself.
Yeah, that's the exception, right? Because of what kind of survivor he is. So with mechanic though, I mean, you need to give her as much buffs as possible. Yes, the flywheel's there. Yes, the tide turner's there. But again, I think it was more of an outplay on God J's side with how well he was able to find the survivors. And let's talk about it, Chocho, because early game, there were 2 survivors in that graveyard area, which halted Cypher progress completely. And also Gajay just eliminating Toy Merchant's catapults to make her pretty much a bare bones character without that elevation.
And the Cabo kite was hurting the team so much, because Cypher decoding process was so slow. The only person that was decoding the fastest was actually the bot. The main body might be decoding already. Like I said, Priestess was giving support portals. I'm not sure if you saw during the kite itself. Merchant and Impatient were at the graveyard. Nobody was rotating away. Like, I believe there was a bit of communication issue onto who they think that the hunter was chasing at that point in time. God J was initially Impatient, but afterwards changing to Toy Merchant, because Toy Merchant no longer has any catapults left, making it an easier chase. Comparing 2 characters, right? Definitely Toy Merchant would have been the easier chase. Of course, God J would have chased Toy Merchant. But then Patient still remained at the graveyard, not too sure why is that happening. Yeah, so the decoding process was much slower.
It was very apparent with how slow the decoding progress was, because Gajay able to injure 2 survivors and down the Toy Merchant and camp it out. And for the late game Cypher pop to happen in that manner, usually when you have a mechanic, you want to be able, at least the
Thôi, mấy ông WP này đi về là hợp lý rồi.
Once you get injured,
đánh cái này đi chết, học giải nhưng mà học không tới rồi. Học giải 62 max 62 của Dofi à? Đúng không? Các bạn có nhớ Dofi đánh cái trận mà 62, hai ông cầm 312, hai ông cầm 612 không? Các bạn nhớ không? Nhớ trận Dofi đấy không? Đấy, chắc là WP cũng xem giải. WP xem giải xong học theo, nhưng mà học không tới rồi. Học thiếu một tí là Cái ông có 3 giờ phải là người đi cứu cuối.
It was,
Họ thiếu rồi.
yeah, really went in Gaje's favor that the first early seconds of that round.
Definitely. And right now, looking at the score right now, UVG.
Xem DoFi đánh giải, học quả meta của DoFi, học quả về 2 quả 62. À, chắc là thế nên là mới che hết nhánh đi các bạn ạ. Sợ bị leak nhá, sợ bị leak nhánh là đối phương biết mình đều có 3 giờ ấy. Thế là các ông ấy che mẹ hết nhánh của ông ấy đi. Đau đầu thật.
And that's going to be extremely difficult because GH survivors are known to really play safe when they really need to. And right now, their main objective right now is to one escape. So they're probably going to let out, just going to ban a hunter that has 4K potential and play a very stable team comp.
Yeah, they could just ban out the sculptor, force out another axe boy, even though we know that he's good with that. But you saw how well they were able to like just kite out the axe boy and just actually just go for just go for every man for himself, because when it comes to axe boy, yeah, you really want to be, the map presence is okay, but it really depends. What if you're down in graveyard and he can't really leave graveyard and someone's feeding that tinnitus? He's kind of trapped there while you're focusing on decoding. So yeah, GH kind of holds all the cards in their hands. I feel like they've really solidified the lead in this game, so WP really has to dig in deep to fight back. And we've seen cases of that happen before, so you can't count them out just yet. So we'll see, because what's even scarier is that GH understands, I think, that their overextension. We're going to see it happen now if ever they're going to still stick to that same plan of not really over supporting. But if they're able to do that, that's a very scary GH to go up against.
Exactly. And I think GH survivors might even go for a mechanic pick, which they did in the Chinatown match against BL. At least there was a bot outside decoding, so like they can go like almost a full-on kind of support, which was not as effectively done in that same match that we saw in Chinatown. So but they're just going for a one escape, so why not a mechanic?
They could go for that mechanic. They could go for Embalmer. And if it's not banned off first, just go for safe. I think that's what GH really needs to do. They don't need anything to prove. They've already represented us so much in different competitions. They want to solidify their lead. So they could just play things.
Nào, chúng ta sẽ đến với round đấu thứ hai, cặp đấu giữa GH và WP. Bây giờ thì GH chỉ cần thoát một thôi là họ sẽ có ván đấu này. Chủ tế cùng với tiền đạo là hai lựa chọn mà Potter cấm đi, thả tiên tri cho đối phương. Và nhóc dìu của anh ta thì cũng lập tức bị cấm bởi các thành viên bên phía GH rồi. Tiên tri và lính thuê đến từ GH ở trong kèo đấu này, hai lựa chọn an toàn. Họ chỉ cần thoát một thôi và không có gì là khó cho bọn họ cả. Khó cho Potter, anh ta phải giết 4. Anh ta phải giết 4, đây là áp lực giết 4 thôi.
Now the signature ban of Sculptor banning out that Entomologist does not want to deal with it at all. We see a Postman coming in. Cypher Rush is going to be in the air. This might open up Potters to actually ban out the Embalmer or that Mechanic, just to make sure that there's no tie survivors on the board. But having this Postman in the mix for GH could be a good thing on GH's side, because at least we've seen how, I think it was Capcom bringing out the Postman. He's just an amazing kiter overall.
Đưa thư được lựa chọn đến từ GS sau khi mà nhà côn trùng học bị cấm đi. Nhà côn trùng học là một lựa chọn support rất tốt của bên phía GS. Và bây giờ thì có vẻ như là GS đang muốn đánh một đội hình tự cai. Tôi nghĩ lựa chọn cuối cùng sẽ là tạp kỹ. Còn gì kia? Hề khóc đến từ bên phía GS. Ok, hề khóc. Đây là 3 lựa chọn tự cai, không có support quá nhiều. Thật ra con hề khóc có thể support cho người khác. Có con cú có thể support. Có con cú có thể support đến từ bên phía của GS. Từ từ nha, Antonio. Đưa thư cho Little Boy, lính thuê cho Giao Khan. Hề khóc cho 481. Và cuối cùng là tiên tri cho Capcom. Một lựa chọn bất ngờ được đưa ra đến từ GS.
We did see a violinist in the last round here. Potter's bringing it out early on. Not sure how to feel about this, because violinist not really known in the meta for that 4K, but Potter's, ladies and gentlemen, will be bringing out the Antonio, a violinist coming into the mix, Chocho.
I totally did not expect Antonio to be coming out this time. Also,
Right?
looking at, yeah, like you need a 4 kill, and Violinist is very strong in its, I think more strong in camping more than kiting, other than when you like open your first skill where you can really slow down the servers with those notes that you're hitting out. And we see that, a very strange Weeping Clown, second time and ever
Yes.
Weeping Clown. I believe the first one was Snore's
That worked. That kind of worked out, but I want to bring up SKG brought it out and it didn't work out quite well. So just 2 cases of the Weeping Clown, but now we see 481 bringing it out. Honestly, it was actually kind of a mix. I thought this was the Toy Merchant coming in, but having the Embalmer come out, this could be a little overextension. Who knows?
Đây là đội hình tự cai. Đội hình tự cai khá nhiều. Con hề khóc nó duy nhất có khả năng support. Và thật ra cái support của nó sẽ là cái kiểu mà nó đu bạn đi ấy. Nó đưa bạn đi với cái tên lửa thì nó sẽ hợp lý hơn là cái bắn tên lửa. Cái bắn tên lửa con này nó không thực sự là hiệu quả.
For WP if they're not able to get that 4K, and like you mentioned, Antonio not really known for that 4K, especially in a BO2. You want to get more bans on the board if you're thinking about bringing out a Violinist.
And looking at this team calm, generally I think one of the best chase would be the Postman, I would say.
Yeah, agreed. Because you got Seer, you got Mercenary that could just transition away from the notes. That doesn't even get affected. Like his elbow pad doesn't get affected by the slowdowns. Seer though, you can just eat a hit early on. So we're gonna head to the match. Will this be WP's last match, or will they keep the team alive? Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Antonio cho vị trí của Potter ZZ. Đây là một trận đấu anh ta cần giết 4. Giữa bản đồ là con hề khóc của 481, và đây không phải là lựa chọn truy đuổi tốt. Potter phá đi tấm ván ở giữa bản đồ và di chuyển ra cổng cũ. Capcom đang chạy vị trí ở đây. Bắt sở bonsai rồi. Đối phương chạy vị trí thành công. Đi về đây không có dấu tay nữa. Biết đối phương chạy về cổng cũ nhưng khoảng cách đang là quá xa cho Potter. Máy của GS đang đập rất nhanh. Little Boy đã gửi thư đi code cho Giao Khan ở bên kia rồi. Bây giờ mới đi theo được dấu chân của con tiên tri. Lừa đèn, áp sát được khoảng cách với Capcom rồi. Một tình huống vẩy dây. Hay quá! Từ, một tình huống vẩy dây cực kỳ hay đến từ Potter. Anh ta sắp có tốc biến rồi. Đây là một tình huống bết cú luôn. Bết cú cực kỳ hay đến từ Potter. Bây giờ có khi là 481. Rồi, cai đôi các bạn thấy không? Cái dây là trượt. Cái dây không khép góc được hai thành viên của GS. Đây là một tình huống cai đôi. Tốc biến đang có. Vâng, lướt 12 lỗi rồi. 2 máy rưỡi. Thế này đánh thắng được này. Cái này đánh thắng được cho Potter.
Let's see how GH is going to kind of bounce back from this.
Excellent play on ZZ side. I didn't expect him to be showing off such a stun because
Little Boy là người đập máy ở khu vực gây xa này, liên tục có những tình huống đánh nốt nhạc vào đối phương. 481 là người di chuyển đến cứu. Dây đàn. Vâng, giật dây lỗi rồi. Potter pha này xử lý không tốt lắm. Liệu có Tero Shock không? Không có Tero Shock. Rất khó cho Potter trong tình huống này. Anh ta bị đối phương đánh thương. Rồi, ok. Anh ta bị đối phương vứt cho một trái tên lửa vào trong tình huống đó và bị làm chậm. Nhưng mà 481 nên cẩn thận. 481 nên cẩn thận. Capcom đang đâm vào góc để chết rồi. GS đang muốn đánh hòa cho ván đấu này. Họ đang muốn đánh hòa. 481 dồn luôn chiếc máy ở khu vực nghĩa địa. Cái máy này đã gần xong từ khoảng thời gian trước đó. Và Potter không cam được khi mà Capcom đâm vào trong góc của nghĩa địa để chết. Dồn máy xong kịp không? Xong kịp rồi. Dây. Ép nốt đồ của 481 ra ra. Ép nốt đồ của đối phương ra. Bên kia thì Capcom được cứu rồi. Giao Khan tận dụng tốt tình huống Hunter bỏ đi để cứu được người. Đây là một giai đoạn Capcom có thể cai thêm được. Một tình huống tên lửa tốt đến từ vị trí của 481. Bắn tên lửa từ cực kỳ xa. Đây là một pha khóa cửa sổ. Vậy là có nhánh 12 đến từ Potter. 6-12 tốc biến à. Khó cho Potter rồi. Mất thế thắng rồi. Anh ta cam ghế không thành công. Nãy giờ không biết là Capcom đã hit được bao nhiêu cú. Khoảng cách đang là rất xa, anh ta chỉ cần dẫy chết được một lúc nữa thôi là GS sẽ đủ hòa.
Good for the survivor side as they try and prime those last two ciphers. It seems like Capcom
Làm gì thế này? Lớp 12 tốt. Vâng, cú chưa có được. Cú chưa có. Pha đó có lẽ là Capcom muốn cố gắng giúp 1-2 hit nữa có cú thì anh ta lên tàu được. Khá là đáng tiếc, nhưng không sao. Cái thế trận đang rất lợi thế cho GS và họ chỉ cần thoát một thôi khi mà GOTJ đã có trận giết 4 ở cái round đấu trước đó rồi. Soi và lính thuê. Hai thành viên của GS đang dồn máy. Potter hết cơ hội rồi. Đây sẽ chỉ là một trận đấu cùng lắm là hòa dành cho anh ta mà thôi. Anh ta có khóa cửa sổ đồng nghĩa với việc là một là không có mắt đỏ, hai là không có đổi phép. Đánh cuối game gần như là không thể nào thành công. Little Boy, một tình huống thả chó tốt. Dây này không ăn thua rồi. Máy Prime cho bên phía GS. Có ván được lật. Máy có Prime luôn hay không? Bên phía GS đang khá bình tĩnh. Họ đang muốn cho một người về đứng cổng rồi mới Prime máy. Về cổng chưa? Bây giờ 481 là người về cổng. À, thư hầm đã được gửi vào máy Prime. Rất bình tĩnh. Rất bình tĩnh. Thư hầm được gửi cho vị trí của 481. Sau đó là Prime máy. Hunter có mắt đỏ. Vậy là 6-12 tốc biến và không hề có đổi phép cho ván đấu này. Đuổi vào lính đánh thuê có 2 găng tay. Đây là cơ hội thoát 3 cho bên phía GS. Dây lỗi. Búng găng tay đi. Tốt đến từ Giao Khan. Và cái hầm nó ở ngay giữa bản đồ này. Cổng xong rồi. Giao Khan vào hầm là xong. Thoát 3 cho GS. 8-1 cho round đấu thứ 2. Rất dễ dàng.
Beautiful performance on GH's side, and they move on, ladies and gentlemen. GH gonna be facing off the Mad Penguins on our third match of the day, but you gotta give it up to WP, bring out the Antonio, trying to shake things up, trying to bring GH out of their comfort zone. But Chocho, it seems like GH has finally got their confidence back. The way they brought out that Weeping Clown, I don't know, that's the GH of old with how they played that match.
Definitely. It just seems that they have already know what the problem is already. Definitely not bringing the Wax Artist out anymore, and also going for a more lesser support kind of team comp, also to just decode more as well. So knowing exactly what their objective, I think one big point here was definitely GOTJ getting that 4 kill in the BO2 first half, because then the Solaris has very little pressure and they just needed to do what they normally will, which is to just decode the 5 ciphers and just escape. So I think GOTJ seems to be the MVP here because of the stress that he really did not give to its survivors, because he was able to tie in BO1, 4 kill in BO2.
I couldn't agree with you more. GOTJ finding that confidence was able to give their survivor team that creativity that they're usually known for. So now, looking at the match stats, we can't also disclose how well the survivors performed here. Capcom with an amazing kite. There were some baits of the flywheel, and also he wasn't able to suck out another owl. But you know what? A 60-second kite up against Potters is still a win on their book. The 481 has that time because he was just there for that support and also able to get that rescue. You know what? I would have to say Weeping Clown, out of the 3 times or 4 times we saw him, they're pretty effective, I think. I don't know. We haven't really seen his full potential, but they've been on winning teams. So I'm not sure if we'll see more of that Weeping Clown, or maybe 481 just wanted to bring out, the Weeping Clown just to showcase the skills that he could offer. But I would have to also congratulate them. GH, ladies and gentlemen, not out of the woods yet. They did win a match against MP, and we are going to get that rematch of IVC 2021 finals.
GH has about 2 hours to really rest up before their last match, which will be the last match of tonight, and also a determining match whether they will be taking the last spot in the top 4 finals. So really interesting matches up ahead. We have Nora and Ryu afterwards, but let's look at the MVP of this time round. Will be GH GOTJ.
Yeah, GOTJ on this Geisha. Not a wax artist, not a breaking wheel, but a Geisha. Played very stable. I would say also mechanically well with how well he was able to bait out and mind game the survivors running towards him, and also capitalizing on the 2 survivors over there at the graveyard side. So GOTJ, ladies and gentlemen, building up back that confidence, building up that winning streak that he has. So this is an excellent bounce back. I think this is the best place for GH to be in after the 2-loss skid up against BL and ZT. So now they're able to build up that momentum. So hopefully they carry that momentum as they go up against the Mad Penguins, because we know we've
MVP thuộc về gót
crowned
giày.
the Mad Penguins as mad scientists, mad geniuses with how well they prepare for their matches, and I'm pretty sure
Alo?
they were watching that match very closely.
I think this time around, GH and MP, this fight itself, it might be the fight of the entire IVC, because both teams have a high potential in making it into top 4, but unfortunately they will be versing each other for the last top 4 spot. So it might be kind of painful for us, because the Mad Penguins, GH fan base are very huge individually.
Yes.
So yeah, and hopefully it's just really a battle of who is more stable and who has the potential better skills and better cooperation as a team to move on to top 4.
Yeah, so once again, ladies and gentlemen, that will be the main event for the day, but we will be taking a short break, because when we return, it's going to be Rio versus Noir. I want you guys in chat to actually support your favorite teams, because me and Chocha, we're going to take a short 5-minute break, but when we return, more of IVC playoffs when we come back.
Tôi phải đi lên thắp hương nữa các bạn ạ. Cặp sau là cặp của Ryu và Noi nha.
Young bamboo shoots could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me. I must defy our mantra.
Cái gì mà GH với BL là hai đội mạnh nhất. Trời ơi, Zero Two nó còn đang ngồi đấy. Làm sao mà các bạn dám khẳng định điều đó? Zero Two mới là đội đang có phong độ hủy diệt nhất trong cái giải này.
Was I the one who brought this misfortune? No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathe in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge. Place its finest. In July they came, and then in August, for flowers they were named. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway she let down her guard.
Then today 5, IVC playoff day 3. This is your girl Chocho, and we have the amazing caster for many other games. I don't know how much details, but we have Hot Spice over here.
Wow, thank you, Chocho, for that warm intro. And honestly, I don't know how to build this matchup any sooner because this is make or break. Like the previous match was also make or break, but this one is also pretty intense because we got Ryu in one corner, we got Noir in one corner, and in the previous match yesterday, I think both these teams have something to prove because Ryu facing ZT, that was just utter domination on ZT's side. They were really able to show why they're the biggest prospect in Southeast Asia, but also looking at Noir, they want to prove that they deserve that top 4 spot because yesterday it was such a nail biter of a match. Shout outs to Team SG for them bring their heart and soul out into that match. So it's gonna be a pretty crazy one if you ask me, Chocho.
I mean, Ryu and NR, this match itself is going to conclude who will be confirmed into the third spot for the top 4 finals offline stage. So whoever wins will move on, and whoever loses will just stop there, and there won't be any other matches that will really help them redeem themselves anymore. So I believe tonight, this afternoon's match is going to be pretty intense. We don't know how it's going to pan out, but definitely both teams will try to go for a more safer play. Definitely won't be seeing too much of a crazy character such as Gardener like ZT did, because ZT I mean, ZT was pretty confident with themselves with the Gardener, and they really had a strategy with those memory. And not too sure whether Ryu or NR has this kind of strategy as well, but in different maps. So pretty excited to see what NR and Ryu will be, how it's going to end out, whether it's going to be a 2-0 or will it stretch out to BO3 or even a BO4 time match. So
wow. If ever it gets to that, you really got your money's worth if ever you're watching, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to introduce the lineup once again. Oh my gosh, the spider's actually blocking the War Hunters there. But let me introduce Sneaky. Sneaky, again, we know her, we love her. Since the qualifiers for KOA, she's been also rampaging through tournaments in IVA. We've seen like the highlights and lowlights, and she's been constantly a threat. And I would say one of the foundations of RYU and getting points. And hopefully we'll see her signature sculptor, her Dream Witch, heck, even her Bloody Queen is really scary.
And right now we also have Nor's Glass actually. So is an S batch, S1 in fact, S1 Expo as well as S6 Bloody Queen. But we do see a Spider with a 100% win rate, so we might see it tonight. But yesterday we actually saw his Poland that got a 4 elimination at Ever Sleeping Town, so something we could really look forward to.
And now we're gonna move on to Nung. Nung being, I would say, one of the stunners of the group. He does also have a mercenary, so I'm really excited to see how.
Hôm qua thì DDD của bên Noi có một cái ngày thi đấu phải gọi là tuyệt vời. Anh ta carry team ở trong round 2 và round 3 phải gọi là rất là lực luôn. Một trận cầm đánh bóng và một trận cầm nữ vũ công. Đây là hai trận đấu rất tốt của DDD. Xử lý ổn, cover tốt cho đồng đội, thực hiện những pha kỹ năng cá nhân, xử lý kỹ năng cá nhân tốt.
Yeah, and actually we have DDD from the Nor Survivor side. DDD, he has been playing forward Enchantress, female dancer, and I mean his character pool is pretty versatile. Pretty big, so it's pretty versatile. We might even see a battle today because he means battle, it seems to be.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see that. And now we're going to move things over to Lemon, one of the other survivors of the game. Has a patient, has an acrobat. One of the stable kiters, I have to say, really prolonged the kite up against Kuga yesterday. Him and Cake really made an impression on me. So I can't wait to see a little more of Lemon. And he's highlighted on the prospector here, but he also has a patient and acrobat. So I wonder if there are going to be some prospectors coming out of this mix from RYU.
Definitely, and we see Norse Oxygen, which is a hunter and survivor, both fraction kind of survivor, player actually. So this time we might be seeing Oxygen only in the server lineup because once you play survivor, you can't play hunter. So I believe Glass might be playing for all 3 BOs, and looking forward to see how Oxygen will really perform and cooperate with the other survivor mates.
Yeah, because when you talk about scrambles, both RYU.
Nay Kokua ra đánh à? Trong trận đấu quan trọng để mà bên phía Noi lọt vào top 4. Trong một trận đấu quan trọng để Noi vào top 4 thì Kokua ra trận lại rồi. Vậy thì liệu có còn tình huống là có Kokua không có Naio hay không? Chúng ta phải chờ tiếp. Kokua là một top survival Nhật Bản.
To add on, Tofu actually also has an entomologist, so pretty big character pool in the current meta as well. So moving on, we have Norse Kokwa. Kokwa has been playing the Enchantress, Mercenary, Weeping Clown, Barmaid, as well as Psychologist in the current IVC tournament. Not too much of a prospector. I believe Nor is not really opting for a prospector kind of team comp as well. So we might not be seeing Kokwa playing the prospector in any of the 3 BOs. Considering what Sneaky can play.
Yeah. Now we're gonna move on over to Cake. Cake making a big impression, had an amazing kite when he was the
vậy là Aurora hôm nay sẽ không ra trận. Đây là một tin vui cho Noi. Nếu mà các bạn còn nhớ Sugar Aurora ngày hôm qua thì các bạn sẽ thấy là việc hôm nay Kokua đánh và thay thế vị trí của Aurora là quá chuẩn xác luôn. Cơ hội chiến thắng có lẽ là tăng gấp đôi cho bên phía Noi khi mà họ đã loại bỏ một điệp viên ra khỏi team.
Definitely. Believe that Whoopi might be a more stable main lineup player, but let's move on to Norse Night Owl. Night Owl has been known to play the Entomologist, Priestess especially, Postman, Mechanic, and yesterday we actually saw him play the Embalmer, which resulted at 4 4K potential match into a tie because of the coffins. So, sorry, into a win because of a coffin.
Yes.
So, amazing plays and strategy on Nor's side. Excited to see what other strategies they have planned out for today.
So now we have to look at the bigger picture here, because both these teams, talking about their mentalities, they have a lot of pressure on them. Both of them didn't really have the best outing yesterday with their matches, and now they have a lot to prove, and they do want to solidify their spot. Like, the finish line is right there, Chocho, for these for either of these teams to take. What would be the mentality? What would be the message that the fans have to give to them for them to perform at their best?
Definitely, fans of these teams or any individuals of team, really, you guys should just support them wholeheartedly. I mean, right now in the live chat right now, I believe that they will see it either right now or maybe after their matches. So, if you were really like rooting for them, please support them.
Round đấu đầu
And,
tiên,
right now we
bên phía Ryu cấm
ban
bệnh viện,
by
còn
Ryu
bên phía
Hospital.
Noi lựa chọn phố người Hoa cho round đấu đầu. Phố người Hoa là một bản đồ có lẽ là được pick
Like what you mentioned just now, Kate actually plays the toy merchant.
để giúp cho
Other players, Kate
Noi chống lại con mộng phù thủy của bên phía Ryu. Hunter của bên phía Ryu đó là Sneaky, chơi được mộng phù thủy khá là tốt.
There are certain toy placements that can really
Và
help you jump into the birdcage, jump
Right.
into the hospital.
với một
from
tình
where
huống
you
pick phố người Hoa như thế này thì nó sẽ đem lại khá là nhiều những cái khó khăn cho vị trí của Sneaky.
Why you wanted to ban a secret hospital, considering it is Survivor side of the map, and toy merchant is their strong point that can help them transition from a better kiting area.
I have a question. If, let's say that does happen, right? They ban out hospital. When it's their turn to pick, they can't pick hospital since it's banned? Or can they still pick it?
From what I saw the last time against other teams, I believe it's still possible. If it's banned in BO1, still pick it again.
Okay,
So-
interesting strategy. Maybe saving it up for them to pick, but it kind of works out a little bit. You still have some slight elevations when it comes to putting the catapult in that bridge area here, so we're going to see if that's going to happen. Ryu versus Noir, ladies and gentlemen, and Glass will be doing the hunting first. Chinatown
Glass sẽ là người chơi Hunter trước ở trong cái round đấu đầu tiên này. Phố người Hoa, đây là một bản đồ Glass có lẽ có thể đánh tốt được con sáp của mình. Anh ta là một người chơi sáp và bây giờ thì tiên tri bị cấm đi rồi. Tiền đạo đang được lựa chọn dành cho Ryu. Tiền đạo chủ tế. Ok, đây là hai lựa chọn đầu tiên mà Ryu đưa ra, hai lựa chọn khá cơ bản khi mà tiên tri bị cấm đi và họ đánh ở một bản đồ mạnh cho nữ chủ tế.
So, seems to be a kind of a strange pick on why they would pick this map, because it's server meta and you want servers to get the advantage. But North server seems to not be working too
Đồ
well.
chơi bị Glass cấm đi. Cấm đồ chơi rất sớm.
Looks like he called out, banning out the toy merchant of cake is actually a good move on Glass side. Now rounding up the bans, first being the seer, last one being the acrobat. So looking at the lineups, entomologist, patient, priestess, and forward, pretty well rounded, I would have to say. I mean, this is expected to be a one.
Tiên tri đồ chơi tạp kỹ được cấm đến từ Glass và anh ta quyết định sử dụng Polun trong ván đấu này chứ không phải là tượng sáp. Quên mất, Glass đánh được Polun nữa và đây là một bản đồ cũng lợi thế dành cho Polun. Tuy nhiên đây là một đội hình mạnh dành cho Ryu. Một đội hình mạnh với những con Kiter khỏe. Ong này, chủ tế này, bệnh nhân đều có thể cai tốt được và tiền đạo thì nó có khả năng uy hiếp vào con Polun.
In this current meta, and also in this map to get a full elimination. So it really depends on how Ryu Survivors is gonna kite out Glass's Polun, which also got a full elimination at Ever Sleeping Town yesterday. So really excited to see how this will pan out.
Yeah, and looking at the lineup too, it's it hasn't still changed. Pollen, aside from the flywheel, still struggles when it comes to the Bs or the side steps. You can cancel out the AOE with the stun. Priestess can still provide some support. Doesn't really want to drop any portals down when he's in that wheel form. So it's still pretty much the same. I have to reacquaint myself with a Pollen matchup because we haven't seen Pollen in a while. So excuse me, ladies and gentlemen. And also, big shout outs to everyone that is watching. Give your predictions in the chat. RYU versus Noir. First round, first half. Let's go.
Spawning at the Tofu area, Glass will be going to the connect double story, going right out, and there's two survivors that are connecting double story. In fact,
Chúng ta sẽ đến với round đấu đầu tiên, cặp đấu giữa Noi cùng với Ryu. Hunter của Noi đó là Glass, anh ta đang bắt vào khu vực đó là nhà đôi và ở đây có nữ chủ tế của bên phía Ryu. Xử lý vòng lên xuống tốt đến từ Ryu và ép cho Glass phải đổi dạng rồi. Lừa đèn. Tofu đang đâm thẳng mặt vào Hunter.
Straight towards him, able to just
Cháp quăng ra là trượt. Và ở đây có ván đã được lật sẵn. Tofu sẽ phải cố gắng lên tầng 2 một lần nữa.
is actually playing into our
Anh ta phải cố gắng lên được tầng 2.
uh,
Glass đã có những tình huống lăn và né rất tốt đến từ chủ tế của bên phía Ryu. Chưa có một gai nào được lấy cả. Lướt 12 để né một tình huống lăn đến từ Ryu và anh ta chạy lên được tầng 2 rồi. Đổi dạng không? Và đổi dạng đục vòng ra đến từ Tofu và lại là một lần nữa Glass chặn đầu. Phấn khích được cầm đến từ Glass và bây giờ thì đổi dạng rồi. Tiếp tục cai ở cái khu vực này đến từ Tofu và con ong đang được đẩy đến. Vẫn chưa lấy được một gai nào cả. Phá đi chiếc vòng của đối phương trước rồi mới vòng ngược trở lại đuổi Tofu. Con ong vẫn đang ở đây. Chỉ cần Tofu côn lúc Hunter đổi dạng tốt thôi là lập tức ong sẽ được đẩy đến và khó cho Glass để có thể bắt kịp vào. Hunter húc bóng đến từ NG và anh ta bị lấy máu rồi. Phấn khích được bật luôn đến từ Glass. Vậy là đuổi tiền đạo luôn chăng? Ong đẩy hơi phí một chút đến từ Ryu khi mà chủ tế đã lên được tầng thứ 2. Hunter lộ phép rồi và đây là cơ hội dành cho Ryu. Tofu có thể cai một cách thoải mái và không hề e ngại cái tốc biến của đối phương. Lăn qua ván, tăng tốc nhánh chín. Ôi, tự đâm vào chát. NG đâu? NG cần phải ra đây. Hunter mất phấn khích rồi. Ô, đi heal à? Ồ, quả đấy ra đây áp lực được luôn này.
Entomologist doesn't have much beast to work with, so this is actually a good rally back for Glass here. Patient now does have that wanted order. It seems like, yeah, gonna
Lemon,
pretty well.
anh ta bị soi khá là đen cho Lemon trong tình huống này và có lẽ Hunter sẽ đổi dạng ngay bây giờ. Đổi dạng lấy máu và không cần mất đến cái bắn móc của mình. Lấy được máu đến từ Glass. Trận này là tự Ryu xử lý lỗi chứ không phải là Hunter đánh hay. Pha đó tiền đạo đến là Hunter chịu luôn á. Hunter mất cái phấn khích rồi. Chìa kiếm đã có cho Glass và anh ta sẽ không ngại những tình huống cai của Tofu nữa. Đục luôn một chiếc vòng, mất luôn vòng rồi. Giật gai đang có. Rồi. Lỗi. Lỗi. NG đang ở đây, đến muộn mất rồi. Máy nó đang không được nhiều cho Ryu. Đây là... Ôi, húc lỗi. Húc lỗi và phải lướt 12 để né tình huống đánh thường của Hunter. Trận này máy rất chậm.
Have been paused here for the time being, so let's see how the priestess will try to get herself out of this situation.
Right now, NG will be balling immediately to the chair, and I believe the field rescue might be happening. Hitting the beast, rescue did happen. Yes, it did, but forward does not have any tide right now, so Tofu will be down in the chair immediately. Forward is probably will be the next target because it's the closest, and the wanted order is also on forward. So.
Rồi, thành viên đầu tiên của Ryu đã bay khi mà anh ta cai rất tốt ở giai đoạn đầu trận. Những tình huống có lẽ gọi là support. Ôi, lướt 12 để né cái chìa kiếm luôn. Ok, và Glass sẽ lăn đi một khu vực khác. Tôi nghĩ Ryu sẽ phải đứng trước một kèo thua 4 thôi.
Breaking wheel isn't meta. Glass seems to be working real well now. NG able to eat 3 spikes here, one basic hit, and this forward will be falling down. Has to be forced to.
Nó ông tiền đạo này toang quá. Ông tiền đạo này quá toang luôn rồi. Máy chậm cực kỳ luôn. Meta 12 mà 12 cứ chỉ để lướt. Meta 12 mà cứ chỉ để lướt. Ôi, còn 3 máy mà đã đánh kiểm soát rồi. Treo được người mà. Ủa? Bên kia còn đang lẻ máu chứ có phải là hai người đầy máu đâu. Rồi lại bắn móc lỗi nữa luôn. Rồi Ryu, tôi không biết là Sonicky đang cảm thấy thế nào, nhưng mà tôi cảm thấy là Ryu họ chắc là gãy cái kèo này rồi. Đánh với Glass mà họ đã tan nát thế này rồi thì không biết là họ đánh được với Hunter nào trong giải nữa. Ông Glass này chính ra là chưa phải là một kiểu bên Noi họ swap Hunter liên tục ấy, lúc thì Su lúc thì Hun ấy. Thành ra là người chơi Hunter họ không thực sự là nổi trội cho lắm trong đội hình này. Trong đội hình này họ nổi trội với Su hơn. Nhưng mà bây giờ đánh với Hunter của Noi mà cái team xuôi bổng bạn đã tan nát thì không biết là còn chơi cái gì nữa. Dùng 12 chỉ để toàn những cái né những tình huống lăn chứ không né cháp, không né giật gai gì hết. Thế thì làm sao mà đánh được? NG tự đâm vào cháp luôn. Hai gai trên người khách.
and believe the rescue will be happening.
Kìa
Snake
kiếm.
will be trying to go for this rescue. Hopefully, it doesn't go badly because I think this is just a battle of who has the more patience. Because definitely has
Quả
to
gai
be
đang có.
before
Bắt Lemon thôi.
Lemon dies on the chair and.
Không bắn được rồi. Lemon sẽ gục và 3 gai trên người cách cơ. Lemon sẽ bay. Bị cai cháy máy, sau đó là chiến thắng 4 đến từ Glass. Tính ra là bị cai cháy máy luôn á. Bị cai chứ không còn gì để chơi luôn, xong rồi Ryu tự toang.
Able to vault the window here, which is actually a good kiting spot, but at what cost, Jojo? Because 3 ciphers have not moved in the past, I don't know, like 3 minutes.
It seems to be that in SEA, Poland is still a very meta character, even though Flying Wheel is present, and we see engine.
Lại đâm vào trap nữa.
The third trap.
Ôi, mấy cái bẫy này nó có 5 châm hay sao ấy.
Entomologist has to find a way to come and heal this forward, but it seems to be that the last 3 ciphers are just way.
Mấy cái trap của ông Glass này chắc là có 5 châm.
So unless Hunter AFK for like 3 minutes or so, this is gonna be a 4 elimination for the Hunter side.
It's looking inevitable, and now we see that Glass able to spike 1 onto the entomologist, and it's only a matter of time, right? It's just Cake just
3 gai trên người cách.
but with no item.
Glass vẫn chưa cắm mắt ra, không biết anh ta đổi cắm mắt nó đem lại mục đích gì cho cái trận này nữa. Cắm cái mắt ra. Ủa cắm mắt làm gì? Cắm cái con mắt ra. Cắm con mắt ra là mọi người đứng nhanh hơn rất là nhiều rồi. Vâng, giết 4 cho Glass ở trong trận đấu này.
Forward has no more self heal and entomologist.
Đợi tôi một tí nhé các bạn.
Yeah, they're gonna go over that. So, Chocho said, who said breaking wheel can't be viable? It's just the numbers say otherwise.
I mean, Glass getting this 4 elimination just right at the start of the match between Nora and Ryu just really gives a good start for Nora's side. I think the kite for Priestess actually wasn't short at all, Posh, right?
Yeah,
I feel like.
Oh, you go for it.
Alright, so I feel like the biggest problem was definitely Entomologist trying to help the Priestess in the kite, but technically in the double story area, connected double story area where Priestess, that's like Priestess heaven against opponent. Yeah, and I don't think there was a need for such a support from the Entomologist side afterwards from the forward, because that was gonna buy out so much decoding time on the Survivor side. Entomologist trying to control a beast from her side all the way to the connect double story, which is probably at the other end of the entire map that she was at. Not only wasting beast, wasting decoding time, and afterwards was almost no use. In fact, I feel, and the stun by the forward when the Cypher was also not a lot, and then Hunter using the excitement, opening the first skill, after that downing the Priestess almost immediately. Just I think the main part also, not just the OB part, over supporting, but also the accurate trap placements on Glass's Poland side.
Yeah, you could actually say that the I would say the exchanges of the Survivor and Hunter really all went in Glass's favor. Not only did he bring the right trade at the right time, the Survivor's overextending, he was able to do a little bit of cleanup, really hitting away the bees, just so that the bees really didn't work out quite well because you're trading that off as for, like what you said, objectives. And also the hook placements on Lemon's side weren't really up to par. And that was 3 for 3 traps that he was able to get NG on. So that's just, I would say Glass shooting for 3-pointers, and he was able to land all those hook shots. And yeah, breaking wheel, ladies and gentlemen. Who says he's not meta? Like, let's see more breaking wheels.
And Nora did pick this map, and definitely they will want to get the advantage. And right now they have, in the first half, they have a 5-point advantage against Ryu, which is very good. So right now, what Nora survivors need to do is a 1 escape, just a 1 escape, not too much, not too much and not too little. 1 escape, get the ciphers popped. So definitely fast decoding the team comp, as well as a good kiting kind of team comp would be very good. Just there's no need for anything risky. They're just going for the tie as well, and Bama could be picked at Chinatown as well.
Right. So I agree.
Yeah, just kind of nervous also because Sneaky from Ryu's side is an amazing hunter as well. Just a very known Dreamish player. Even though against ZT she got it wasn't the best performance that she has placed out in the field, but I believe Sneaky is still a strong Dreamish main. And a potential for elimination on Sneaky side is definitely not impossible. because of how crazy her Dream Wish control, as well as map control, cipher controls. I believe both teams still has a chance to prolong it all the way to BO3 actually.
Yeah, when you said Sneaky's pedigree with her Dream Witch, yeah, that could definitely be possible. I think that's why they have to take your word and just play it safe. Go Embalmer, go with a super safe strategy to not overextend yourself and leave yourself very vulnerable to Dream Witch for Sneaky's Dream Witch because she is known to
Bây giờ
use
nếu
it.
mà
Yes,
Sneaky
yesterday it was
gỡ lại được một trận thắng 4 thì may ra là
phenomenally.
Ryu có cơ
I would
hội
say
chứ
the
không mà
best
Ryu đi
on
về.
the radar for how well she performs. If you look back at her performances in IVA, in the qualifiers for KOA, she's very scary, especially in BO1. So I don't think that the survivors of Noir can be sleeping on Sneaky's Dream Witch as of now. They got to prepare for it. Do you think that they're going to try to hard counter the Dream Witch or kind of keep it open because she has that potential sculptor?
I think they just I think Nora might just potentially just target on the Dream Wish because it has been confirmed like 100% of the time Sneaky always brings out her Dream Wish that she is the most confident in BO1. There has never been a change to a BQ or a sculptor. Dream Wish is always the first pick. So I don't think Sneaky is going to change out, especially when it comes to a match where she has to return a 4 elimination as well for her team. So
But Chocho, what if wax artist somewhere Eli is just like facepalm like, no, please don't. Ugh, wax artist. Actually, guys, if you could subscribe to Eli, you just tell him like his favorite hunter is wax artist. So just let him know that we sent him your way. So it's Chocho's favorite hunter. Who knows? But I agree with you. I don't know if Sneaky's gonna kind of roll the dice with the very famous wax artist to come out. So sorry, your train of thought. My bad. I just wanted to throw that.
I'm not too sure whether Sneaky does have a wax artist.
Thật ra là bây giờ mạng nào nó cũng đang lag hết các bạn ạ. Viettel hay là FPT là VNPT gì đều lag hết. Không biết vì sao, vì là đứt cáp á. Không phải chỉ đứt một tuyến mà đứt hẳn 2 tuyến ấy. Ví dụ mấy ngày đầu các nhà mạng nó còn xả băng thông cho người ta dùng ấy, nhưng mà mấy ngày đầu đứt cáp các bạn chưa thấy cái gì khác đâu. Nhưng mà kiểu đứt khoảng 1 tháng như bây giờ rồi là các bạn sẽ thấy khác biệt liền này. Rồi, Nicky cấm đi tiên tri, rất dễ hiểu thôi. Và chủ tế cùng với kia là lính đánh thuê sẽ được lựa chọn từ phía của Noi. Noi đã focus đánh hòa khi mà họ đưa tay lựa chọn lính thuê ngay từ đầu chứ không phải là tiền đạo dành cho OG Game. Sneaky vẫn phải cấm tiền đạo đi. Sneaky vẫn phải cấm tiền đạo. Đối phương sẽ có thể lấy những lựa chọn khắc chế một phù thủy như là bác sĩ tâm lý, hoặc là tẩm liệm, hoặc là thậm chí là bé gái.
We see the second ban on Sneaky side, which is the forward, so eliminating the OB character. And
Bartender được lựa chọn đến từ Noi. Đây là lựa chọn khắc chế một phù thủy. Tôi nghĩ là phải cấm nốt đi cái con bác sĩ tâm lý đó, chứ để đối phương hai cái lựa chọn đấy thì hơi khó cho Sneaky. Cấm tạp kỹ. Vậy thả bác sĩ tâm lý ra, chơi luôn 2 lựa chọn không? Nếu mà bây giờ đánh luôn cả bác sĩ tâm lý, tôi nghĩ là Sneaky sẽ không đánh một phù thủy nữa.
But with this barmaid coming in and this psychologist, this is a heavy counter. They're not gonna go for empty.
Vâng, nguyên team counter mộng phù thủy luôn. Sneaky tầm này còn đánh mộng phù thủy thì không khác gì Đông Huyền luôn này. Tôi nghĩ Sneaky nên nhắm đến một hunter khác. Polun thì sao? Không, đó là Galati. Không tự tin vào con Polun của mình rồi.
Oh my gosh. Right, so oh my god. So Sneaky has brought her Dream Wish.
That's pretty sneaky of her. Yeah.
And we'll be picking the sculptor in BO1 Chinatown match, aiming for a 4 elimination if she's able to open her second skill quick enough, and also accurate for 0 skill statue placements as well would be necessary for her to aim for a 4 elimination. But we see the team comp here will be DD playing the psychologist, Kokwa with the barmaid, Oxygen with the mercenary, as well as Night Owl with the amazing priestess portal. So expecting to see quite a bit of action over here because this really relies on skills.
Ủa, Mobifone có mạng internet à? Tôi tưởng Mobifone là mạng điện thoại. Các bạn phân biệt được mạng điện thoại với cả mạng internet không vậy?
You gotta keep her away from that full presence, that tier 2 statues. So yes, kiting at the start, it might kind of go for those supports, but yeah, it kind of counters the barmaid could actually use the drink to just move on away. But if you're able to catch the barmaid early on, it's gonna be tough for her to kind of rebound kite. Mercenary is gonna be a tough chase. I mean, psychologist tanks a lot of those hits, so still pretty even, and as you said, Sneaky breaking the streak of Dream Witch round 1 says a lot. it just shows that, all right, you know what, this is heavily countering my dream, which she knows what's up. She knows she doesn't want to put herself in a bad position. And we've seen her with a 4K sculptor, so it's still looking pretty good on RYU's side. And then
À,
like this, she also
Mobifone có mở cấp quang à?
her
Căng đấy.
statues are still on point.
Để dấn thân vào làng mẹ mạng internet Việt Nam à?
And shout outs to everyone still watching. We got Light, we got Hanako putting out my the nickname that people call me, Coco. We got Nike KR. Any shout outs you want to give up, Chocho, before we jump into the match?
Kino, Evie, Chantel, everybody that's
Let's
here,
go.
and PL Sim. Yeah, but let's just talk a bit about what Sneaky's persona might be into the match. I
Oh
believe
yeah, let's go.
It's gonna be Insolence and Trump card. She's gonna bring a blink into the match. Yeah, because there's no OB correction, so there's no need for excitement. What she wants is a fast down as well. And Psychologist and Barmaid, right? If they can heal up.
Bác sĩ tâm lý cho đi bartender cho Kokua, tính thuê cho Oxygen, cuối cùng là chủ tế dành cho Nayo.
Psychologist also had 8 in giving Sneaky max presence. So this income is pretty it's a semi counter to a Sneaky, but
Sneaky sẽ di chuyển về khu vực nhà đôi, thì chính xác hơn là nhà ăn ở giai đoạn đầu trận, và đi là người đầu tiên mà anh ta gặp phải. Đi có một cái phong độ thi đấu cực kỳ tốt vào ngày hôm qua, và bây giờ thì anh ta sẽ là người cai đầu, nhìn thấy đối phương luôn rồi. Tượng đặt ra tốt đến từ Sneaky, nhảy cửa sổ, tiếp tục là một tượng gạt nhưng không thành công. Sneaky đã tốn cho mình cặp tượng đầu tiên của trận đấu này rồi, và bây giờ thì đi lách tượng rất hay. Đấm đòn đánh thường không được rồi, nhưng chỗ này là một địa điểm yếu. Sneaky tượng chặn đối phương và có một đòn đánh rồi. Bắt người nhanh đến từ Sneaky, nhưng đối phương có máu giả. Ở đây là Oxygen đang núp lùm. Tôi nghĩ là Sneaky không biết đâu, và tiếp tục đuổi đi thôi. Rồi sổ cái bảng đó cho em xem tượng của Sneaky còn mấy cái nữa không hả các anh? Có vòng support. Đây là vòng support tốt đến từ vị trí của Nayo, và hai chiếc vòng nối liền nhau. Nhưng đi thì lại không tách ra khỏi chiếc vòng thứ hai mà anh ta đâm thẳng vào vòng 2 của Nayo luôn. Một pha setup vòng đôi cực kỳ tốt, nhưng mà đi thì lại không phối hợp cùng đồng đội, không phối hợp cùng cái set của đồng đội. Tốc biến đang có, tốc biến qua thôi, tầm này bắt buộc phải tốc biến qua rồi. Địa hình này hơi yếu cho đi, và tôi không nghĩ anh ta có thể cai thêm được đâu. Tượng không tốt nhưng đòn đánh thì trúng rồi. Một đòn đánh nữa thôi, Sneaky sẽ có cho mình tượng hoàn hảo, và đây là một hướng bắt người nó không quá nhanh. Tuy nhiên vẫn có cơ hội cho Sneaky nếu như kiểm soát và xử lý tình huống cứu của đối phương tốt. Oxygen đang đập máy ở giữa bản đồ, đấm anh ta xong Sneaky sẽ có cho mình tượng hoàn hảo. 3-9, chết ghế nhanh. Ôi rồi, cộng điểm rất cục xúc đến từ Sneaky. Đây là 1 thắng 2 thua rồi. Với việc cầm bảng như thế này là 1 thắng 2 thua rồi. Ý đồ rất rõ ràng, một là thắng được, không thì thua ra 1, bỏ ra 1. Và chủ tế đến cứu đi rồi, mà đây là một pha cứu tốt. Máy của Noi đang khá nhanh. Tượng đặt ra là không chính xác, và đi lên được tầng 2 của khu vực khách sạn rồi. Rất khó chịu với nữ chủ tế ở cái map phố người Hoa này, nhưng mà không thể không cấm đi. Lại là một chiếc vòng nữa. Rất nhiều những cái vòng support đến từ Noi. Thôi, Sneaky quả này là bị đối phương teamwork thua rồi. Cứu tốt, sau đó là có vòng support, sau đó là rất nhiều những chiếc vòng tiếp theo, cắm cọc. Đi đang cai thêm được cực kỳ lâu. Thôi, quả này là thắng đậm cho Noi ở round 1. Tôi nghĩ nó phải là 8-1. Cái tập này nó phải là 8-1. Tượng đặt ra gần như là không có một cái nào chính xác cả đây. Một tượng đầu tiên chính xác, rồi tượng thứ hai kẹp thêm luôn. Nhưng mà còn thiếu một máy cuối cho Noi mà thôi. Nayo đã hoàn thành chiếc máy ở khu vực sau khách sạn rồi. Kokua đang là người di chuyển ở đây. Oxygen bốc máy cuối cho bên phía của Noi. 2 người cứu. Tôi đang thấy Nayo có một chiếc vòng. Anh ta đang đứng canh đặt vòng khách sạn. Và đây là một tình huống Kokua sẽ là người cứu. Kokua cứu tốt thôi là có vòng đục khách sạn để cho đi vào khách sạn một lần nữa. Pha xử lý hay. Nào, block được không? Block tượng đặt ra. Nó trúng 2 thành viên của bên phía Noi. Tiếp tục là tình huống tượng vòng ở đây rồi. Vâng, Nayo double down nhưng không sao cả. Quan trọng là đi vẫn còn sống. DDD vẫn còn sống. Sneaky vẫn đang truy đuổi theo vị trí của bác sĩ tâm lý. Đang có vị trí của Cocoa cover, tượng đặt ra, tốc biến xuống luôn. Đấm gục được và xách Cocoa lên chứ không phải đuổi theo DDD. Sneaky sợ máy đối phương Pram rồi và xách người lên treo. DDD đang chạy được vào khách sạn một lần nữa. Chạy lên trên tầng 2 rồi. Hơi khó cho Sneaky. Xách người hơi vội, mất tốc biến cho giai đoạn cuối trận. Cứu luôn đến từ vị trí của DDD. Anh ta căn một tình huống Hunter không xác định được phương hướng và nhảy xuống từ tầng 2 của khách sạn để cứu người. Máy Pram rồi, nên Pram máy luôn. Hunter đã mất phép. Bạn không cần thiết phải có người setup đứng cổng. Hunter đã mất phép. Điều quan trọng là như vậy. Sneaky có khi sẽ thua đậm hơn là một trận thua 3. Cocoa đang núp ở góc và Hunter dí ra đây luôn rồi. Có rượu tăng tốc thì sao? Hunter không có mắt đỏ. Cocoa ăn một tượng, 2 tượng và cục luôn mất rồi. Thôi, thắng 3 thì sao? Hunter còn rất lâu nữa mới có phép. Và thật ra là không mắt đỏ thế này thì cũng không ai sợ ở vị trí của Sneaky cả. Từ nha, lính đánh thuê có thể cứu được. Lính đánh thuê có thể cứu được. Oxygen đang đầy máu. Đây là mùi ghế thứ 2 của Cocoa mà thôi. Nail đang mở cổng và cổng xong rồi. Cổng sắp xong rồi. Có cứu không? Không, có vẻ như là Noi sẽ chỉ muốn một trận thoát 3 thôi.
Get a tie at least, but it seems like DDD has already opened up the exit gate. Both of them are already open. Noir takes round number 1. Oxygen is gonna use the pad to actually go towards the dungeon area, so it's still a 3-man escape.
8-1 cho Noi trong round đấu này. Round 1 là một cái round mà bên Ryu có một cái tỷ lệ thắng khá cao khi Sneaky cầm tốt trong bộ phù thủy. Tuy nhiên với một cái đội hình đối phương pick ra đánh kiểu quá khó trong bộ phù thủy thì Sneaky bắt buộc phải đánh Gala và sau đó là thua 3. Khó cho Ryu rồi. Có lẽ họ sẽ dừng lại ở đây chăng? Noi sẽ là đội tiến vào top 4 thứ 3. Tôi nghĩ là như vậy.
Very disappointed with how it really turned out for Ryu's side for sure, and congratulations to Nor for taking BO1, starting off really strong with a map that they have picked for themselves at Chinatown. So an 8-1 score, 7 points difference is gonna be very hard for Ryu to catch up, really.
A landslide round, I would have to say, on Noir's side. So they kind of, I would say they were on the brink of defeat yesterday. That was actually quite the intense match. But this is the Noir that we know. This is the Noir we can get behind with how well coordinated they were. Even though there were some over supports here, it wasn't to the point that they were kind of overextended. That kite by the psychologist was great. The portal setup was there, so the idea was there. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out the way they wanted it to. And for them to be able to bait out the sculptor of Sneaky is actually a victory on its own, because now whatever map they choose, or whatever map that Ryu chooses, they could just ban straight up the Dream Witch and go toe-to-toe once again with the Sculptor.
Definitely, and Ryu really has to make BO2 count, because if they don't win in BO2, it's gonna be, and they just get a tie with Nor's side, it's gonna be very hard for BO3, because technically they need a 4-man escape or a 4 elimination side from Sneaky or for Ryu side, and it's gonna be very difficult. Just so, what is easiest for Ryu right now, as a choice, would be to win BO2 and 3 and move on to top 4.
Yeah, Ryu cannot afford a loss as of now. The lowest they can go is a tie, but the 7 points can haunt them in the end. So in round number 2, they have to really put their best foot forward. Which, oh man, I'm just thinking now. It's tough, even if Sneaky did bring out that Dream Witch, because they seemed really prepared for it. And I just have to say, Noir really did their homework. They really knew how to face up against against Sneaky's Dream Witch. Or they really did their homework. They didn't have to face the Dream Witch at this point. They won in the pick and ban phase. They forced the Sculptor to come out. And ultimately, I think that combination, plus bringing Sneaky out of her comfort zone, not bringing out Dream Witch round number 1, I think that also played a mental factor in her game now, because usually BO1 Sneaky, she's really good, especially in endgame kite in endgame cipher camps. So yeah, for them to be able to pull this off is just a vote of confidence on everyone's side for Noir to just move on here in the competition.
So close yet so far. Ryu also has a chance of winning as well, because considering both sides' performances, Ryu has been doing exceptionally well actually. Also managing to go against Kuga's Hunter, getting a one escape, even though it seems to be a 4-kill potential kind of match yesterday. So Ryu Saras definitely do have it in them, and hopefully after this they would understand that over supporting sometimes is not good. Just like how GH has set an amazing example against VL that day. So focusing more on decoding and less on support. Definitely
You
would be a
gotta love it,
solution.
right? It's like the anime tournament arc where you're seeing like these teams grow and the teams that you're supporting. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, support Noir, support Ryu, because one of them will be moving on in this competition. As we look at the match stats here, Kokwa is the one that was eliminated, but 200% decoding, similar to Oxygen, and the best kite going to DDD with triple digits for the containment time.
Yeah, Mercenary seems to be the decoder of this match this time around. I mean, usually Mercenary would come for the rescue and body blow and everything afterwards, but this time around Mercenary did rescue the first time around, and then after that proceeds to decode the last cipher solely by himself, and
Right.
Survivor's also managing to get the body block when Sneaky blinked down on the fire exit side and hitting the Barmaid, sharing the Barmaid.
8-1
I
cho
believe
Nòi
what
ở
he
round
was
đầu
thinking
tiên.
at that point in
Game
time
dễ này.
was probably for Mercenary to rotate and come over for the rescue, so it's safer. And then psychologists will have to run away or like, and then nobody will be decoding the cipher. I believe Sneaky's mindset was like that, but Survivor side, they kind of knew that Sneaky wanted to do that and did not allow that to happen.
Right.
It was kind of smart for psychologists, DD, to run upstairs, drop down, Hunter not having line of sight, getting that free rescue. That was extremely crucial. If that did not happen, then that could be a potential lose for Nora Survivor side.
I would say that's a very bold gamble since the psychologist didn't have resources. She was on her final chair, but for her to get that rescue was very game changing. For them to just prime the last cipher, so it's those type of plays, especially. Yes, there was some, support all throughout. Well, not all throughout, but towards the last part there to keep the psychologist alive, because at the early point, we keep emphasizing this enough, ladies and gentlemen. You got to focus on objectives. You got to pop those ciphers just to put yourself in that position to have those clutch survivor moments where you're able to support as much as possible. Because if you do that at the start, the hunter doesn't really care, because the resources of the hunters just can keep replenishing and replenishing, while the survivors, they don't replenish as much. Maybe there's some like the priestess, the pages of the little girl, but yeah, it just seems like now I think the teams have definitely understood like the meta of IVC, or understood the winningest strategy in what you bring to the table here. And yeah, you just gotta commend these teams for actually not stagnating and growing and leveling up constantly.
Definitely, and really excited to see how Ryu is gonna have a comeback in BO2, because definitely both teams very strong. I don't think Ryu is just gonna give up so easily. I don't think it is gonna be a 2-0, because Ryu, I believe in them. They can definitely do this, and all the fans out there, I believe there is a lot of Sneaky fans in the live chat itself.
Yeah.
Support your hunters right now, because that's what they really need right now. Emotionally, they need to be stable as well. So all the fans there, I mean, do you have any emojis that, for the teams this time around?
Yeah, let's give some out. So we got Noir. What's Noir's color? Is it black?
Black.
It's black, right? And RYU, it's red, right? Or is it? I'm just seeing red. So, or is it red? Okay, let's go black and red. Let's go black and red hearts. I want to see a lot of black and red hearts for both these teams, because yeah, I would have to say after facing that, Ryu is really needs to mount a comeback here, especially. I don't know. I guess maybe Sneaky still. You shine some light on yesterday's match, and maybe that the match with ZT kind of made her a little gun shy.
Ôi rồi ôi.
We got to bring that one out. I think a lot of people in the chat were also saying, "Oh, I'm surprised that Sneaky didn't bring it out," because I think she wanted to go with a more stable one, but that ended up biting her at the end. So yeah, please, black hearts in the chat for Noir, red hearts for Ryu, because they need it now more than ever. Because yeah, the stakes have never been higher. They can see the finish line. Well, not really the finish line, the top 4 finish line, that is, to offline, and that's gonna be one of the first, because in IVC last year we didn't really have an offline, and this is a huge opportunity for all the teams that are out there. And shout out to the teams that did qualify already. That's ZT and BL. They're on the winner side, or the upper bracket. We have to wait on the winner of this one and the winner of Mad Penguins versus GH. So that's still something to look forward to.
I mean, I was reading the chat, a live chat just now, Posh. So it's
Yes.
somebody is saying, "Night Owl, I am free on Friday. I'm letting you know." Like, is he like
Whoa.
asking him out or something?
Uh-oh. You told me Night Owl is a bit of an emotional guy, so I hope this person takes care of the heart of Night Owl,
Oh my
ladies and
God.
gentlemen.
Lâu
He's
thế,
under so much
hai đội này
pressure
ban
right
pick
now.
round 2
Maybe
lâu
ask him
thế.
out when he's done with today. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of love in the chat for all those players. Still keep sending those out. And then ask them out maybe later on, whether win or lose or draw. Yeah, show some love to Night Owl and the rest of the team. So while we're looking at the chat, Kino is being very active there. Pianisa, I saw Ada a little bit there. Evie also. And as we look more into the chat, let's look more into these picks and bans. Ryu picking Lakeside Village, while Noir bans the Arms Factory. So,
Noi cấm
Lakeside
đi xưởng
Village,
vũ khí
another map that,
và Ryu chọn Lakeside,
a lot.
chọn làng ven hồ cho cái round đấu tiếp theo này. Có vẻ như là bên phía Ryu khá là thích đánh cái bản đồ làng ven hồ.
Sculptor in this map because it is pretty scary. I mean, normally
Tôi đã thấy khá là nhiều lần Ryu pick cái map thi đấu này rồi. Đây có vẻ là một map yêu thích của bên phía Ryu.
So hopefully she can really make a comeback and be able to. And like you said just now, Ryu loves this Lakeside Village match for some reason. I believe something to do with that mentioned team comp. So
maybe. Wait, what was that? You don't like Lakeside? How dare you? I mean, I don't like Lakeside either, but yeah, not a fan.
Lakeside. I think there is some really terrible spawns, I would say, because sometimes there is, you know how the 11 side, there is one cipher that is along the palace and one cipher that's right at the corner.
Yes.
Yeah, I hate it when it's at the corner because seriously, there is nothing to fight with.
You can't work with anything. You got to transition.
Yeah.
It's tough to be at that spot. Yeah, there are a lot of weak spots in Lakeside, and the transition, it just takes you ages. But Chocho, I'm about to blow your mind. All right, here, think about this. We're at Lakeside, right? But why is there a beach?
What makes you think it's a beach?
Well, isn't there a shore area? Lakeside doesn't have a shore.
Yeah, I mean, it could be a shore, but it's not equivalent to a beach.
And there's a ship.
Do you see ships on a beach?
I mean, you see them dock in beaches, but in a lake, do you see a ship in a lake? In a lakeside. A big ship like that. Boom! Blind blown.
Honestly, I wouldn't know too much about it because
I'm not really a water type.
So.
That's true.
Yeah.
All right, just trying to blow your mind there. But Lakeside Village will be the map we're gonna play out, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know, give us your thoughts on what you think of that map. Also, I'd have to say Lakeside and Leo's Memory. It's never a communal thing where yes, I like it, yes, I don't like it. There's some defenders. There are also some detractors of Lakeside Village, and one of the defenders and one of the people that like Lakeside is Ryu. They ban Moonlit, they pick Lakeside in some of their matches, and yeah, maybe they're more comfortable with rotations, probably empowering the Toy Merchant, but like you called out, Glass is just gonna ban that Toy Merchant unless they want a round first pick Toy Merchant. I don't know, that's a little risky.
Definitely, and like you said, most likely a ban on the Toy Merchant to prevent any sort of possible place on the Toy Merchant catapults placement. So. I mean, Patient is a pretty good character at the small ball area in Lakeside Village. So
right.
A Patient could be a potential pick. What do you? Maybe I'm not too sure what Glass is gonna play though, because Glass's Poland will most likely be banned in Lakeside, considering how it turned out in BO1.
I feel a respect ban is inevitable with that, even though, I mean, Poland.
Đây là làng ven hồ thì không biết là Ryu sẽ có cấm con Polun của Glass không. Glass vừa giết 4 thì Ryu với con bài Polun. Và làng ven hồ chúng ta vẫn có thể đánh Polun được.
Maybe. What do you think about Bloody Queen and Lakeside Village, Posh?
Bloody Queen's pretty good. I would have to say very stable, especially where Noir is at right now. I think their survivors have gained that confidence back. He could bring it. Does Glass have a Bloody Queen?
He's an S6 Bloody Queen actually.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Then he could bring it out. I would have to say that's a very stable pick on his side. And considering that the survivors of Rio are gonna have to play a little more risky for them to just mitigate the points, I think a BQ would be really good, because BQ is one of those hunters that can catch you sleeping if you're not aware, like if you don't pay attention to the mirrors. We've seen a lot of long mirror hits, And if he's able to, utilize how big Lakeside is, this could be his game.
I'm so sorry. I think just now I gave the wrong information. I don't think he is S6
Oh, okay.
Queen. I saw it wrong. It's S6 Breaking Wheel. So
Breaking Wheel. Okay. So
BWBQ confusing. So but he does play Bloody Queen.
okay.
So if they're going for something more of a tie situation, maybe a Bloody Queen. But if they want to kind of risk it, because X-Boy does have 4K potential, maybe the X-Boy could be picked here. It really depends on him. Because it's like, not too sure what he feels more comfortable with what kind of hunter that he has.
That's true. If I recall, who did Cake use in the previous round? Because right, we know Cake as the toy merchant main. So what does Cake use? Who did Cake use in Chinatown? Would you remember?
Just now?
Yeah, just now. Because right, toy merchant was banned. I just want to know. Wait, let me try to go back. Here we go. It was the entomologist, yes. So entomologist was okay, but like you mentioned, it was a little overextension on their side early game. So I'm not sure if Cake can bring out anything else because they might actually ban the toy merchant again because it worked out pretty well. Like I think if Cake was able to bring out the toy merchant in Chinatown, we could have seen him a little more proactive in helping out the survivors. So we'll just have to see. I'm just switching sides and talking about the survivors since we've already shined some light on the hunter side. What do you think about the survivor side of Noir though?
I think they might be picking a very stable team. I think Embalmer, because I was discussing with Night Owl on the BPs for today, yesterday night. So might be seeing an Embalmer coordinator kind of team call. Yeah, because like we were discussing, and according to one of the members in that team, I was thinking of Gravekeeper because it would be more stable in terms of kiting wise, rescuing wise. But what the person has commented on Gravekeeper was that Gravekeeper is more of a tieable kind of result, whereas Coordinator has more of a win potential. May or may not agree on that point, but if the members they themselves do agree on that, then a Coordinator pick is possible. But if it's against a Drumage or a Bloody Queen, I don't think Coordinator will be as effective.
One pick cái round 2 tôi mà lâu thế.
I would agree. Coordinator, between them and Gravekeeper, you only have that one shot, and it's a make or break shot, right? It's we've seen it work out really well. We've seen it work out terribly with how they're able to sidestep. So I don't know. Maybe I'm just more for that stable Andrew pick of that Gravekeeper. But yeah, it really depend on what hunter they're gonna bring out. Because I feel like Noir would just not want to even bring out the Dream Witch, so they're gonna ban the Dream Witch. So they have to kind of gear towards a sculptor match once again, so they could go back to their same kind of lineup with how they're able to carry this match out. So Night Owl, I feel like you're gonna have to definitely ban that Priestess on him. He's just way too good for that Priestess.
Yeah, I mean, I personally can't play Priestess, so
I do Oreo portals too, Chocho. You're not alone.
Yeah, like I can like take like what I don't know if you know the Red Church one behind church area. There is like this long portal you can do at the back at the shack area.
Đó là một mình đánh với GS các bạn nhé.
Pinpoint it, yeah.
Các bạn nào vừa hỏi mọi người đánh với GS nhé.
Just let me stand there for like 1 minute. I'll still feel with like an Oreo right next to it. So.
Like guys, I got you. Boom, and then it's an Oreo portal. Like, not even like a double stuffed Oreo. It's just like a single Oreo. Like, oh my gosh,
yeah. Like serious respect for Priestess mains, man. Serious respect.
Okay, so it seems like Seal LMAO says Glass gonna twerk their way to my heart again in this round. I'm so excited. Man, we're all excited here. A lot of people also showing their love and hate for Lakeside Village. So Beanie says it's a tolerable map. Yeah, I don't know, Vanilla kinda. We gotta step into the lore. I know it's Feaster's map, that's for sure. Yeah, so just chime in your thoughts with what hunters would do really well here, because it's the guess is as good as ours with what Sneaky and Glass are gonna bring out. But I mean, I feel like Sneaky might make a sophomore performance of that Sculptor if her Dream Witch is gonna be denied. And it seems like she's a lot more comfortable with Sculptor in this map, actually. I think in previous games, she actually got 4K with Sculptor here. So this could be something that NR has to be very scared of.
And I was looking at the chat as well. I think Evie asked whether Run is a girl. I think she's referring to ZT02's team Run. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Run is definitely a girl. So yeah, from Malaysia, I believe. So yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of her or you're like, go crushing on her, so just go support her also because
Support.
she's an amazing player. And definitely we'll be seeing her in the offline stages top 4.
Yeah.
So it's something to anticipate, to see all the members present possibly for the offline stage. And
You know what I'm anticipating is like so you gotta love IVC, shout outs to NetEase and all that. And I'm excited for offline because now we're gonna see like cams on the players, so we're gonna see emotions, we're gonna see them like comms. That's gonna be so great.
Cuối cùng cũng đến ban pick của round đấu thứ 2, cặp đấu giữa Ryu và Noi. Tiên tri và cấm luôn đi đồ chơi từ Glass, cấm sớm đồ chơi luôn, và Polun của Glass cũng đã bị cấm đi. Tôi đang nghĩ Glass sẽ đánh sáp trong trận đấu này. Map 2 là làng ven hồ, đánh sáp được. Nào, lính thuê sẽ được chọn và nhạc côn trùng học cũng sẽ được lựa chọn đến từ Rio.
I mean, Glass or North team definitely did research on Ryu, knowing that they have amazing toy merchant means. Two S-batch toy merchants. I believe it's Lemon as well as Cake. So banning it out just cancelled the both of them straight away. Just banning the princess as well this time, so not giving any long portals to really destroy Hunter's pace or rhythm during the match itself. So banning the enchantress as well. So seems to not too sure what correct Wax Artist again.
Wax. Oh, Chocho.
Can we not?
No, a sculptor mirror match could be inbound. Okay, so that's interesting. I never know. I actually thought like Enchantress was kind of well, yeah, actually she can counter Sculptor with all the chip damage from the statues. So getting that out of the way. Ryu playing to a tie kind of game with that Embalmer, it could work out in the end for them, but I think right now they just need the momentum on their side because of how the previous match played out. So they would just want to go for safe picks so far. Entomologist and Acrobat could be a tough chase for this Sculptor, especially in the right positions. NG on this Mercenary, we don't know who's yet on that Mercenary, but Mercenary could be a tough chase for any Hunter out there, and Embalmer just has to create that distance with that Coffin.
So right now the best chase seems to be either the Entomologist or the Acrobat.
Galati cho Glass, một lựa chọn khá bất ngờ. Cấm chủ tế và mỹ nhân ở 2 lượt cấm tiếp theo. Bên phía Ryu lựa chọn cho mình là diễn viên tạp kỹ và tẩm liệm. Tẩm liệm đang khá là hot trong những cái trận đấu ở IVC khu vực Đông Nam Á khi mà liên tục được chọn rất nhiều ở trong khoảng thời gian gần đây, thậm chí còn được chọn nhiều cả những cái tơ mạnh.
Might potentially prolong the kite even further. So, and chasing Embalmer might not be the most ideal choice because Embalmer definitely putting down the coffin, he's just gonna run away from the coffin. So, unless you're bringing teleport, then might not be the most ideal chase.
Yeah, let's talk a little about other personas because you hit the nail on the head with what Sneaky brought out, 3-9, right? But as you mentioned, the distance could be vast. Glassed in a good position here to not really risk so much. Maybe he could bring like a 3-6 build. What build do you think he's going to be bringing in terms of persona?
If he's going for more stable wise, I think if anything, I feel like he should be bringing two choices, either Insolence and Detention. Yeah, okay. Just in case anything happens, Insolence and Detention. So Insolence for a hopefully fast second skill, and Detention just in case survivors can really kite out the second skill if it's very inaccurate statue placements, or a trump card Detention.
Nào, Glass anh ta xuất hiện ở khu vực biển và di chuyển sang nhà nhỏ. Ở đây là Tofu của bên phía Ryu. Tofu đang có một tình huống núp lùm rồi, rất yêu thích núp đến từ những người chơi Đông Nam Á. Tuy nhiên lật ván thành công đến từ Tofu, rất đau đầu. Và có lẽ Tofu sẽ cai ngược về cái khu vực tròi và biển chăng? Không, anh ta vẫn đang muốn lút quanh khu vực nhà nhỏ này, kể cả khi cái ván nó đã mất rồi. Tượng đặt ra của Glass nó không thực sự chính xác. Ong có thể sẽ được đặt ra ở đây. Một tượng đầu tiên, nhưng Glass bị vướng ong mất rồi. Anh ta không đánh con ong của Tofu, anh ta đi thẳng qua luôn. Và đây là một tình huống Tofu sẽ phải chịu một đòn đánh. Việc lút quanh cái khu vực nhà nhỏ là một sai lầm. Tôi chắc chắn với các bạn là như vậy rồi, và Tofu sẽ gục sớm. Đánh quá tệ đến từ Ryu. Đánh quá tệ, tôi không hiểu vì sao họ lọt được vào đến đây. Tôi không hiểu vì sao, lý do gì mà họ đứng thứ nhất bảng B. Tôi không hiểu luôn. Ryu đánh quá tệ, quá tệ. Mất cái ván rồi, nhảy được cửa sổ rồi, nhưng vẫn cố chấp lút quanh cái khu vực nhà nhỏ một lần nữa. Nhảy cửa sổ có nhánh 9 tăng tốc, quả đấy bạn lút về chòi biển, bạn cai, vẫn ra biển bạn cai gì vẫn được. Nhưng mà bạn lại quyết định lựa chọn là bạn cai vòng quanh nhà nhỏ một lần nữa và sau đó ăn tượng, sau đó là chết rất nhanh.
So it seems to be Ryu's weakness is Sculptor, and Nor seems to have done their research and just playing it right now.
It's definitely paying off in spades with how well they understand.
NG sẽ là người cứu, tuy nhiên vị trí của Tofu đã quá nửa rồi. Một tượng vào NG, đấm luôn, không có double down. Tuy nhiên NG cũng đã mất 0,75 máu rồi. Tofu không ra được khỏi cái ghế này và anh ta chắc chắn là sẽ bay khỏi trận đấu mà thôi. Có lẽ là chúng ta biết kết quả của cặp trận này rồi. Nếu bây giờ Glass lại giết 4 một lần nữa thì không có một cái cơ hội nào cho bên phía Ryu. Chắc chắn là như vậy. Round 1-8-1 là một điểm số chênh lệch quá lớn. Bây giờ kể cả là Sneaky có giết 4 để mà cân bằng tỷ số của round 2 thì nó cũng vậy mà thôi. Vào round 3 chênh đến 8 điểm. Rồi nó chênh đến 7 điểm. Không có cách nào để đánh nữa cả.
Yeah, it seems like they have to focus on just trying to pop these ciphers.
Lele vào Lemon. Lemon đang đập một chiếc máy rất yếu. Anh ta bị nổ tượng, mặc dù cái tượng nó không làm mất máu, tuy nhiên Lemon vẫn phải mất. Ôi, anh ta mất nửa máu luôn rồi. Tôi đang muốn nói anh ta mất trái bóng của mình. Và bây giờ thì 3 tượng. Rồi. Nát. Nát.
Just going crazy, and right now the basement camping of the Sculptor, this is insane right now, because Glass immediately, when he had 3 sets of statues to utilize, he used it immediately. Acrobat got a half immediately. Downing it, what a sequence of events, Posh, because I wasn't expecting this from Glass at all. This is just scary.
Yeah, it was, honestly, the pressure is just a little too much to handle on Ryu's side, and Glass is the one reaping the rewards from this. Now dropping a chisel down to monitor anyone. No one can even approach the vicinity of this boat because Glass, his statues have been on point, and now with 3 statues remaining, and who has the tier 2 statues, it's going to be hard for anyone to even try and approach this area. Now we see that the Embalmer is trying to decode. Glass that can actually kind of relax.
Này chắc là giết 4 tiếp à?
4 ciphers remain, Chocho. 2 survivors left. It's not looking good for Ryu's side.
Không ai của bên phía Ryu cai nổi Glass. Không ai cai được cả. Cả team Ryu không ai cai được cả. Cái team này sau khi Wolfie không đánh nữa là không ai gánh team. Cả thành viên mới lẫn thành viên cũ của họ đều đánh không ra hồn. Họ quá toang. Họ vào được cái top, chắc là vào được cái playoff này chắc là nhờ công, toàn bộ nhờ công của Sneaky rồi. Thật ra là cũng được, sự thật nó cũng đúng là như vậy.
Yes. That could buy a little more time, right? So we have to, Ryu always has a never say die attitude.
Cách chịu một đòn đánh, anh ta né được tượng của đối phương. Bây giờ vẫn còn đó là 3 chiếc máy Tele và NG. Lính đánh thuê của NG đã mất sẵn 0,25 máu. Anh ta bị lẻm máu trong tình huống cứu người đầu và sau đó là được hồi máu. Và bây giờ thì găng tay chỉ còn 1 chiếc mà thôi. Glass sẽ ép nốt chiếc găng tay này ra, sau đó kết liễu NG và vứt anh ta nằm đó, đi tìm vị trí của cách. Một tượng đầu tiên đã chính xác rồi. Vẫn còn một găng tay cuối cho NG và anh ta đang chưa búng. Sử dụng búng cái găng tay của mình lên trên thuyền cạn. Đang có một cặp tượng mới cho vị trí cách và anh ta cần phải kết liễu NG ngay bây giờ. Tượng đặt tốt và lấy luôn nửa máu của NG. Tele còn 50 giây nữa mới hồi. Và Glass có lẽ phải đi tìm vị trí của cách rồi. Hoặc anh ta có muốn treo luôn hay không? Cắm cọc về đâu đây? Đang muốn cắm cọc về biển. Cắm về biển và không check được vị trí của đối phương. Đặt một cặp tượng không? Không, tượng không check được ra ai cả. Glass vẫn di chuyển về khu vực thuyền lớn để tìm dấu tài. Tuy nhiên không có ai ở khu vực thuyền lớn này. Người chơi duy nhất còn lại của bên phía Ryu đó là khách, thì anh ta đang ở nhà nhỏ. Có lẽ là muốn vòng ra để hưu lính thuê. Không, anh ta vẫn đang ở nhà nhỏ thôi. Đập máy luôn, có máy rung rồi. Cọc được cắm ra, check được vị trí của khách ở trong khu vực nhà nhỏ. Và đây là dấu chấm hết cho Rio.
Glass going straight for cake and believe it's just gonna be a slow for elimination match, just making them forcing them to use their self heals. Mercenary no longer has self heal. Glass is still focused on the embalmer with coffin.
The coffin's here.
Tượng tốt.
No, we see the
Oh
cake.
my god.
Eats a hit. If he
Vâng,
gets
đây
embalmed,
rồi.
he's easily just gonna Glass is just gonna eat.
Máy vừa rung, tuy nhiên Glass không kịp nhìn. Anh ta vẫn tele sang chiếc máy này. Dấu chân vẫn còn đến từ NG. Và anh chàng lính thuê này không còn một chiếc găng tay nào. Cùng với đó là đã mất tự dậy. Cơ hội là không còn dành cho Rio. Ra cơ hội đã không còn cho họ khi mà Hunter tele sang và lập tức có luôn chiếc mạng của tạp kỹ rồi. Thôi đầu hàng đi. Vẫn tự dậy. Vẫn tự dậy đến từ cách. Vẽ hòm cho ai? Vẽ hòm cho NG. Đang vẽ hòm cho NG rồi. NG đã có hòm.
Oh no, the coffin was unable to be...
Yeah, the coffin moved a little bit away from the shack area, but outside the shack. So you gotta give it up to Ryu. They still have this never say die attitude. Glass just has to be able to.
Một cặp tượng chết luôn.
And does just that. It seems like the mercenary is the one that is.
Thôi đầu hàng đi các ông còn làm gì nữa?
The mercenary is gonna go for the embalmer first. It looks like a GG situation.
Giết 4 cho Glass một lần nữa. 2 trận giết 4 trong ngày hôm nay rồi. MVP không lệch đi đâu được nữa.
Chocho, the interesting thing here is that Chocho is gonna have to go plus ultra. She's gonna have to go above and beyond and get a 4K to carry this to game number 3.
Chocho?
Oh, sorry, Chocho. Sorry, I was calling you Chocho. Sneaky has to do that.
Okay. Yeah, so Sneaky has to do that. Yeah, definitely. In BO2, BO2 second half, she needs to get a 4 elimination to prolong the match all the way to BO3 and potentially getting into a top 4 position. But definitely the pressure on Sneaky's side is gonna be tremendous. North Survivor's gonna be playing very stably, probably maybe picking Bama as well, to really secure a tie, at least a tie of situation, and definitely focus more on decoding, less on support. If it really comes to a situation where somebody dies fast into the match, sell, continue decoding, give tinnitus, and move on. Because one goal, one escape.
Yeah. And so, considering the picks and bans also, they're going to ban the Train Witch, they're going to bring out the Sculptor again, and just play the same way they did last time. Just sell the Survivor, go for one escape, just don't overextend, and wow, Noir, can I just say, like, able to bounce back from...
Gặp GS hơi căng nhỉ, thì em nghĩ là bây giờ WP mà nó thắng được GS thì nó có phải là một thằng dễ nhằn không? Không, đúng không? Gặp ai cũng thế thôi. Bây giờ đánh thắng được thì thắng, không được thì thua em ạ. Đúng không? Bây giờ WP mà thắng được GS thì WP đâu phải là một team dễ nhằn đâu. Team nào cũng vậy thôi. Không thắng được BL ở nhánh thắng là bị khó rồi. Chứ còn được gặp hai đội này thì cũng dễ thở hơn.
They got their performance. They seem to be in sync in the group stage, and they're bringing back that same type of level. And Ryu seems to be the paying. It's at Ryu's expense the way they're able to play this well.
Definitely, and from what we've seen from Ryu, they seem to have done really well, Survivor and Hunter side, and. Yeah, like you've said, like Nelson might not have recovered from yesterday's matches, which is kind of upsetting for sure. Yeah. Nora also did not have an amazing match yesterday, I believe. So yeah, but on Friday actually they didn't have an amazing match against BL, but they did recover from it, and right now they are standing really strong against Ryu because we could really see a determination in trying to get to top 4 this time around. And it seems to be that they will be having a much higher chance compared to Ryu, as we are comparing the points right now, because right now the points is actually 18-1.
Wow, that's very vast. But for Ryu fans out there, let's bring it in terms of rounds, right? It's 1-0. We'll look at the points later on if they push for that round number 3. So I think Sneaky at this point needs your support more than ever. For those of Ryu fans out there, she really needs it now more than ever because it's 4K or nothing for their side. One survivor out means that Noir will be moving on, which is a great feat, but unfortunately it's going to be at the expense of RYU, which has been a team that we have been always constantly been praising, but we want to find the best of the best, and that's how we're going to do it. So the odds are definitely against Sneaky at this moment, so she's definitely going to have to pull off a great feat. I wouldn't say miracle because it can happen if she's able to get a 4K.
Still having hopes for Ryu, no matter how it's turning out right now. I'm hoping that Sneaky can really step up this time, get a 4 elimination, and I'm still having hope for Ryu. I know there are Ryu fans right out there also hoping that this Sneaky might be able to turn the tides around. Same here, and definitely nerve-wracking for Sneaky at this point in time. Emotionally, she needs to be stable and aim for objectives this time, 4 kill objectives. So yeah, quite nervous for Sneaky actually.
Yeah, I can feel the tension in the air, the tension in the chat. They want Ryu to prolong their run here in the tournament. Now we're going to head on over to the picks and bans. Yeah, it's no question. Noir respecting that Dream Witch of Sneaky. We're not going to see that come out. Seer and Forward being banned.
Sneaky nếu mà giết 4 được kèo này thì sẽ cân bằng lại được tỷ số cho bên phía Ryu ở round 2. Tuy nhiên họ vẫn sẽ thua 7 điểm ở round 1. Và đây là một kèo cực khó cho Ryu. Gần như không có một cửa nào nữa. Sneaky cắm tiên tri tiền đạo. Chủ tế và lính thuê được lựa chọn đến từ Noi. Và bây giờ thì tạp kỹ tiếp tục bị cấm đi.
Picks on Survivor side will be the Princess as well as Mercenary. Pretty standards, and the third pick seems to be Embalmer.
Yeah, that looks like his haircut looks very slick. It seems like it might be the Embalmer. Yeah, they don't. It's no question.
Tẩm liệm được lựa chọn đến từ Noi.
Win condition for Noir is just to play this one out real safe. Postman getting banned, and now we see the Toy Merchant come out once again. It was banned in the previous. Yeah, Toy Merchant. Sorry, I thought it was Priestess, but Toy Merchant coming out now. Sneaky is going to have a big, tough mountain to climb with this going up against this lineup. And Sneaky bringing up the beat.
Madame Red cho Sneaky.
So
ok, cấm đưa thư, cấm tạp kỹ hay là cấm cuối. Và đi vào bên phía Noi đưa ra lựa chọn là tẩm liệm lính thuê, đồ chơi và cũng là nữ chủ tế. Sneaky sẽ đánh cho mình là Madame Red. Ở một trận đấu chắc là không còn nhiều cơ hội thì Sticky cầm ra con Hunter tủ của mình, đó chính là Mada.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. And because I was discussing with Night Owl on the BPs, definitely Toy Merger was mentioned for Oxygen. So yeah, we are definitely seeing that right now. But we weren't even discussing whether Priestess will be in the team comp because we totally expected Sneaky to ban Priestess. I was like, so no way that would have happened. But Sneaky this time going for A4 elimination, she feels that Priestess should be out, and the Postman as well as Acrobat, which can cause fast decoding as well as good support as well as kiting. So she's just gonna ban those instead. Do you think there is 4 elimination potential in this team, Koposh?
It's tough because the Embalmer is here. Mercenary as well if they're forced to rescue. And Toy Merchant could just be such a pain depending on the spawn points. So my sole belief on the 4K is because Sneaky has pulled out insane wins in the past, but on paper this looks like a really favorable side on Noir because they could just easily not even play to the pace of Sneaky or what Sneaky wants to play. Just sell, go for just safe rotations and not really interrupt. I would have to say though, that maybe triple time Sneaky has to work because this Priestess out and about could potentially like give backdoor strategies. That's my insights though. How about you, Chocho? 4K potential or who are you favoring here in this lineup? Oh, we're gonna go straight into it, so maybe hold that thought.
And right now we see Sneaky spawning at the big boat
Nào,
area.
Sneaky xuất hiện trên thuyền và có hướng di chuyển sang chòi biển. DDD là người đập máy ở đây. Anh ta hình như chơi tẩm liệm và đây là một tình huống đập máy hơi láo. Gương luôn. Thấy luôn DDD rồi. Free một hit đến từ Sneaky. Quá láo luôn. Spawn chòi biển, biết Hunter trên thuyền rồi đập luôn máy chòi biển mà. Tôi không hiểu đây là sự tự tin từ đâu ra đến từ DDD nữa. Không hiểu đây là sự tự tin từ đâu ra. Sneaky xử lý rất tốt, có vòng support cho DDD. Anh ta đang rời xa được khỏi cái hòm của mình. Tuy nhiên đây là một con madam. Cái việc mà bạn giãn khoảng cách chưa chắc đã ăn thua. Ở đây có bàn đạp. Sneaky biết điều này. Ôi, lạc hướng rồi. Đây là có dấu chân của DDD. Có dấu chân. Gương mới được đặt ra. Lướt 12 tốt đến từ DD trong tình huống này. Không được. Sneaky bắt buộc sẽ gương sang rồi. Và tốc biến chắc. Tốc biến. Khoảng cách đang là rất xa. Tôi nghĩ Sneaky cần xách DD về gần chiếc hòm của anh ta một chút. Đây, xách ra cái ghế ở tảng đá này. Cái gương sẽ hồi lại. Và bây giờ khi đi ra khỏi ghế, Sneaky gương về đó luôn. Thế là đẹp.
Cocoa in the mix here. Will they choose to embalm? It seems like they might just do so, but Sneaky
có dùng hòm không? Không dùng hòm. Gương sang Oxygen. Gương sang Oxygen. Cocoa đang áp sát vào ghế rồi. Oxygen đang chạy ra khu vực giữa bản đồ. Anh ta muốn ném, anh ta muốn đặt một cái bàn đạp cho đồng đội của mình chăng? Cocoa sẽ cứu người trong tình huống này và giúp cho vị trí của đi ra thật xa khỏi cái tầm gương của Sneaky. Chạy ra xa khỏi cái hòm mà. Chạy đi đâu đấy? Đi đang lên thuyền à? Hòm của anh ta ở ngay cái chòi biển nha. Hòm của anh ta ngay chòi biển nhá. À, vậy là vòng xa set up ở chòi biển. Rồi, vòng xa set up ở chòi biển. Bây giờ rồi, dùng hòm luôn rồi. Dùng hòm luôn rồi. Sneaky cần phá cái vòng xa kia ngay. Rồi, mất vòng xa. Mất vòng xa. DDD sẽ chạy ngược lại thuyền trong tình huống này. Setup là hay đến từ bên phía Noi, nhưng mà gương đang chặn đầu. Không, gương không áp sát DDD kịp rồi. Đây là lần ngồi ghế cuối cùng của DDD. Một gương nữa, Sneaky sẽ có cho mình mạng đầu tiên trong ván đấu này. Đối phương chưa xong 3 máy. Máy vẫn đang được đập. Gương sắp hồi. Cần có một pha gương chính xác đến từ Sneaky trong trận đấu này. Rồi, có một mạng đầu tiên. Một người đầu tiên sẽ bay. Cocoa nửa máu. Có soi không? Sneaky không cầm soi. Hai thành viên của Noi đang hồi máu cho nhau ở khu vực chòi biển và Sneaky cũng đang tiến tới khu vực này. Có gương luôn không? Không biết đối phương đang heal rồi. Vậy có lẽ Cocoa sẽ được hồi máu. Từ từ nhá. Gương! Chưa hồi máu cho nhau xong kịp rồi. Đuổi Nio. Sắp có tốc biến mới cho vị trí của Sneaky. Nio có 12 không? Nio không có 12. Nio cầm nhánh 6. Thôi, Noi có khi đi 4 pha này rồi. Team Noi có khi đi 4 pha này rồi. Tốc biến đang có cho Sneaky. Rồi đi. Rồi. Noi thua 4 chăng? Oxygen sẽ bị gương. Pha gương này có lẽ là không tới. Gương này có lẽ là không tới. Nó sẽ câu được một chút xíu thời gian đập máy của con đồ chơi. Chém không được rồi. Không nên tham như thế này. Sneaky nên treo người luôn đi. Cocoa sẽ chỉ có nửa máu thôi. Cocoa sẽ chỉ có nửa máu cứu là anh ta sẽ double down. Nên cố gắng ép ra những cái đồ của đối phương và chắc chắn lấy được một double down trong tình huống này. Cocoa chạy sâu vào trong khu vực chòi biển rồi. Cái gương này nó không tới. Sneaky đang tiến ra xa. Gương đang ép góc vị trí của Cocoa. Chém từ xa thì sao? Máu đang rất gần rồi. Máu đang rất gần vạch rồi. Không có Tero sốc. Buông tay ra kịp thời đến từ Cocoa trong tình huống này. Nhưng mà Noi vẫn thiếu một máy mới. Tôi không nghĩ là Nio ra được khỏi khu vực này. Khi mà lính đánh thuê gục sẽ là lúc mà Sneaky gương vào Nio. Đục xuống hầm.
because right now Hunter will be going to basement. Who's gonna come for the rescue? Toy Merchant? Because
Đục cổng xuống hầm đến từ Nail. Thực sự là no hope cho Noi.
Using the glider here, Night Owl is gonna try and prolong as much as possible, but now we see that Oxygen is trying to rush this cipher. They just need one out, but
Làm sao mà đập xong máy đây? Máy đang rung. Sneaky biết máy rung rồi, máy mới 50 thôi. Làm sao mà bên phía Noi xử lý kịp đây? Máy không còn ai đập nữa. Oxygen đang đi rón rén. Mercenary tự dậy rồi. Lính đánh thuê tự dậy. Lính thuê sẽ vào cứu chăng?
oh my god, Oxygen now he's trying to attempt fate.
Oxygen, cô qua xuống hầm rồi. Bị chém, có nước hoa. Nail có được cứu kịp không? Không cứu kịp Nail rồi. Xuống hầm nhưng không cứu kịp Nail rồi. Bây giờ Oxygen sẽ bị dí. Sneaky có muốn bắt ra người đã mất tự dậy không? Đặt bàn đạp đến từ Oxygen. Đạp được bàn đạp đi. Sneaky chém rất vội. Bây giờ thì phá cái bàn đạp cuối cùng của đối phương. Đây sẽ là một tình huống gương Cocoa chăng? Cocoa còn một găng tay nữa. Một gương đặt vào Oxygen. Chém trúng rồi. Trận này có đến 3 cái nhánh 6 đến từ bên phía Noi. Nhưng mà họ toa. Cocoa đang đi rón rén ở đây. Sneaky check xuống hầm vì nghĩ đối phương đứng ở bên dưới. Nhưng mà sự thật thì không có ai cả. Cái tốc biến này có thể đổi được rồi. Nó có thể đổi sang phép khác bất cứ lúc nào. Check rất kỹ dưới hầm mà không thấy đối phương. Máy trên thuyền đang được bốc. Cocoa vẫn đang núp lùm ở khu vực tròi biển này. Sneaky đang đi check dấu tay. Chưa tìm được người. Đây là một tình huống Sneaky cần phải cẩn thận.
For that last cipher to pop, and Coca still has that elbow pad. So let's see if Sneaky can put a mirror placement to try and find. Note that she still has
Đường lỗi một lần nữa.
still trying to find a survivor here, but no dice, so could easily just switch.
Nấp rất khó chịu từ Cocoa. Máy trên thuyền đập được 50% rồi. Sneaky vẫn chưa tìm được người. Ồ, thấy rồi. Tele lên thuyền. Chém không được và Tele lên thuyền luôn. Gương tốt. Ok, Oxygen gục luôn rồi. Cocoa đang đâm về cái máy bên kia. Chưa có máy rung. Sneaky nên xách Oxygen ra xa khỏi cái máy này. Nên xách Oxygen ra xa khỏi cái máy này. Máy rung rồi. Máy vừa rung xong. Chưa nhận ra. Nên xách Oxygen ra xa. Xách ra hẳn trò biển xong vứt xuống. Sau đó đi tìm Cocoa. Như vậy sẽ là đẹp nhất. Chứ đứng đây là đang chờ hồi phép các bạn ạ. Sneaky đứng thế này là đang muốn chờ hồi tele rồi. Đứng đây chờ hồi tele luôn. Không, xử lý thế này cũng được.
Wait this one out. He can actually just try and crawl to a better spot while Sneaky goes ahead and balloons her.
Seeing that the cipher has been touched, Sneaky will be carrying the toy merchant nearer to the center so that she'll be able to reach out to the mercenary much easier. Mirroring, she's looking towards Snake's side though. She's not there. He's not there. He's at small boat. Sneaky, he's at small boat. Can you see it?
Oh my god.
Treo luôn rồi. Chưa tìm được vị trí của đối phương. Lính đánh thuê này vẫn có khả năng nhảy hầm nha. Nhảy hầm là Noi thắng.
Mercenary is already near the basement. Once the toy merchant expires, Sneaky's gonna have to go on over, and she does not have the tension to down Cocoa.
Có tìm được Cocoa không? Hầm ở ngay thuyền cạn đấy thôi. Nửa máu là đủ để nhảy dành cho Cocoa. Nửa máu đủ để nhảy hầm. Vẫn đang núp rất tốt. Cái pha treo người này của Sneaky quá vội vàng rồi. Cái pha treo người này quá vội vàng rồi. Thấy Cocoa chưa? Tôi nghĩ là thấy rồi. Rồi. Một găng tay. Búng găng luôn rồi. Thế thì lấy cái gì để nhảy hầm nữa? Không thể nào nhảy kịp hầm đến từ Cocoa trong trận đấu này. Và đây sẽ là một trận giết 4 dành cho Sneaky. Pha cuối cùng phát hiện ra đối phương một cách rất thần kỳ. Và Cocoa sẽ không thể nào mà nhảy được hầm đâu. Vậy là có round đấu thứ 3 cho cặp đấu này.
Oh my gosh, Sneaky did it. I absolutely did not expect another bloody queen. against Nora to be 4 kill at a lakeside village map. Amazing gameplay on Sneaky side. I did absolutely speechless with whatever she just did there. But okay, Tosh, I'm speechless right now. Shit. Yes, and right now we'll be seeing the match statistics right now. Amazing fall elimination on Sneaky's side. Seriously, Sneaky just broke our internet, right? NTT. I mean, since you're here now. I mean,
Yeah, Posh was so surprised that he disappeared from the entire
yeah,
tournament.
definitely. And talk about a god tier gameplay on Sneaky's side. We see almost a 300% decoding progress on Oxygen Toy Merchant side. ADT, you were watching the match just now, right? What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm quite surprised to see a Bloody Queen with a 4K because we usually consider her to be a tie hunter, to be honest. But for Sneaky to regain the trust in using Bloody Queen, and to be honest, in a situation where she has to get a 4K, she delivered, and we are seeing a totally different Sneaky in this second round right here.
And like very accurate mirror placements as well as long range hits from Sneaky's side. Like Sneaky was very clear on her 4 elimination objectives, and on Nora's Survivor side, like I mean, we could really see how they wanted to go about with that match. That the idea of like trying to get a Barb going to log bottle, but it seems like the execution was not the best, and it just kind of like concluded that Sneaky is still a hunter. It needs to be feared and respected. Not just her Dream Witch, but also the Bloody Queen.
Yeah, and the thing is, if she didn't use the Bloody Queen, like in the situation where Night Owl used
Chưa đánh trận bọn mình đâu. Trận Ryu với cả Noi còn chưa xong mà các bạn. Bình tĩnh.
If that wasn't a Bloody Queen, there's no chance for Sneaky to destroy that global portal in time.
Definitely, and I was actually so absolutely speechless with that performance. It's just astonishing. I did not expect a Bloody Queen to be used at a Lakeside Village, getting a 4 elimination against Nora Survivors. I mean, we've seen Nora Survivors get a 4 elimination against SG Pau Pau at the Ever Sleeping Town. But seriously, at the point in time, Pau Pau's mirrors was so accurate. It was so crazy. I mean, Survivor side giving a lot of free as well. But this time around, it just seemed to be that Nora Survivors weren't so focused as they were in the objectives of getting a 1 elimination. Because knowing that Hunter has checked Mercenary died near the Cypher as well.
Yeah.
Why did they want to force a Cypher right outside Shack?
That's quite questionable. Because in a situation where the last Cypher camp, you usually want to send a survivor out and about in and out of Cypher to deal with that Cypher. And the other two will be the one that misdirect the hunter into thinking that they are of the Cypher. You can see that the Toy Merchant was making her way to the corner field, and also the Wizardry and the Twist is just fiddling around in there. So basically a lot of just giving chance for 4K. So yeah, the performance was quite questionable, considering that in round 1 they were doing so well.
And let's just see the band picks on the maps. No Respect Ever Sleeping Town, which was a map that, even though it's their map, but the Survivors hasn't been performing very well on that map. So yeah, it's kind of a debate on whether this map will be more ideal for Ryu's side or NR's side.
I think now Noah has Glass will be able to play the Breaking Wheel if they didn't ban that. And Glass is also an X-Boy player and a Wax Artist player. With a point deficit of 8-1 in round 1, I think they're gonna just go for the tie in this round. So considering the knockout potential for Noah, if Noah is able to get a 2-2, a 3-1, or a 5-0, Noah will be advancing and knocked RYU out of the tournament.
So basically, either Ryu's Survivor side has to force escape, or Ryu's Hunter side has to get a 4 elimination for a chance for them to go into top 4.
Yeah, or I mean, the Hunters could get a 3K and expect the Survivor to get a 4-man escape. Yeah, the possibility of getting a 4K is much better than getting a 4 escape for the survivor.
I feel like I was watching today's matches, and I feel like SE is kind of broken in a way that we still make Poland seem to be very meta in this current flying wheel.
Các bạn
That's why
các bạn nhìn các bạn biết đây là ai không? Đố các bạn đoán đây là ai? Đố các bạn đoán đây là ai?
So it's kind of strange that certain characters that we expect to only just tie is getting Fall Nation,
Yeah.
and then hunters that is no longer meta is coming back being a
Yeah,
meta
it's like it's like the old meta and the non-meta making their way in, while the one that we consider to be the meta, like Galatia, and you know, all those that was used a lot in COA are basically out of the picture now. And yeah, we're gonna head into the ban pick screen. To be expected, man. Like those are the 3 top ban in the entire tournament, so that's no surprise there.
Very, very basic bans like you said, and then also respect on the Dreamwitch as well as Bloody Queen. Very high potential of fall elimination on Sneaky side, probably forcing her to pick a Sculptor that they have already met in BO1. So a ban pick of the female dancer as well as Mercenary. Female dancer is quite an interesting pick, NTT, because the only team that I feel that a dancer has really been effectively used team is actually Mad Penguins MP. They have a team called for female dancer at the Ever Sleeping Town map.
Yeah.
I'm not sure whether it's the same.
Yeah, to be honest, great call from the survivor side. I have to respect ban that Bloody Queen.
Chúng ta sẽ quay trở lại với trận đấu giữa Ryu và Noi. Bây giờ bên phía Noi chỉ cần bất cứ một bên nào đánh hòa thôi là Ryu sẽ thua. Ryu cần phải thắng lại 8-1 ở round đấu này để đánh tiebreaker hoặc là 10-0 để có thể lật kèo.
What hunter do you think Sneaky is gonna pick this time, NTT?
I have a feeling that either Geisha.
Cấm chủ tế, tiền đạo, tiên tri trong lượt cấm đầu và sau đó là tẩm liệm cùng với đưa thư. Bên phía Noi họ cấm Mã Đam cùng với Mộng Phù Thủy và bây giờ Geisha được lựa chọn đến từ vị trí của Sneaky. Mỹ nhân, vũ công, lính thuê ong. Ui dồi ôi, kèo này khó cho Sneaky chưa? Kèo này khó cho Sneaky chưa? Sao không đánh Gala ta? Mất tự tin qua Gala à?
I mean, female dancer can cause it to fly slow and everything. Enchantress, each time you fly over her to her, she's just gonna stun you once. Impossible, almost impossible chase. Entomologist with high mobility, with the bees able to block out.
Yeah, to be honest, the bee can block the dash coming from Geisha, so I'm quite surprised to see the Geisha in this lineup because like the entire lineup is made to counter Geisha. I'm not sure if Nikki is making the right choice here. I would say Galatia would even be a better choice than Geisha with this lineup.
Definitely. I mean, for her to potentially, definitely aiming for a 4 elimination, if not a 3 kill, I believe, because Nora got a 4 elimination followed by a 3 escape. So Sneaky has to get either a 3 kill or a 4 elimination. Either one of those, right?
Exactly. And you know, Geisha, I have already considered Geisha to be a tie hunter. Because yeah, she has the mobility, but she is a single hit hunter. That's the thing about Geisha, like, only being able to hit one character at a time. That's just gonna allow the survivor to do much more thing than usual when you use the Galatia. The statue can block them from decoding and block the rescuing. The bomb from Bonbon, like the other character, all has one way or another to deal damage without using normal attack. So
this seems to be kind of support, kind of comp. I hope that Norceros focuses on more on decoding as compared to just supporting, because right now they just need
the fastest decoder in the lineup is DDD the Dancer. So all the other one, they will spend time to do the support, so expect the cycle progress to be quite slower here, and we're gonna head into the match
Nào.
between the survivor side of Noah and
Thị trấn say ngủ cho Sneaky.
Nikki
Với
here
con
with,
bài gây xa của mình.
13 Geisha
Đây sẽ là một kèo
for
khó.
the Geisha area. So,
And going to see immediately Dancer. So
Ui rồi.
oh my god,
wow.
that's rich.
Free hit.
And also the build, you saw the build. That's so interesting. So trump card and all the other just sub build for the camping.
And Dancer will be rotating back. Oh no!
my God.
Minding with the Hunter and going and dancing throughout the box. Actually, this is actually a pretty good card.
And also the entomologist.
Wow.
Oh my god, the support potential from this lineup. But look at the cipher. It's still quite slow, to be honest. Sneaky with double back here. Oh, wasn't able to catch DDD. Nice flywheel effect. Also, if she breaks the music box here, she will be stunned. But the blink has been initiated. DDD.
Bắt người nhanh với Sneaky ở trong trận đấu này. Tốc biến vừa mới có thôi đã được sử dụng để bắt vũ công trong tay của DD rồi. Hộp nhạc đã bị phá gần hết. Otigen đang núp ở khu vực lề đường. Và máy của mình phải nói rất chậm.
Combined together, we have two ciphers, and Oxygen is already awaiting over here, trying to get a rescue already.
I think Sneaky got away with mercenary. Just trying to figure out where he is hiding. And just hitting right before the palace, Sneaky has been announced as the president.
Biết được vị trí của Oxygen ở đâu rồi. Vứt một con bướm về ghế. Nhưng mà có người khác đến cứu.
But we see that rescue instead.
Kokua sẽ là người đến đây với một chiếc sọ vừa có. Anh ta sẽ cover cho đi trong. Mới có 2 mấy rưỡi được xong thôi. Bóp sọ. Đi vẫn chưa vào được ván. Đây rồi, anh ta vào được rồi. Đi qua ván và đấm luôn đối phương. Chưa có sọ mới. Đây rồi, Kokua đã có sọ mới nhưng ta sẽ bị nhắm đến bởi Hunter. Bóp sọ rồi. Và Sneaky sẽ về sách. Trong trường hợp đối phương đã bóp sọ mình. Kokua có lẽ không thể làm gì thêm trong tình huống này. Đi bị đối phương di chuyển qua ván và đấm được. Tôi nghĩ Sneaky nên phá hộp nhạc đây. Nên phá cái khu vực hộp nhạc này đi. Chưa có ai đến đây cứu cả. Tiếp tục sẽ là phá hộp nhạc đi chăng. Vứt một con bướm về ghế. Oxygen đang đến từ khu vực lề đường. Sneaky có vẻ như biết đối phương rồi. Body block rồi. Nhưng mà nhanh trí lật một cái ván đến từ vị trí của Oxygen. Anh ta có thể sẽ bị double down trong tình huống này. Vâng, double down luôn rồi. Double down luôn. Bướm mới đang có. Ong cũng đang ở đây. Vâng, đát được bướm đến. Nhưng mà đối phương vào đến ván rồi. Chỗ này cần phải phá hộp nhạc đi. Phá hộp nhạc. Rồi, tôi không nghĩ đi có thể làm gì được thêm nữa. Anh ta có nhánh 12. Đát lỗi đến từ Sneaky. Tăng tốc nhánh 9. Vứt bướm đát theo. 12 tốt. Ong đâu rồi? Này ong đâu rồi? Con ong xử lý tốt. Noi đang cài được thêm rất lâu nữa với tình huống support. Những tình huống support nhau. Nhưng Oxygen vừa rồi đã chịu một tình huống double down, cho nên thế máy của Noi sẽ hơi chậm một chút. Đát được theo đi rồi. Tầm này thì chạy bằng trời. Heavy attack tốt. Người đầu tiên bay. Nhưng mà máy đang khá nhanh cho bên phía Noi. Họ thiếu máy cuối mà thôi. Oxygen đã được kéo dậy. Kokua và Oxygen sẽ heal cho nhau. Không cầm soi người cho nên Sneaky không thể xác định được phương hướng đối phương. Nhưng mà tàu đâm. Không có tàu đâm rồi. Hunter đã về đến đây. Sneaky đang tìm đối phương. Đang có những tình huống núp lùm, dấu chân còn khá nhiều. Sneaky có lẽ sẽ không nhìn thấy vị trí của Oxygen. Oxygen đánh kiểu cứ núp thôi. Chơi game cứ núp thôi. Chỉ núp lùm thôi. Đánh cứ thế là núp, không bao giờ chịu cai. Nhưng mà bây giờ thì giật sọ từ Kokua. Nhảy xuống đánh không trúng. Quay cam lỗi từ Sneaky. Xuyên ván không được. Đát bướm ra. Và có mạng của Kokua rồi. Máy của Oxygen sẽ xong kịp. Và thiếu máy mới cho Noi mà thôi. Oxygen sẽ chỉ có nửa máu. Nail sẽ bốc một máy mới. Nail sẽ bốc một máy mới. Sneaky sẽ phải cam ghế trong tình huống này. Oxygen chỉ có nửa máu mà thôi. Lúc nãy anh ta được người đồng đội của mình là Kokua dựng dậy. Thế nên là chưa mất tự dậy trong trận đấu này. Máy mới đang được bốc. Sneaky thấy máy rung rồi, bay lên trời. Muốn cam quá nửa đối phương trong tình huống này. Ozige rất bình tĩnh, anh ta không vào ghế và có vẻ như Sneaky cũng nhận ra điều này rồi. Nhắm sang phía lề đường. Thấy dấu chân của đối phương. Vứt bướm đát chặn đầu. Và ở đây vẫn còn góc cho Ozige có thể búng căng vào ghế. Đổi tele bay sang phía Nayo. Đã quá nửa vị trí của mỹ nhân rồi. Sang đây bắt Nayo được nhanh thì ngon luôn này, đi luôn qua ván. Bướm vứt lỗi, vứt thêm một con bướm thứ hai đát theo và lấy được máu của Nayo. Nayo cầm 6 cho nên không hề có 12 để có thể cố gắng cai được quá lâu trong tình huống này. Bên kia thì hai thành viên của Noi đã đang hồi máu cho nhau và chưa đập máy. Nayo sẽ lên ghế, chưa có máy nào rung cả và Sneaky biết điều này. Đây có thể sẽ là một trận thắng 4 cho Sneaky khi mà Noi không thể nào bốc kịp chiếc máy cuối. Vẫn đang hồi máu. Ai là người được hồi máu? Tôi nghĩ sẽ là Kokua. Hình như nhìn thấy rồi, hưu ngay ở ghế. Hưu đầy cho Kokua luôn, đang nhắm vào Oxygen đến từ vị trí của Sneaky. 3 găng tay, Oxygen phải làm được gì đó. Một găng. Vâng, vào cứu rồi. Quay ngược trở lại. Kokua đang bốc máy. Nhìn máy rung kìa. Đấm luôn đến từ vị trí của Sneaky. Máy đang được bập với 50%. Bắt Nayo bây giờ vẫn chưa thể nào mà kết thúc được vì đối phương chưa hề quá nửa. Máy đang được đập rất nhanh, Sneaky nên quan tâm đến chiếc máy. Đây rồi, ok, vẫn đấm gục được vị trí của Nayo. Máy 75%, bốc được Nayo lên rồi. Máy mới 75 mà thôi. Phải xách Oxygen lên, tôi nghĩ Sneaky phải xách Oxygen lên. Sneaky nên biết là máy đối phương gần xong rồi. Xách Oxygen lên. Có 2 sọ cho vị trí của Kokua. Nhảy hầm nhá. Từ từ nha. Thấy rồi, vứt người xuống, nhắm sang Kokua. Tele đang có. Máy 98 rồi. Oxygen tự dậy kịp không? Mới 40% mà thôi. Cứu, tuy nhiên là nhắm thẳng vào mục tiêu nhà côn trùng học. Và bây giờ thì sang Kokua rồi. Chưa thể bốc người được. Về đè. Bốc lính thuê chăng? Chưa. Tiếp tục đát theo Kokua. Heavy attack, bóp sọ rồi. Về sách người thì sao? Bên kia Nayo, Oxygen đã tự dậy. Về máy kịp và Pram máy 3 người cho Noi. Kokua gánh hết cái kèo này rồi. Theo tôi thì quả đấy vẫn nên treo Oxygen. Theo tôi pha đó cứ cố treo Oxygen, bởi vì mỹ nhân đầy máu thì về đấy cũng không ăn thua. Bây giờ thì Noi sẽ thoát được ít nhất một người và đẩy phía survival của Ryu vào thế phải giết 4. Tele cổng của Oxygen. Oxygen đã mất tự dậy rồi, lại núp một lần nữa đến từ anh chàng này. Liên tục là những tình huống núp lùm. Chơi là chỉ có núp thôi. Không tìm thấy rồi. Bên kia cổng cũng sẽ được mở đến từ vị trí của Kokua. Noi đang cố thoát 1 và đẩy survival của đối phương vào thế phải thoát 4. Không có mắt đỏ. Rồi tôi mới để ý là không có mắt đỏ cho vị trí của Sneaky. Từ từ này, Oxygen ăn một hit chạy về hầm thì sao? Cổng xong rồi, ăn một hit chạy về hầm với từ Oxygen. Rồi, kết thúc. Trận đấu này kết thúc.
I just noticed there's no detection. Oh yeah, she went for only 3, so Masonry will be able to get the dungeon and no one.
Nó là đội chiến thắng, không cần đến round đầu 3B.
Amazing play, but very strange on why Sneaky did not bring detention when she did a full elimination kind of round. So congratulations to Noor, definitely for advancing into top 4 offline stages in Thailand actually. So congratulations. That was a crazy match. It seemed to be a 3 elimination, then 4 elimination, then victory, and then very surprisingly a tie.
The tie turn.
Tôi cũng nghĩ là nên treo lính thuê. Bởi vì không thể ngăn cản mỹ nhân cứu được, mỹ nhân đã vào đến ghế.
Was not expecting this. I initially thought that Ryu might have a chance. That full elimination could possibly happen, but sadly that did not turn out the way Ryu expected, and Noor will be taking this victory, and we will have to say bye-bye to Ryu and many of those fans that has been rooting for Sneaky. Believe Sneaky right now is probably disappointed with herself as well. It has been a very tough day, and definitely both teams, as much as they both deserve to win, to reach in top 4, unfortunately, only one team will advance.
Yeah, to be honest, Ryu has put up a great fight throughout the entire IVC, and we are looking for the best of the best. So some team will have to go, and unfortunately, it will be Ryu right here. But yeah, Sneaky has proved us to that some character that has been out meta, they are still available and alive and kicking in the meta for IVC. So the potential for them is endless, to be honest. That Bloody Queen 4K, and then yeah, I was saying that the Geisha is a Thai hunter, and the results kind of show that. Sneaky at one point was looking like she could get a 4K.
Yeah, I think it was very crucial when Enchantress came for the rescue and Mercenary able to stand up and go to the Prime Cipher. That was the most crucial. Enchantress able to withstand that kind of stress against such a experienced Geisha player. That was really crucial. And yeah, I mean, regardless, even though Nor won this time round, I felt it deep inside my heart. I felt like Sneaky's BQ in the second BO was definitely a stealer, the MVP of today, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. And yeah, the survivor side of both RYU RR2, right? They have bring in a lot of interesting picks throughout the tournament. So yeah, expect the comeback in COA. I'm really excited to see how they will come back from this and train themselves to be the better version of this tournament.
Definitely. I mean, Ryu has a lot of potential. The fact that they are newly formed, or because they have new members, and that they can reach this far into the IVC tournament, it's pretty impressive already. And I expect to see a lot more what they can bring next time in the next competition they're going to be in.
Yeah, and look at the match start right here. Entomologist is the one decoding the most with 256%. And also the Enchantress with the Kite Alive 119 seconds, so 2 minutes in total. And yeah, not to mention the dancer with that rebound kite, with the support from the entomologist. That's just, I think that's crucial to the draw from Noir.
Yeah, and I hope that because Noor hasn't been performing like previous matches after ZT's matches, the Noor survivors hasn't been performing as well in terms of cooperation as well as skill level. I hope that, I mean, there's still 2 more weeks to the offline stages. I hope they make use of this time. This includes other teams as well. BL and ZT has already been confirmed. Tonight, later on, there will be the last team that will be confirmed for top 4. So keep a lookout for that. I hope all the teams in top 4, get ready, and you have 2 weeks to prepare. Hopefully, you guys are like NTT say, bring out the best versions of yourself, and I'm excited to see who will be crowned champion for IVC this time.
Yeah, yeah, we are seeing the 3 potential winner of IVC 2022 right here. BL02 and now Noir. So yeah, the next match will be the last ticket to the offline event of IVC, which is the match between, I believe, MP and GH.
Definitely, 15-8 kind of score. I think the main part definitely has to be Noor getting the 8-1 in BO1. That really gave Ryu a lot of stress in BO2 and 3. So might have been the reason why it affected Sneaky's performance, but she really brought out her best in BO2, and I'm happy for her. And we see the MVP here at NTT.
Yeah, not too long ago, it's frequent to see Breaking Wheel as the MVP of the entire matchup, but now it's like a rarity. Not usually the Breaking Wheel would be used in the tournament, and to see him making a comeback in the meta, even though the meta is not favoring him at all, it's a surprise, and kudos to Glass for making this work.
And yeah, congratulations to the current 3 teams out of the 4 that has been confirmed, ZTBL as well as Noor. But right now we have the one last match tonight. it is MP Met Penguins versus the GH team, which is one of the strongest teams, veteran teams actually. And Met Penguins wise, there are many people that are thinking that and rooting for them, thinking that they're gonna win this IVC, because I look at the Identity 5 server, they had this IVC predictions. Many people are thinking that MP is gonna win this time around, so definitely a big fan base, big support for these teams. So Sid, just stay there. We're just gonna have this short break, a short
Yeah.
5-minute break, and we'll be right back with more IVC action.
Yeah.
oceans could brave the bitter cold of winter, graceful and serene in the face of adversity.
Father, you taught us that the Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter, unruffled and composed. But what if the powerful seek our downfall? What good is our composure if evil goes unpunished? Forgive me. I must defy our mantra. What?
Race to the family!
Was I the one who brought this misfortune?
Chi.
No, I mustn't hide. For the Shao family, for vindication, and for her safe return. I knew this was a life of hardship, a life of uncertainty and diligence. My only option is to press onward and tread the unknown. The Shao family must act like bamboo in the winter. Unflinching and steadfast in the face of adversity.
With steam dense as a veil, and wine sweet as honey, one can't help but relax at the hot spring. Return to basics. Surrender restraints. Relinquish thyself. Like the eagle plummeting straight down, lusting for lambs, hating all lamb souls. Bathed in the spring, we drink. We worship. We indulge. Place at its finest. In July they came, and met in August. For flowers they were made. They stayed and dwelt in September, bathing in the sun. Oh, sway she let down her guard. Grow, lurking Datura, feeding up Rosemary who couldn't let go of the scars.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the last match of today. My name's Eli O, joined here with Nello Mello for GH versus Mad Penguins. The winner of this team will be advancing to the offline stage, the top four. This is a very intense matchup. Both teams on paper are going to be very even here. Mad Penguins, a very strong team out of Vietnam. We've seen them be, very strong thus far in this tournament. Did move down to the losers bracket earlier on. Playing against GH, who also got knocked down by ZT, which is, arguably the strongest team in this tournament. But going into this matchup, both teams very even here now. What do you think is going to happen?
Well, I think is a lot of it is at stake. Like both of them are representing their region because Mad Penguins is the last remaining team from Vietnam. So the stakes is so high, not only just to win this game, but the pride is there. And for GH as well, I believe they're also the last remaining team that's representing Thailand. So both of these powerhouses are gonna go head to head. I just think tonight it's gonna be a survivors show, I believe. I mean, I'm not really certain. It really depends on the map as well, but we'll just have to see, depending on the picks and bans as well.
Yeah, definitely.
But what about you, though?
Yeah, I was gonna say definitely, and both of these teams, of course, have been very strong on the Survivor side thus far in this tournament. We saw MP being very effective early on in the rounds, using the Moonlight River Park to a very strong advantage. And then GH Survivor's just always very consistent in terms of survivability. So that's definitely something we'll see in this match. We're going to see the two hunters for both sides. MP Moro here, very effective so far in this tournament with the round 1 Bon Bon, which is a character you typically don't see early on. We did see Moro try to bring out Clerk, actually, I believe it was yesterday's match, which not quite effective for Moro, so maybe not something he'll go to right away. It does have Sculptor available as well. And the Breaking Wheel, which, of course, in the current meta with Flywheel, not quite as strong, but it's something that Moro definitely can pull out the back pocket. We are going to see GH Godjay as well. Godjay, of course, here listed as Clerk, but has been playing Wax Artist quite often as well in this event as well, which is a little bit of a surprise. We saw him play it last week, not very effective, had struggled quite often, but has been a little bit stronger than we expected this weekend. So maybe we'll see some more Wax Artists. Maybe we'll see him go back to the old roots, playing things such as Sculptor as well. I don't know. We'll have to see. Of course, both these players, both these hunters, very strong in their own right. So this is going to be a very intense match ahead of us.
Yeah, definitely very intense, especially since we all know that they've gone through so much just to reach this stage. But moving on to the Survivors faction as well, Siru will be spotting the Norton, the Prospector, versus Capcoon's Acrobat. So we all know what Siru is capable of. He's the kiter of the team. He does provide support occasionally, and you can see that through and through again in his previous matches. Whereas Capcoon, well, I just have to say though, GH has so many kiters. It's really hard to pinpoint who's the best character to chase with, because all of them generally they're just very good. The individual skills are just very good in kiting. But yeah, we're gonna see Capcom spotting out the Acrobat in this lineup.
Absolutely, we do have LC on the side of Mad Penguins here, listed as Batter, and we haven't really seen too much Batter in this tournament thus far, but definitely a character that still has. I think Batter was very good when you had Breaking Wheel as one of the common meta characters, because Batter is a very effective support character against Breaking Wheel, especially when the forward's been eliminated. So I think that's definitely an option. If we do see later round situations come up, because later round Breaking Wheel is sort of like the current meta now. You don't really see Breaking Wheel as much early on because of Flywheel, of course, is very strong. But when you have more bands for the wheel, then you can sort of play, maneuver into certain situations where if you need heavy kills or something like that. So maybe we'll see Batter come out later for that as well. Also, Batter with Flywheel can be a very strong support character as well. And we also see 481 on the side of GH here, listed, of course, as the forward. We've seen a lot of forward from them so far in this tournament. Obviously Ford, a very important support character, especially in the current meta with the round 1 Clerks we've seen come out quite often. Ford is a very crucial character for supporting that first kite against the Clerk.
All right, and next up we're gonna see Anomaly on the side of MP. We'll be showcasing the Magician, but Anomaly plays a lot of other characters as well. We mainly see the Explorer. He's really good with Explorer. He also plays the Dancer, so definitely making a lot of impact in his team with these plays, especially since we see that they put up such a huge, fierce fight against BL, and just very unfortunately out of the exchange they got the shorter part of it. And compared to GH Little Boy, I just believe Little Boy, Capcom, they're just the two people alongside Godjay that's left of the OG GH. But Little Boy, we've known him since last year. He's always been such a dependable kiter, dependable supporter, not just on the Acrobat, but on the Priestess as well. So yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how these two are going to pit up, and how Little Boy will be supporting GH, and what kind of characters he's going to go up for in this lineup.
Yeah, absolutely. We also are going to see MP Rai as well, which has been listed as Acrobat player. Of course, Acrobat is a very strong character. We've seen in this tournament in general. Very strong kiter, can also be used to support in certain instances, but must be utilized properly. That's the theme we've seen a lot in this tournament, where sometimes we'll see Acrobat come in very effective times, and sometimes we'll see it get used in not so opportune times, and it can kind of mess with Cypher Rush, can mess with strategy, and the balance, finding the balance for these Survivor teams can be very crucial in a matchup like this. We also see Jalcon as well on the side of GH. Listed as Batter, we've also seen a lot of Mercenary, also the possibility, of course, to go Batter and forward as well, so maybe that'll come out And I believe we have seen Mechanic at least once from Jacon as well, if I'm not mistaken. So that's definitely a possibility. But Mechanic a character as well. We haven't seen as much out of the Southeast Asia region, but still an opportunity for some of these teams if you are in tie situations.
Yeah, I mean, if you spotted out the earlier games, it seems like GH took some sort of a different approach this time. They're not really going for the harasser slash support kind of characters. Like, that they are always supporting with the entomologist, and then there's the forward for it. One can do it, Chao Kan can do it, and then that's the batter. But if you will watch the earlier games, they're just going for the very normal decoding heavy emphasis, and basically they don't really provide a lot of support, and there's not even any harassers in the team. And Shao Kahn was playing the machinery that time. So so I'm just saying that maybe they are realizing the value in that over supporting sometimes might not be the best choice for them. So yeah, we'll just have to see. I mean, what are your thoughts though? Like, because you did mention, like, let's just look. Let's just put a pin on that first. We're just gonna go to the map ban picks. Arms Factory is gonna be banned by GH, so automatically eliminating Breaking Wheel because of the terrains. But MP is opting for Red Church, so game plans from MP choosing Red Church.
Yeah, it's interesting. Both teams obviously with Godjay, with Moro, they both have an option to play Breaking Wheel, but of course we have seen it not be a character that a lot of hunters will go to in the early rounds just because of, of course, the addition of Flywheel. So, MP going with a, I don't know, it's really interesting. I think the idea maybe is that they're trying to maybe, I guess, pick a map that's not too strong for wheel, so you force Godjay off a wheel, but then that also kind of works for Moro. It's something we've seen MP do a lot is they pick their they pick their map based off of what's good for their hunter rather than what's necessarily weaker for the opponent's hunters. So I think maybe the idea here is that Moro may try to play Clerk again, or maybe just try to play something like Bonbon, which we've seen him do a lot in this tournament thus far, especially in round one. And of course, Arms Factory, Red Church, both of those maps are very good for Bonbon, so that's why you ban Arms Factory, still pick Church in return. So of course we'll be able to see based off of this. These picks here. We actually don't know who's on the hunter side. Oh, I think GH is on the hunter side. There we go. Okay, yeah, GH got J on the hunter side, and we'll see that against MP Survivors.
Yeah, I mean, if you watch Got J earlier on, he was actually playing Bonbon first game, and the survivors of what was the name of the survivors? Sorry, I just got
WP.
WP. They actually got 2-man escape against his Bonbon. So I am not really sure if Gotje is gonna stick to the plan to go with Bonbon first game, especially in Red Church. I mean, it's a pretty good place to play Bonbon, but well, MP, I'm pretty sure MP is very well aware of what they are gonna face, especially since they are the ones who picked Red Church. So yeah, gearing up, they're already picking up the machinery, the entomologist, and surprise, surprise, Eli's not gonna be banned this time. So
yeah. And it looks like we're going to see Female Dancer as well, which is a little interesting, but we actually have seen Dancer start to become a little bit more popular. So the reason why you say Dancer is actually a strong character against Clerk, because one of the ways you can beat Clerk is through, tight kiting, mind giving at pallets, because obviously if you throw a bunch of pallets down against Clerk, they can just pick them right back up, and it's pointless, right? So when you have characters that are very good at tight kiting, looping areas, and mind giving at pallets, such as Female Dancer, because you can speed yourself up, you can slow the hunter down, and he allows for a lot more plays around that. Female Dancer has become a character that's very strong against Clerk. We've seen that a little bit throughout this tournament, probably more as this sort of new Clerk meta progresses. But we're going to see Acrobat as well, banned from Godjay. This is really interesting. So Seer's still on the table. Again, Southeast Asia not going for the Seer, which is very interesting. Coordinator will be the last one. So I think Coordinator's in there to help rescue it. Oh, we're going to see Wax. We're going to see help rescue against something like a Bonbon. We are going to see Wax Artist round number 1 here, which is very interesting considering. No, never mind. We're going to see Bonbon. Okay, yeah, that makes more sense now with these bans.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he probably gave up on Wax Artist, especially since Wax Artist was part of the reason why they're in the lower brackets now. So Got J is gonna opt for Bonbon right here. And yeah, I think MP is definitely very well aware that Got J is gonna bring Bonbon, especially since like Red Church. What else would you want to play? Nothing better for Got J. I think that's his best choice here. But though, like, there's a coordinator they opt for a coordinator instead of a batter. So is there any logic behind this? Because, well, batter seems like a pretty good harasser against a Bonbon, right?
Yeah,
Like,
batter's not bad. The thing is, like, the reason why I guess why they're going for coordinator is coordinator is a more consistent rescuer against a Bonbon because obviously Bonbon has very strong camping abilities, whereas batter, of course, can be a very good harasser, very good supporter for kites. Whereas coordinator is better for individual rescuing against Bonbon because you can just shoot the Bonbon, get the rescue. There's no way you get stuffed, of course, unless they have excitement. But if they don't, if they bring blink, which is a little bit more standard, then it's very easy to get a free rescue off as a coordinator. So. Yeah, coordinator's just in there to. A lot of teams will bring coordinator just as a safe rescuer against a Bonbon because Bonbon's camping abilities are so strong.
I see, I see. That definitely made a lot of sense. Thanks for enlightening me and everyone else in the chat here. And speaking of which, everyone in the chat, right now, GH and MP, this is the match to be here to watch because one of these teams are going to make it to the top four. We've already secured the three teams, BL, ZT, and just shortly just now, it was Noir that's going to make the third one. And right now, this is the last spot here. So the stakes are super high. MP versus GH, they do not want to give up their points at all, especially since this is BO1, hunters are not banned. So yeah, going with Bonbon, I have to say GJ, got J there, definitely must be feeling pretty confident with his Bonbon. But well, I'm just gonna ask one very simple question. Best best survivor to chase. Any thoughts, Eli? Best survivor for got J to chase.
Yeah, it's interesting. Definitely, obviously not mercenary. Coordinator's not great as well because most coordinators in this situation actually bring broken windows, and the coordinator also, of course, has the increased chair time. So you don't really want to have to deal with that, and Flare Gun is very nice. So definitely Entomologist or Dancer, one of the two would be perfectly fine. We are going to see him go towards Shaq right away here and catching sight of the female dancer. So not a bad find for Gaje. We're actually going to see Insolence Confined Space. So no trump card and no detention. So that's a very interesting build. Not something you definitely would see for a Bonbon, at least not in a round one situation like this on this sort of map. It looks like I believe he has teleport as well. So it's teleport insolence. We're going to see mercenary decoding, which is not ideal. Okay, there we are. Early hit onto the dancer, yeah, and doesn't even. He actually has excitement. So there's no option to switch traits late game, but he does have excitement to deal with that coordinator.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about Bonbon is you definitely just want to stuff that rescue, right? Especially as you mentioned how powerful you just want to safe rescue. The bees are gonna be there to support, but just virtually falling a little. As a matter of fact, I think the bees actually pushing Gache forward. Anomaly doing a great job so far though, Eli. But the one chip damage here, oh my god, gonna buy so much time there.
Yeah, he's going to buy some distance there. If he was able to get the bees earlier on and push him back into the slow box when he first fell to the window, that would have been even stronger. But, he does get some distance here. The problem is he does have his control bomb. So if this dancer does go for the window, Gotcha can't go for the control bomb at the window. And does he hit it right here? Goes for the spin and avoids the bomb there. And this forces Gotcha to go back through the slow box. This buys so much distance for Anomaly. And it looked like a pretty good start for Gotcha, but just like that, yeah, MP in a beautiful position here.
Beautiful, and not to mention, Cypher progress is actually pretty healthy. Anomaly is still doing his best to cut, and there's a music box here, easily pirouetting away. Oh my god, Anomaly is just trying his best to die far away. I think at this point they definitely know that God J has excitement because Blink has not been expended. So first down, 3 ciphers remaining. Actually, no, 2 ciphers remaining because 3 ciphers have been done. So really, really great start for MP. Eli.
Yeah. Absolutely. He does get him into basement, so that is going to be the one saving grace for Gaje. But you also have to consider Entomologist still has enough bees to support a rescue. The problem is Gaje has excitement, so it's kind of this is an interesting scenario. Is what needs to happen here is two things. One, either coordinator tries to save, but the problem is they have to assume that there's a chance he has excitement. They know it's either teleport or excitement here. And I mean, on this sort of map, you gotta assume it's excitement. Usually wouldn't. It's less common to bring teleport on a small map. We're going to see Mercenary come for the save. I would imagine the Entomologist bees as well, but the question is, does Gaji actually use excitement to walk through the bees? You can actually walk through the bees with excitement. It looks like there may not even rescue at all. I think, okay, no, I see what's going to happen. I think Mercenary's going to go for an after half rescue, and they're going to try to prime the Ciphers by going for a full blood rescue. And looks like, yeah, that's going to be the case here for MP Survivors.
Oh my god, beautiful dash right there. Just avoiding that drop hit. And gonna be able to do that perfect rescue. Rai's just gonna stay here. Doesn't matter even if Anomaly goes down because you know what? He's just gonna try and force Gotcha. But wait, Rai's gonna leave straight away. Gonna go out that window and Anomaly just gonna head all the way to the back gate. Cyphers are pretty good, so it looks like a very strong draw at the very least, or even a 3-man escape if they play this right. But what are your thoughts though? Very strong draw, or
Yeah, it looks like a draw. I mean, Cornier's gonna try to use the flare gun. I mean, she
yo,
can't get it. He can't get it. I mean, she does. Oh, she makes that excitement, which is good, but she didn't go for the flare gun. I'm not really sure the idea there for. I think MP might have just made a huge miss. I mean, look at the last cipher. If Coordinator commits to that cipher, I think maybe there's a chance they can prime it before Tide Turner runs out. I actually don't know, but it would have been very close. But yeah, it was interesting. I think the idea there is that Mercenary runs to the cipher. Coordinator tries to support with harass with the flare gun, but I mean, they gotta assume he had excitement, so I really don't understand that play at all. Coordinator could have just committed to the cipher, and maybe they would have had enough time. I don't know if maybe Dancer vaults a window or power at the last second. There's a small chance. Mercenary does take a chip there. Mercenary now has no elbow pads. I don't even know. I mean, we saw him use like 2 of them, but the last one. Oh, okay, the last one does get used there. I feel like it would have been a little bit better to possibly just save it for endgame, because again, one of the ways you can beat Bonbon is endgame kiting because there is no detention.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you. Like, because the ciphers were going so well just now, if Coordinator committed to that last cipher, it probably would have been popped here. But one thing to point out though, like at least they should be able to guess that it's definitely, it might just be a full excitement. Like excitement, he's already been used up. He knows that even if he has trump card, he won't be able to change it straight away. So at least they know that he won't be. He's not committing to any other skills at the moment. He wouldn't be able to change even if he wants to. He's gonna be chasing Rai right here. Rai has decided to change job to first officer, and I think he's gonna buy a lot of time with this.
Yeah, but the cipher machine's prime. So why use the pocket watch to save it for endgame? I mean, I guess the one upside is you have full health mercenary, which is very good. Oh, actually, now he does not have trump card. They can just push the back gate. They can beat him to back gate here.
Yeah,
he does not have trump card.
Yeah,
so
he has 9-12 built.
If they get this gate open in time, this could be a 3 survivor escape. I don't think he can catch the coordinator here, and the gate's open.
Oh my god!
3 survivor escape.
Wow, beautiful! Oh my god, no! Oh my god!
Okay, no,
oh my god, that was so cheeky. Yeah, that was so cheeky. But they probably spotted that he doesn't have the red eyes. So I guess, yep, it's a 9-12. They know that he has insolence. They know that he has the confined space. So definitely no trump card, no detention. So cheeky move, but 3 escape. Very strong start for MP, Eli. I have to say, I did not expect such a strong start for MP, especially since it's against GJ round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a very, I mean, we never, Insolence Confined Space round 1. I mean, the only time you really see Insolence Confined Space with Bonbon is if you're going to bring Teleport or if you're going to bring Blink and try to play for a tie. The problem is if you go straight into Excitement, you have you Excitement like maybe at one point during the game, and then it's just like, it's pointless. You can't Teleport, you can't Blink. Your early game chase is not as good because you don't have Blink. Your late game presence is bad because you don't have Teleport. So it's just like, it's a very interesting idea from Gaja. I don't really understand it too much, but I feel like if you go Excitement to prepare for coordinator, that's understandable. But if you don't bring trump card, then the excitement just goes to waste as the game progresses. And we saw that there. I mean, where was the excitement really useful? It wasn't. It was not useful the entire game. So that's why you got to bring trump card in that situation. I understand bringing insolence to try to reach the full presence bombs a lot quicker. Of course, full presence bomb's very good. If you really want to do that, at least go like left to right build. You know, you got to have trump card if you want to lead with excitement.
Yeah, so I think it's safe to say that the persona build is the reason why GodJ wasn't able to take control as much as he wants to, and the reason that he wasn't really the 3 survivors escaped right in front of his face. So yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you that 3-9 would have been a better choice. Having the option to change into trump card, or even if he doesn't have trump card, at least have a teleport or a blink. I think that would have easily been a draw, because we did say that it's a very strong possibility for a draw, right? And you can see like female dancer 98 seconds, machinery 100 seconds. They kited really well. Even with the basement chair, they were still able to get him out. They were still able to get that 3-man escape. So I have to say, beautifully played. And the pressure is on GH Survivor now, because Moru's going to be the hunting next for MP. So what do you think Moru should bring? I mean, Moru plays Bonbon too. Do you think he should do a mirror match? Bring Bonbon out as well?
Yeah, I actually think that's great, because Bonbon's it's a great tie hunter in a situation. You only need to get a tie. I mean, why not just play Bonbon? I mean, it's your best hunter. It's round one. It's a situation you only need a tie to win the round. Just take the tie, take the round one win. I mean, that makes the most sense here. Yeah, I would definitely agree. Play Bonbon in return here. And something else I wanted to point out is this is why we don't see Bonbon's bring confined space on church, because what happens, Gaje has confined space, right? So the dancer vaults the church window, she loops all the way around back to the window, but by the time you get back around, the confined space already disappears. So by the time you loop around once, it's already gone. So why bring confined space if that's just going to happen, right? So it doesn't really make sense. The only time you really bring confined spaces is for a priestess, because priestess can loop back around with portals and get back before the window block wears off. But for other characters like dancer, where there's no priestess, you just don't bring confined. You don't see Bonbons bring confined space on church for that reason, because again, by the time you get back to that window, the confined space already disappears. So that's why we see a lot of like trump card detention builds, something like that. If Gaje has trump card detention, he teleports to the exit gate with detention, kills someone, that's a tie, right? Easily.
Yeah.
But no detention and no trait swap, it's, I mean, what can you do,
Yeah, I mean, something's changed. Like he doesn't get to play wax artist, so he's pretty depressed, I think. So I'm not sure what's going on in his mind. But you know what? Fun fact: this is detectives, viewers in the chat. This is sort of like a rematch between MP versus GH, because this is exactly the scenario. This is actually the finals of IVC last year, where MP was actually going up against GH. So yeah, so let's consider this a rematch. GH got the upper hand that time, but this time, MP in first half they're getting the upper hand. So like what you said, if Moru decides to go, best choice goes for Bonbon.
Yep.
Well, getting a draw, I don't expect to see a lot of 4Ks or 3Ks. Honestly, I think the scores are just gonna be so neck and neck, so score. So I think any round wins is gonna be prioritized heavily here.
Yep. And that's definitely, as you mentioned before, both these teams, this is a Survivor-sided matchup, right? Both these teams are very good on the Survivor side. We're going to see very good Survivor gameplay. We've already seen it from the first round here. So going into this next one, if Moro does play Bonbon, I think I would love to see, personally, trump card detention. This is the best build. This is a very strong tie build. Obviously, you can get your first down. I mean, he doesn't even necessarily have to go with trump card, because you only need to tie. So you can play like a detention blink build. Which in that case you go for, you get a blink, you use your blink to get your first down, and then you use blink later with detention to secure your extra kill. But honestly, it's safer to just play detention and trump card. That's the most standard Bonbon builds we've seen, especially for this map. Again, you don't need confined space. Insolence is nice, but in a situation now where Moro only needs to tie, just play the most conservative, safe Bonbon build you can play right here is trump card detention. Get your first kill with blink, have your teleport available if necessary late game, and if not, use blink again with detention to secure your last kill. And you just need two. He only needs two. He needs to eliminate two survivors here. So I think that makes the most sense, and that's actually what I hope, and that's what I expect to see here from Moro if he wants to get just two survivors down and secure round one win for MP.
Yeah, I hear you, and I think GH definitely has the same mindset as you. Like, they know that Moru should be aiming for this, right? So here's a critical thinking question. Like, they know what's gonna happen. They know what to expect from Moru. Moru just has to go for the draw. He can easily just go for the top bottom blink. What are the lineups though that GH should be emphasizing, focusing on if they want to get that 3-man out or even a 4-man escape against a potential Bonbon? Like, what kind of survivors do you think should be in there? Support heavy, decoding, sacrifice.
Yeah, it's tough because Bonbon on Church, it's such a great hunter for getting draws. I mean, if you want to play aggressively, it's really nice to have some sort of harassing character, whether that's forward or even batter. I actually would encourage more. Okay, so you ban Priestess first. I was gonna say you can ban forward first. It's actually not a bad ban for a Bonbon, especially on this map, because what we might actually see happen here, if GH takes forward first, which I imagine they would, and we're gonna see that. The forward's going to decode the middle church cipher. And how that works is when every time a survivor kites to church, vaults the window into church, the forward's going to get off their cipher, and they're going to stun the Bonbon as they vault into church after them. And that buys the survivor distance. And they can just loop church over and over with that. We're going to see Entomologist ban here, which is actually a little interesting. Entomologist ban is not quite as common for Bonbons because they can easily get through the bees with the bombs. But of course, Entomologist bees can also support for a Bonbon rescue. So it's kind of a trade-off. So it's okay to still ban that. Patient as well, very good transition kiter against Bonbon. And honestly, what GH is doing is they're just playing kiters that can kite endgame, because the way you actually beat Bonbon is that dungeon kite, because most Bonbons don't bring attention, even if they do. As long as you're able to avoid getting basic hit. Magician actually is interesting as well.
Wow.
I think, yeah, they're giving a lot of rebound kite opportunities, a lot of late game kite opportunities. Magician can serve wands. He can kite to dungeon endgame. Postman can get the dog back to kite to dungeon. Acrobat can save some of his bombs for endgame. And Ford, of course, has that football. Soul Weaver! Really? Maybe.
Shadow
I don't
pick,
know.
though.
That
I'm not really sure, too.
That seems unlikely. Okay, yeah, that seems really unlikely. I didn't really make a lot
Stop playing
of
with
sense.
our hearts, man. Stop playing with our hearts. I think is that some kind of a taunt, like because he knows that God J plays Soul Weaver here, so maybe like yo, surprise, GJ back at you. But yeah, Moru, like what we talked about, Moru is definitely gonna go with Bon here. But you know what?
Yep.
Postman, Acrobat, just one harasser slash rescuer, and a magician right there. So let's play something like from a rate from a score from 1 to 10. How do you like this survival lineup against the Bonbon?
Yeah, it's actually not bad. Believe it or not, I would have actually liked to see an Enchantress instead of a Magician here, and the reason why is Enchantress is a great endgame kiter because you can hold your stacks for late game, and it can help you kite dungeon very well. Also, Enchantress works really well against a lot of Moru's hunters. So we know Moru has, we know his Bonbon, we know his Geisha, we know his Sculptor, we know he has Clerk. And Enchantress is very effective against all of those. Enchantress, of course, is a very good tie kiter against something like a Clerk because you can constantly just, you can loop pallets, stun them when they get close. You can stun them in pallets, get pallet stuns. Very strong against Geisha, of course, being a single hit hunter. Every time they dash, you just stun and you get away. And then against chip hunters like Bonbon and Sculpton. This is one of the reasons why we've seen Enchantress make the way into the meta, because Enchantress is such a strong kiter against these chip hunters, the single hit hunters like Clerk and Geisha, and also against something like Breaking Will, which is also Moru's last option. Enchantress literally works against every single one of Moru's hunters. So I think that Enchantress would have actually been a better option than Magician here, but maybe it's something that GH isn't necessarily comfortable with. And that actually makes that makes sense. I mean, Enchantress is not a character that every team obviously opts to go for. It's actually difficult to pull off Enchantress support properly. But I actually think Enchantress, if they did have that mastered, would have been a perfect pick here instead of Magician.
But well, we just have to agree though. We hardly see GH ever pick Enchantress. I don't think I've ever seen GH pick Enchantress, right? Like the most we've seen, the funniest. Okay, let's say the most out of character pick that I've ever seen on GH has to be. It has to be the Magician, like what we're seeing now, because that's exactly what they're doing. So, well, we'll just have to see. Like what you said, this is the second half of the first game. Eli and me, Nello, will be casting this game. Moru making the rotations into the church. You can see already they're procting Tinnitus, but forward's just gonna hide around. Seems like Chao Kahn will be the one taking the first kite. Eli.
Yeah. And it looks like it is going to be, the Acrobat. And we did actually see, as we mentioned right there, the forward is in church now. So if the Acrobat ever does kite towards that, and there is the trump card detention. So that's perfect for Moru here, exactly what he's aiming for. 5-second bomb. Does Zhao Kahn get fooled by this? No, he's going to bomb past it. Oh, bomb chain.
My God.
What a timing there. Is able to avoid that second one. But a beautiful chain of events there for Moru already off to an early chip here. One more chip plus a blink here. We'll get that down. So Moru's going to kind of trap him in here. Goes for that second bomb here. Is able to get down on the Acrobat. Does he get the hit? Gets the hit before the bomb is activated. Doesn't even need blink. And just like that, I mean, this start is perfect.
Beautiful. Like, you do not want to play against a Bonbon in this area, because you try and play mind games with him here, he can just, like what you said, sandwich you with the bombs, right? And he got that second chip damage that which he needed. Doesn't even need blink. Perfect start for Moru. Cypher progress are still at 5 ciphers remaining, but you know what? That's almost like 2 ciphers kite. So yeah, GH has to capitalize, has to make this rescue happen, because I don't think they can afford to sacrifice. There's definitely not enough ciphers. There's not enough ciphers, but they need that though. Oh, and the stun, Eli, out of the blue. I didn't see that at all, Eli.
Yeah, we did see the forward. Oh, and follow-up stun as well. It's going to buy a little bit more distance. So obviously, this is one of the reasons why we don't see forwards bring Tide Turner, because they can support rebound kites like this. But he did get a chip there in the process. Oh, there's the blink and gets the down. And yeah, I mean, now that begs the question: was the forwards rescue even worth it? I mean, he used 3/4 of that football, and the rebound kite just wasn't even there because blink wasn't getting out. The reason why you go for I talk about this. We've mentioned this a few times, and this actually happened earlier in the tournament for GH as well. the reason why you go for these rescues and try to allow rebound kites is if the first kiter can force out Blink, then you can rebound kite. But if you go for the support stuns, as soon as the Bomba gets close to the Acrobat, he's instantly dead to Blink. So if you didn't get the Blink out on the first kite, I mean, obviously you get it out now, which is great, but the forward loses so much decoding progress, so much football, and you give Bon free presence. For what? I mean, they don't really gain much time because the Blink, it wasn't used in the first kite, so there's almost no point in actually going for that rescue.
Yeah, not only do you lose the football, you're actually forcing another survivor to provide the Nida so that he doesn't change target straight away. 4 ciphers remaining, 3 ciphers, 3 survivors still running around. Yeah, I think GH has a lot to pick up there. Time bomb far away, not gonna hit the forward though. Little boy is still sneaking around there. Oh, he's playing a really dangerous game here. Morris just gonna turn around. Transit's gonna try and find someone in case he can find someone in the middle breakable, but nah, no one's gonna be decoding here. Tinnitus is not being triggered. I think you should realize that no one's here. And just excellent rotation by GH though, Eli. They're just moving all the way to the other side of the map already.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't really know what Mora's looking for. I mean, there's nobody here. There's no ciphers moving here. He doesn't have tinnitus, so I'm not really. I guess he maybe thought someone was at the top breakables, but I mean, obviously not. So he does get tinnitus now, so I think he's acknowledged that some survivors, at least near church, and he does see. This is a little bit difficult for GH. 2 survivors are, they're kind of over rotating a little bit. And actually, one of the reasons, you mentioned a 2 cipher kite on the first kite, which it almost was. But the third cipher had almost no progress at all because they were over rotating. You saw Postman and Forward both hiding out around church in the early game, which means Cypher Rush was definitely limited. We do see Moro catch sight of the Postman here, trying to trap him with the 5-second bomb here, not getting fooled by it. It's going to go ahead and walk around there. And the last ciphers, they all have progress. So GH definitely still on track to go for a draw here, but that's perfectly fine for Moro, nice. And he does get that first chip.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, Eli, because let's not forget, MP doesn't need to do anything risky. All they need is just two man kill, and that's it. They win round 1. So Moru has to keep his calm. GH on the other hand, they have to make a lot of things happen. They have to kite. Little boy has to kite long enough in order for them to get more cipher triggers. But oh my god, beautiful shit damage with the bling hit. My god, Moru's on fire tonight. MP, they're coming in mad and angry. They won that title, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's the thing: he's gonna go for a stun on chair, but he missed the stun on chair, and now he goes for the hit. Does he get the bomb? No, dodges the bomb, gets the rescue off, and the dog. What a rescue from the forward. I mean, that's actually that's such a hard save to get off there. I think Moro got a little bit impatient there with that swing. He could have probably waited for another bomb, but. It looks like Little Boy's going to try to kite here a little bit longer. He is going to go down right here, but the last 2 ciphers, both almost done here. One is primed, and now the other one will be primed as well.
Oh my god.
I think they're going to go for a rescue, yeah. So they're going to chair here. Magician's going to come for a save. Forward has the prime ciphers, so with Blink already expended, this is definitely just a drawn situation. But again, I mean, that's fine for Moru. GH, they're going to have to endgame kite here. Postman, he's going to have his dog back online, so he's got an option to go for that endgame kite. But what Moro doesn't have is Blink, so he doesn't have that potential. Does get that rescue off here. He's going to just go for bombs. He's going to go for bombs. He knows there's no goes. Oh no, he's going to go for the swing. They're going to pop. Look at the distance Postman gets from this. So this is actually, believe it or not, a little scary for Moro. You got to be careful that you don't allow an endgame kite. Looks like he's actually going to go for the Magician, which is not a great target. 2 illusions still available in full health. That's a difficult chase.
Yeah, I mean. I don't dislike this decision though, because Church can be so scary to kite, especially since like you saw how much distance the Postman gained. So even if Moru decides to go for Capcom here, as long as he doesn't lose sight of this survivor, he can definitely make it. And yeah, that's exactly what Moru is trying to do here. 1 chip damage onto Capcom. Oh, he has to make sure he doesn't lose sight.
Yeah, and the dungeon's there. The gates open. They're out, and this is a 3 survivor escape, I believe. And that's exactly why you.
Oh my god!
And that's exactly why you play for those endgame kites. I mean, that just worked perfectly for GH. I mean, that's exactly why. We talked about playing endgame kiters, and that was a perfect example. Magician saved his illusions for endgame there, and then Moro getting fooled by that at the end. I don't know. I feel like it's okay if he revaults the window. I mean, that's fine. Like, who cares if he revaults the window? There's no dungeon there, so I feel like it's better for Moro to start walking towards the dungeon and just try to cut that off completely. And yeah, changing targets to the Magician. I mean, he could have continued to chase Postman. He could have gone for Forward as well. And he just went for the hardest target. So I don't understand that, but
He
it
probably
worked
doesn't
out
have much
perfectly for
choice though.
GH.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, the thing is, did he see forward when they popped the cipher machine? I can't remember. Did he have wanted order or not? Because of the chance he might have had announcement. We'd have to go back and look at the build, but
yeah.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but then again, like it's such a hard choice to make at that point though, because he doesn't have trump card. Wait. He went for the 3-6 build. Yeah, he doesn't have trump card ready, so he couldn't have teleport even if he wanted to the front gate, even if he knows that the forward's there. And that's another thing. Like magician's right at the back gate, and for the postman is all the way in the factory. I think yeah, the chase could happen. I definitely agree with you. The hunting of postman would definitely be easier, but well, what can I say? Like they ultimately GH did an amazing job. They somehow they made it happen even with the acrobat out of the game. Well, you
Yep.
can see like from the containment times, 60 seconds. Like none of them actually like did something like a 3, 4, 100 seconds kind and above. But that's all they need to get that 3-man out. So well played GH, especially by Capcoon's magician, saving that one, like what you said, for late game, and that
Yep.
earned them the win.
Yeah, and something that Moro missed out on as well is when a magician uses their illusion, you can still see their footprints. So the thing is, Moro didn't really look for that. He kind of just like tried to guess that maybe magician went back to the window. A lot of hunters you'll see over in the global regions like Japan and China, when a magician uses illusions, you'll see them look down for the footprints and they'll try to follow that, right? So if Moro's looking for footprints there, he'll see that the magician continued to run straight and over towards dungeon. But the thing is, he kind of just, I think he kind of looked down, but he didn't really see the footprints in the angle that he looked, so he kind of assumed magician went back, which obviously he didn't. He just didn't. I don't know. It's just, I feel like it's tough with magician. Sometimes it's tough, but I feel like there he could have maybe looked a little bit more closely off to the left there, and you have to assume they're going to go towards dungeon, right? You're going to assume they're going to go towards that graveyard area. So I feel like that would have been a better place for Moro to look. I think he kind of looked as if the magician was going towards top broken. Maybe he didn't know where dungeon was, and he assumed that it might have been top breakable. I'm not really sure, but yeah, it's just obviously we don't know these things, but it's something you got to consider for sure. And the other
Yeah.
thing that's really important is that if he didn't use blink to down the postman and he just held his blink for the end game, he can just blink someone with attention and he gets a tie, and that's perfectly fine, right? But he
Yeah.
used up the blink. You have to, in a situation, he got too greedy. In a situation where you need to tie for as a hunter, you have to save your trait for end game, so you have that guaranteed kill in the end game. If you waste your trait, you can get kited dungeon. It's exactly what we saw here.
Here's a thought. What about if when the postman vaulted that window, instead of hitting him through the window, I think he could have just followed through.
Yeah.
Like one, at least you would be able to waste. Like the survivors won't prime because of that, because you're still
Yep.
following closely. And then number one, he will be able to waste that speed boost, and number two, at least he'll be able to wait for the cooldown of the blink to be ready. Like maybe that would have been an option. What do you think, though? Like,
So I think that he should not have swung. I think what happens there is as soon as he vaults the window, if he doesn't swing, they're just gonna pop it as soon as he vaults. So he doesn't get like bombed down because he was at core house. So they would have just popped the cipher when he vaults. But he should not have swung, because if you don't swing there, the problem is if he hits the postman, and then he gets the broken window speed boost plus the borrowed time, it's still, even though he gets down there, the broken window speed boost is still active. While the borrowed time's activating, so it kind of stacks. So you get like a double speed boost there. If he doesn't swing at the window and they just pop it, he still gets that really fast speed boost. But he doesn't get slowed down. He doesn't get slowed down because of attack recovery, and he can just continue after the postman. And there's a good chance postman's unable to kite to dungeon there. So, yeah, I don't know. It's tough, but he should not have swung at the window. He should have held the blink, and he should not have swung at that window, because as soon as you swing at that window, the postman gets a lot of distance because you're in your attack recovery, and it's really hard to catch up from there.
yeah, I mean, maybe it's nerves, maybe it's jitters. We will never know, because it was a split-second decision that has to be made right there at that point, right?
Yep.
And you can't afford to think like, oh my gosh, should I chase this, or should I just change target and go for the survivor, the magician that was at the back gate? So I guess Moru took his pick, and he has to deal with the chasing up the magician, who still has 2-1s that kited all the way to the dungeon. So, but well, I just have to say though, despite all that, it's still a draw. So they're basically still at 3-1 to 3-1. So that's basically 4-4. It's still a draw, so not too bad, not too bad. Like none of them has the head start yet. But honestly, I think seeing that GH was the former champion of IVC, I think that MP's chance was definitely at that BO1 just now. That was actually their best shot to get one over GH. Who knows? Second game though coming up. Um,
Yeah.
Next ban, next pick. I think it will be MP that will be banning the map,
Correct.
and GH will be picking the map. So,
Right.
what kind of map do you think would be optimizable? I mean, like the best optimal map for them, just to get more advantage.
Yeah, it's difficult because I mean they would have loved, obviously MP would have loved to win the round on the map that they picked, which this case was the round 1. So so now GH definitely. So when you're in a tied situation going into round 2, whoever actually gets to pick map is technically winning. Like they're winning slightly because they have that advantage. Even though things are tied, they still have a slight advantage. So they're technically slightly in the lead. So GH slightly in the lead here if you think about it that way. So now they're okay. Well, I mean, never mind. We're going to see that right away. Looks like Chinatown is banned. Ever Sleeping Town is picked for GH here, which is perfectly fine. I think the idea here for GH is that this opens up a few things. Ever Sleeping Town, it's not too bad of a map for Wax Artist if Gajo wants to play that. It's not bad for Sculptor if he wants to play that as well. And if he does want to maybe try to pull out Breaking Wheel, it's also not bad. It's also a good map for that as well. So it opens up a lot of different options. I actually think in reality, Moonlit River Park would have been even better because Moonlit's very good for Wax Artist and Breaking Wheel as well. You can also potentially play something like Geisha. But we've seen Mad Penguins actually favor Moonlit a lot in this tournament. So I think he's kind of trying to play around that as well.
Yeah, I mean, we'll just have to see what they picked as well. Like, obviously, these teams definitely has done research on each other prior to this matchup. So I just have to say, like, it is gonna be very, very hard. Like, GH definitely has a strategy coming in here. I mean, do you think Breaking Will is still very, very doable here, or do you think the survivors are just like, I'm not gonna leave it to chance. I'm just gonna ban God J's Breaking Wheel, or even ban Moru's Breaking Wheel? Or do you think they should not just ban it and ban something else instead?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think it's less likely that Gajo will play Wheel here. I mean, we saw him have this opportunity a few times in this tournament where he could have played Breaking Wheel in this sort of situation on a good wheel map in round 2, but he's opted against it just because Breaking Wheel with Flywheel it's so difficult. We do see Moro actually go for it sometimes though, so that's something that maybe we'll have to consider. But of course, we will see Gajo on the Hunter side. Forward and Seer bans, that is wheel bans. We're actually going to see Wax Artist get eliminated here, so it does open up wheel to him. But I don't know, it's interesting. I mean, again, wheel it's not too strong in the current meta, and but forward Seer bans, that's pretty standard for a Breaking Wheel. So I'm actually not really sure what Gajo is trying to go with. Maybe he is actually considering wheel. He also could maybe go something like Sculptor as well. But with no Wax Artist, I don't know. I'm actually curious to see what he actually opts to go with.
Yeah, I mean, MP definitely fears his Wax Artist more than Breaking Wheel, that they have to ban Felipe instead of Pollen. But yeah, like right now, Gotch's he's just happy to take it. Like, it's okay. I still have other choices, like what you said. I'll just take out Seer. I'll just take out Priestess. I'll take out Force. So that's already like two great supporters on Ever Sleeping Town gone.
Right.
Because MP prioritized Entomologist and Mercenary first. So what's the logic behind this? Like, Priestess is definitely very strong, and I know that MP definitely can play Priestess, right? So.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those situations of these teams not taking Priestess on like one of the best Priestess maps. Again, I still will never understand. I mean, every other region in the world. Oh, Enchantress as well. I actually really like Enchantress here, but I was gonna say every other region in the world would have immediately taken Priestess if it wasn't banned there. But for some reason, we've seen a lot of these teams Southeast Asia, they just don't take Priestess, and it's very interesting. It looks like we are going to see him hovering over Sculptor, which is fine here. I was going to say as well, the idea behind Enchantress is that not Enchantress, sorry, Dancer is that Dancer covers a lot of options. It's very good against Clerk. It's very good against Breaking Wheel because you can slow down the wheel form. While they're with the slow boxes. Against Sculptor, it's not quite as strong, but it's still Dancer's still a fine kiter. Also, something you have to consider every time Dancer drops down from a 2-story building, so it's get a 40% increased speed boost. So that's also very important on a map like Ever Sleeping Town. And then Enchantress, of course, in there. Again, Enchantress very strong against all of these characters. It's good against something like it's not. I think the idea here they ban Wax Artist and then they play characters that are kind of good against the rest of them, because Enchantress, Dancer are kind of good against all the other hunters Gaji has available, whether that's Bonbon, Sculptor, Clerk, Geisha, or Breaking Wheel. I mean, they're good against all of them. And I think that's kind of the mindset, is they get rid of the one hunter, even if it's not necessarily the hunter that Gaji might have played, they get rid of that particular hunter, and then they have characters that counter the rest of them.
Yeah, but Enchantress is definitely not good against Gotche's Dream Witch. yeah, but but I think that's the one thing that you can't counter. But you know what? It's still a very good pick, like what you said. I really like that they decide to go with this Dancer again, because we've seen how Anomaly did it against chip damage hunters like Gotche's Bonbon in the earlier games, right? So at least now it's another chip hunter, but this time it's the Galatea. So we'll just have to see if Gotche will be able to make it happen this time. Because in the first game, getting that 3 escape wouldn't feel so good, especially since it's Gotche we're talking about. We're used to seeing Gotche getting those kills, right? And yeah, but we're heading into the game right now, and it's me, Mel, and Eli doing the commentary here. So yeah, bring it away, Eli.
Yeah, we actually see a survivor rotating right. I think it's the Mercenary. Okay, so it is the Mercenary. I was worried for a second there. Mercenary would have, rotating right into the Sculptor there. Oh, double survivor in the area. They're kind of right on top of each other. So kind of a missed rotation here for MP. We actually see a left-right build from Gaji as well. Early statue onto the entomologist as well. So this is definitely a good start for Gaji, especially considering 2 survivors here now are not actually decoding. Does he take the chance vaulting this window? And no, he's just going to take the hit, and he's going to vault it. And he's going to go ahead and make it to the tram. So he actually gets a little bit of distance with... No, he's not going to take the tram. He's going to loop back around here and just continue to use this slow box. So nice little support here from the Dancer. I actually really like this.
Yeah. I like that he doesn't take the tram, actually, because by the time he gets down, it's such an easy stage 2 placement target onto Siru. So yeah, Siru's doing the kiting on Entomologist now. So far so good with the help, but just as we're talking about how good it was, the chip damage, the final chip damage, Gotche's definitely doing very good here, and going into the basement as well. And my God, Eli, no priestess as well, so this is gonna make the rescue so hard.
Yeah, they're probably not going to rescue at all. I mean, there's really no rescue. It's just like the first kite, definitely not strong enough for even worth warranting a rescue, especially as a Sculptor in basement. And the problem is the Dancer loses 2 boxes here. You lose the graveyard box, and you lose this one right here as well. And of course, she does have one to work with, but her kites later in the game are not going to be quite as strong. We're going to see Mercenary come in. I still don't think Mercenary saves here. I think he just gives Tinnitus. But they're going to go ahead and just spike onto the Enchantress here, trying to slow down the decoding progress as well. And yeah, I don't know. In that situation, I think taking the tram is interesting. I think the idea there is that they're worried he might have had teleport. But obviously here's the thing. They know he has insolence. As soon as they hear the first presence bar, Mercenary makes the backdoor rescue here. And he's able to get the save off. He's not going to be able to make it out of basement, but he does get the save off, and it does waste some time. I was going to say, as soon as they hear that presence bar, they know that he has, obviously, insolence, right? And I think that's what... They assumed he might have had teleport with insolence, because that's very common, but he actually has, obviously, Blink instead.
Yeah, and you can see that Gotche's he's going to destroy that box. He's trying his best to get that one last swing onto Entomologist just to get to that full presence. But yeah, Siru's not going to give him that chance. He's going to put Siru, and Siru's going to be the first survivor in MP to be sent back to the manor. But I just have to say, though, beautiful steal by MP Rai right there. Like, he's well, the good thing is at least Machinery is still full health. So yeah, that's still good.
Yeah, and he's not full presence yet. So he's going to go ahead. He does still blink. Something that's going to come up as well is this is another instance. Gotche's does not have detention, so this is going to be kind of a repeat situation of last round. Of course, he does have trait swap this time around, so that's definitely going to benefit him. But the problem is, with no detention now, the endgame kite, it's still possible for the survivors. So that's something we definitely have to consider here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and he's not going to commit to the Dancer, but the last 2 ciphers, significant amount of progress here. I'd imagine he's going to pick out this Enchantress as next target. It looks like that is going to be the case.
Yeah, I mean, no point in pursuing the Dancer, right? Because he knows that the Dancer has already finished his cipher there. So if he decides to chase that, it's only going to give chance to other people to do another cipher. So one swing right there onto LC, the Enchantress. Yeah, and that's going to be full presence on God J. Perfect statues are going to be available to God J right here. LC doing his best to dodge, and beautiful dodge right there with the 5-wheel as well. And avoiding any chip damage. So that's really important because right now, 3 ciphers remaining, all of them are past the 60% mark. So this second kite has to last long enough so that they'll be able to prime it.
Yeah, what I'm worried about here is that Gajay did. What I'm worried about here, did Dancer have an illusion? I just
he used illusion to.
Yeah, I didn't even see that. Yeah, I was thinking about what I was gonna say, and then I just saw an illusion. I was like, wait a minute, that doesn't seem right. And I was like, okay, there's no magician. What's going on? Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, he must have got an illusion out of a chest. That's perfect. Yeah, I mean, obviously we see a lot of these characters go search for a chest once they've used all their items. So excellent job there from the Dancer, not taking any hits in the process. And MP's playing this. The early game they did not play very well. They rotated on top of each other. Unfortunately, allowed Gajay to have a nice early chase, and it was very strong. But here they're rotating very well here, and we're gonna see Dancer just kind of kite away from the dungeon here. From the last cipher. She does get the chip and the follow-up hit as well. But we do see Dancer again just trying to get away from the cipher machine. Goes down to the statue, and the problem here, Dancer should have taken a hit and gone corner house, because now the Dancer not only dies near basement, also dies near the cipher. Gives Gajay multiple options. Gonna chair on the last cipher machine. So unfortunately, yeah, big misstep from Anomaly here, and this gives Gajay an opening.
Yeah, that's definitely not favorable to MP right here. But you know what? They have to make the most out of it, because LC, he recognizes this, instantly goes. The communication is really good. Like the moment he realizes the last chair is there, he goes straight away and decode the second cipher right away. Right there. Gonna make that rescue even before the teleport comes out. So beautiful rescue right there, I have to say. And can definitely afford to go for another rescue, because right now Cypher is already almost at 40% at the second story. So yeah, they're definitely very, very quick to make decisions. So it's just a battle of the wits here right now at this point. Rai cannot go down, honestly.
Yeah,
if he won't make it out.
Yeah, definitely. They're trying to prime the cipher machine. So the question is, do they just sell and go for one escape, or does Mercenary actually commit to a rescue?
No.
The thing is, if Mercenary gets stuff trying to rescue, then they probably lose the game. But if Mercenary makes the rescue, then they tie the game. So they're going to go for it. Here's the chip. Mercenary needs to dodge. He is able to dodge the first one. Second one, able to avoid that as well. Can he get to the chair in time, though? He's about to expire. This is going to be so close now. No, he doesn't get it. And he's going to... I think he's going to wait for a statue here. The dungeon is in the vicinity, but the cipher machine's primed. He's going to take the chip. He needs to get to a pallet so they can pop the cipher machine. Gets to the pallet, throws it down. They might pop it right on this vault, and there is the pop.
Nice. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Like the vaulting speed plus the borrowed time there, the speed stacking on top of each other. Rai has to kite long enough so that at least LC will be able to open that. But wait, LC has been claimed by the tram, Eli, on the bottom left. He was trying to go for the gate, but oh my god, that wasted so much time on the side of MP, to be honest. And the gate's not even open. And Rai's gonna be on chair.
Yeah, the gate's not open. He's gonna go for chair. He doesn't have teleport yet, so he's gonna be able to get the gate open. And he's gonna be able to get at least one survivor out here. So I think that's I mean, Gajay could have potentially tried to check the gate with no detention, and Enchantress having 2 stacks. It's very easy for them to just get a 3-stack and kite very effectively. Does Enchantress commit to a rescue here? He almost has a stack online, so... Oh, no, I think they might actually be going for this. This is so risky, because if this fails, then you get a 5-point game for GH, and that is horrible for MP. So we're going to see Enchantress dodge the first set of statues here. Does still flywheel, does have... going to take the hit. Gajay actually swings into this, which means he gets a 3-stack out of this. Going for the Mercenary. Mercenary goes and takes the basic hit, trying to push the exit gate here, but Gajay, he just has teleport.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, but it's really risky, like what you said. But maybe that's a game plan right there. LC probably just gonna go and try, maybe provide the stun when he picks up and goes for the stun. But oh my god, this is just... Yeah, Gajay's just gonna pick him up and just gonna bring Rai far away. Doesn't want to risk it. I think MP has no choice. They definitely have to just take this one escape. Otherwise, it's just not worth it to get 0 fight at this point, especially in round 2.
Yeah, it's not worth it. I think they're realizing this, and they're going to go ahead and take that escape there. The dungeon, of course, was over near that area, but you can't make that rescue. It's too risky. Yeah, so, I mean, it went from a tie to 1 extra kill for Gajay, and that's why you can't die in the last cipher machine. I mean, you just can't. I think if Dancer takes a hit, runs to corner house, and they can actually probably make it upstairs and at least die somewhere near corner house. They can prime the last cipher machine. But the problem is the dancer kind of ran towards graveyard. They took the wrong route, and they didn't make enough distance. They died in the last cipher. As soon as you die in the last cipher, that's when you go from a tie into a losing position as a survivor side.
Yeah. Not to mention that, like, what he actually went back, right, just to try and get some decoding done. I think it's definitely kind of rushed there. Because God J just doubled back and he's found the dancer there, decides to pursue, and like what you said, dying on the last cipher, definitely not good for MP. But the saving grace, at least LC will be the sole survivor to make it out. So that's gonna be a 1-3, 3 points to GH and 1 point to MP. So pressures on Moru right here in Ever Sleeping Town, because right now Moru, he has to get at least a 3-man kill if he wants to at least draw the game at this point.
Yeah, it's tough and this is where MP winning round number 1 would have been huge for them, right? So now now again they're playing on the map that's really good for GH. I think Moro might just play Breaking Wheel again. We saw this situation, I believe it was yesterday, where Moro needed to get a win. Was in a situation where he had to go for a win, and he played Breaking Wheel, and he actually eliminated all 4 survivors against BL. And this is, and that was also a situation where it was probably going to be a 3 escape, and then of course BL got a little aggressive and it turned into 4. But he doesn't need a 4. He doesn't need a 4 because he needs 3. He needs 3 to tie it. So I think that right here, Breaking Wheel, well, it's not necessarily strong in the current meta because of course we see Flywheel being utilized a lot. I think it definitely would make sense. I think there's a small chance that GH bans Breaking Wheel because they don't want to give him any winning potential. But then again, taking Breaking Wheel also isn't necessarily bad for survivors either because you have Flywheel. And I think we're going to see what the bans are. If there's a forward seer ban, I think the survivor should ban Breaking Wheel, but because that makes the most sense for Breaking Wheel bans. But if it's any other type of ban here, then maybe they don't ban Breaking Wheel and they just kind of take their chances against that hunter and take their chances with the survivors they're given as well.
Yeah, but considering how they did so well against Moru's Bon in first game, maybe they would consider just you know what, let's just remove the headaches. Let's just remove our headaches. Just get the Breaking Wheel out. Don't give any chances to Moru at all. Maybe let him try his luck again. Maybe let him try do a redemption play with the Bon in Ever Sleeping Town. But again, I can't really see Bon getting a 4K or even a 2K in Ever Sleeping Town. There's just too many loops, too many supports that can happen, too many loops that can happen. But if Moru doesn't play Bon, if Moru doesn't play Bon, and if Breaking Wheel is banned, what else can Moru do? Like, what other hunters would you think Moru should pick if he wants to get aggressive and go for the win?
Yeah, the thing is, it's difficult. I think the 2 best options, besides Bon and Breaking Wheel, that he has left, I mean, obviously it'd be Geisha or Sculptor. Geisha is a tie hunter, but has win potential. Same with Sculptor, so I think both of them would be okay. But there's a lot of characters that you can pick that are strong against all of them. I mean, Entomologist, Acrobat, Enchantress, all 3 are very good against Sculptor and Geisha. So it's kind of difficult. Is you can ban Breaking Wheel, and you can just play characters that are strong against the 2 characters that have win potential, which are in this case Geisha and Sculptor. And then if he decides to go Bon, then he's playing a very heavy tie hunter with very limited win potential. So GH really just has all the cards on the table for themselves here.
Yeah. Well, they are playing against the best of the best, like MP, GH being the former champions, and they have been dominating as well in this tournament. And it looks like GH will be taking out the Wax Artist as well. I'm not too sure about this though.
I don't know about that one.
The Wax Artist fans nowadays.
Yeah, I mean, I get Wax Artist getting banned because of how strong it is. Like, obviously currently it's difficult for it's difficult to use Flywheel against a Wax Artist, and of course it has become a meta character with its recent adjustments. But the problem is it's like Wax Artist, again, it's kind of a tie hunter. Wax Artist has, slight win potential, but something like I still think it doesn't really make sense. I mean, just take the Wax Artist, play for a tie. I think that would have been perfectly fine. And he's gonna ban Embalmer, which is actually kind of smart. I kind of kind of like this because Embalmer is a very good tie character. In a situation where he has to go for a win, eliminating tie characters are very important. I think we're gonna probably see Postman get taken here, maybe Acrobat, maybe Entomology. Okay, so Postman, and the reason why you go Postman, of course, Cipher Rush. Cipher Rush a character, a decoder with a decoding letter. So if you take that here, I actually think Moro, there's a good chance he actually bans Postman last if it's not taken. But of course it was taken here, so now he's going to be forced to ban something like Entomologist or Acrobat.
Yeah, the Tranquility Letter is definitely going to make a huge difference, and we see that GH definitely loves their Postman. So,
Yep.
they have Zhoukan on the machinery, so they have a Seer as well. So those two are available to them with the Postman as well. And the last ban is going to be the Entomologist. I'm not too sure though what last character they should go for. Acrobat maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think Acrobat.
Yeah, the Kite Potential is the best, right?
Yeah, the Kite Potential is the best for sure, and it's also it kind of forces him away from Geisha as well, because Acrobat's very good against Geisha because you can hold the skill check with the bomb, and as soon as the Geisha's dash over to you, like for example, you can actually normally you want to tight kite a Geisha, but with an Acrobat you can actually just pallet spam Geisha, because if they dash, you just bomb back over the pallet, so you can avoid dashes that way. You can also hold an infinite, what we call an infinite skill check. By holding your bomb down and just looking at the Geisha and running backwards, and that way you can just hold your skill check. And if they ever get close to you, you turn around. And we're gonna see Breaking Will, and I think this makes the most sense for more. We saw him do it yesterday. We're gonna see him do it here yet again today. The only difference is obviously there is a Seer available. So Moro obviously took away Priestess and gave Seer. So Seer against Breaking Will is very strong for GH. So that's gonna be the one kind of disadvantage he has going into this match.
That's true. Yeah, I mean, at this point, it's do or die, right? Go big or go home. I believe that's what MP has to do. Like, if they were nervous in game number one, they definitely have to shake it off. They definitely have to shake it off, because right now, the fate of MP will be lying on Moru's shoulders. Because anything less than a 3-man. Sorry, what was it again? Anything less than a 3 kill. It's just gonna allow GH to capitalize and win this game number 2. So he definitely needs to get 3 or more if he wants to at least make it a draw again and go for a round 3. Yeah, I definitely think at least a 3K would be able to equalize, get a draw, and then a 4K would be the best for sure. But seeing how well GH plays against Breaking Wheel, and even with the Flywheel in effect, it's just so hard though. Flywheel, I honestly, I just feel like the game against BL, it felt like BL at that point was kind of giving chance to Moru's MP, because Moru actually struggled. Like, he got the 4K, but the Cypher was primed and all 3 survivors were actually running. I think they sort of gave chance, but I don't think that this will happen to GH. But you know what? Yeah, he has to do something at this point, and I guess the answer is Breaking Wheel, Moru.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, it's really, it's a tough situation. You gotta try to battle back here if possible. Of course, the score is currently 3-1 in favor of GH for this particular round. So I think that the thing is, even if Moru doesn't get a 3 elimination, if he gets a 3, like a 1 survivor elimination, he needs to eliminate at least 1 survivor, right? So if he gets 1 eliminated and you go into the last round, of course you would be down 4 points with MP, but you can come back from that. We're going to see a pause here. You can come back from a 4-point deficit. If he gets a tie here, it's a 2-point deficit. You can come back from 2-point deficits, right? So as long as he gets at least 1 kill, obviously that's sort of like the bare minimum here. And then obviously if he's able to go for a lot more, that could be very, of course, advantageous for Mad Penguins. But you got to make sure you get at least 1 survivor eliminated, obviously. You want to get as many as possible, though, because again, the last round, it's going to come down to this last round as well. It's going to come down to how well can Moro play here. Depending on how that plays out, the last round is obviously going to be the key, the factor. Because we did see a tie in round number 1, we're going to see a 3rd round regardless of what happens here.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with you. It definitely comes down to who will be able to capitalize in that situation. Like, obviously, the point deficit has to be narrowed as much as possible in order for them to make a comeback, because ultimately, round wins come before points. So, so if they minimize it and they are able to get the win, 1 win each, and well, they're still able to catch up in round number 3, in game number 3. So yeah, definitely have to see if Moru will be able to keep his calm and drive in, because right now we're seeing that Moru started. I believe the closest target was actually Zhoukan, and that's not one character that you really want to chase first. But yeah, I mean, we are so invested in this game that we totally forgot about the viewers. So how are you guys doing? Totally forgot. So sorry. We are gonna wait for a bit when the pause is going on right here. But you know what? Let's just decide on the emojis we're gonna be using because right now, what emojis should we use for GH and Met Penguins? Penguins for MP for sure. GH,
Yeah.
why don't you pick?
GH, we've seen GH. Their color has kind of been isn't it usually like lighter green, so something lighter
Green.
green.
Okay. Yeah.
Something green. I don't know, what's
Maybe
a
the four clover leaf, maybe.
Oh, you could actually do that. Actually,
Yeah, yeah, sure. Okay, guys, so
yeah. There you
you
go.
heard it. Mad Penguins with the penguin emojis if you support them, and of course, if you support GH with, yeah, please spam the four clover
Four leaf.
leaves right there. Yeah, four leaf clover, four clover
Four
leaves.
leaf
Oh my
clover,
god,
yeah.
I'm just so confused with the leaves right away. Yeah, but I mean, they definitely need all the support you can get because right now, it's so much at risk and so much at stake here. One team will ultimately be joining ZT, BL, and of course Noir that has just secured their spot just now in the intense match against Ryu. So
Right.
yeah, it's the last team of Vietnam versus the last team of Thailand. I'm anything can happen. I'm just so excited about this game, but uh, I I. I really have my doubts about this breaking wheel though, but we'll just have to see what happens because like who can you actually chase first? Like if you're playing the breaking wheel, who do you think you should chase first? Like Seer, get rid of the owl first, or the acrobat? I mean, what do you think?
Yeah. Well, obviously, I think best chase is Postman, of course, to get rid of the decoder. But the thing is,
Mm.
I was also thinking about is like, who, what kind of what personas are we looking at? Because Mercenary's gonna have tide, but the question is, are they going single tide here, or is Acrobat also breaking tide? We usually see in this sort of team comp, we'll see Mercenary go tide and we'll see Acrobat go tide. Acrobat doesn't ever use broken windows, because obviously you're bombing a lot of the windows anyways. But then that also allows for Acrobat to use Flywheel very effectively. So, the question is, do they have Flywheel and Acrobat, or do they have single tide Mercenary and Flywheel and Acrobat, or does Acrobat also have tide? If Acrobat has tide, Acrobat's actually a great first chase because obviously you get rid of one of the tide turners, which is very important. He doesn't have Flywheel to help with the breaking wheel kite, so that's really important for the breaking wheel. But it's also a hard target to chase because Acrobat has great kiting potential. So in reality, the best chase target is the Postman. But if Acrobat also has tide turner, that's also a good target to get rid of early on. So you only have single tide to work with the Mercenary.
I totally agree with you as well. Getting rid of the tide, like there were situations where when we play, not talking about the teams here, but like even in normal situations, like when we rank, it's so frustrating when the hunter goes for the characters that has tide. I think a lot of people are okay. You know what? Hands up in the chat if you have experienced this before. You decide to bring 3-9 and the hunter never chases you. And when you bring Tide Turner, the hunter goes all over you all of a sudden. So who has experienced this before? I mean, do you experience this before, Eli? Like when you decide to bring Tide and you're the first.
Yeah,
chase?
definitely quite often. I feel like it always because when you're playing ring matches and you get your randoms in your matches and some of them will just be like I'm not taking tide turner, so then you're forced to take it and then you get chased and then there's a situation that comes up. It's like I really wish I had flywheel right now and you don't have it, so you just die. So yeah, that happens quite often. And yeah, definitely used to it. I've experienced that a lot. Sure.
Yeah. I mean, flywheel is definitely very great, especially just to dodge the projectiles and just gain the distance away from the normal attack hits, right? But what are the situations where, um, like, I mean, flywheel is definitely very good, but what are the situations where getting broken window is better? Like going for the 3-9 is better than the 3-12. In what situation
Yeah.
is it better?
So broken windows is better in a few situations. One of them is against clerk,
Okay.
because you're allowed to pick your personas after you know what the hunter is going to be. So
Okay.
what happens is against clerk. The big way to beat clerk is a kind of a combination of constantly transitioning to stay away from the clerk so they can't catch up to you and use those abilities around those pallets. And then once they do catch up to you, then tight kiting is really important. But broken windows is very important for constantly transitioning and staying ahead of the clerk and just trying to keep your distance as long as possible.
Mhm.
So that's why we see broken windows get used a lot against the clerk. And then also it can be used against some chip hunters like Bonbon or Sculptor, but Flywheel is also very effective. It really kind of just depends on the situation. For the most part, we usually see Flywheel. But yeah, I mean, it really just for the most part, Flywheel is better against just most hunters in general. But against something like a Clerk is that's the most, at least in the current meta, that's the most common time we'd see Broken Windows get used, and we also see it used against Anne and sometimes Wax Artist as well, because those are both characters that are very strong against Flywheel.
Yeah, I can definitely not see. I can definitely see that the flywheel is heavily countered by the stuns. I mean, we used to experiment with the flywheel against Ant's cat, right? But
Yeah.
it doesn't really work, right? Like you can't really dodge it
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah. It doesn't work very
Yeah.
effectively.
I mean, yeah. But what are the situations though? Like in an earlier game, there was actually a mechanic that went with the 612 build. Like in what situation is a tight turner plus 12 build? But you know what? Oh my god, we're just gonna put a pin on that, Eli, because we are going straight into the game. Cao Kan's footprints has been spotted, but Moru probably spotted that it was the machinery. Not gonna bother with it. 481 on the Seer is gonna be spotted in the graveyard. Moru also saying, yeah, should I chase? Should I not? Yeah, he's just gonna break Wilford. Going out here, it's gonna buy a lot of time for them, Eli.
Yeah, definitely. He actually has confined space. We see that come up. So this is probably an insolence. Yeah, so this is gonna be an insolence and confined space build. And he's gonna go ahead and go for Seer here. So Seer's gonna try to mind game right here. Does get no, that missed. Wow. Okay, he's able to get that first spike there onto the Seer. We also see him actually bring impact as well, so that's gonna allow him to slug survivors a lot easier in the end game. Seer's gonna try to juke around here as much as possible. Flywheels through the wheel form, which is an interesting choice to use Flywheel, but he's gonna owl right away here. So he. Oh no, he does an owl. Very very nice patience from the Seer here. And he does use the owl now. Moro is able to bait that out, and he's back into wheel form, going for the next spike onto the Seer.
Wow, beautiful mind games going on there. Like 481 recognizing that it's not gonna work. Gonna get that second spike there. Moro's just gonna break form again. He has the blink. Yeah, no owl, no flywheel. That's gonna be the first down of Moru. Fairly fast, but again, because of the rotations happening there and the action in the graveyard, 3 ciphers are almost done. The power of Postman is being seen here, Eli.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's incredible. I mean, that down was reasonably fast, and you see how fast that cipher progress is, and this is why Postman is one of the best characters in the game. Not only is that decoding letter, you single-handedly can see how strong the decoding letter is by itself. He might try to. Is he gonna hit Mercenary here? He's gonna hit Seer. He'll probably try to snap Mercenary for a little extra presence. No, he's just gonna keep going for Seer. Looks like. What I was gonna say is, like, with Postman, you see that decoding letter allowed for that to be almost a 3-cipher kite. And he didn't even kite that long. I mean, it was just a little bit of rotation, a little bit of kiting, almost a 3-cipher kite. And that's not just the end of Postman. You also have the dog, which is very good for kiting for yourself. And you also have other letters as well. You open the gate faster. You can allow survivors to rescue quicker. You can reveal the dungeon to one of your teammates. And you can also give yourself vaulting letters and speed boost letters. Postman is just so incredibly versatile and strong. And you see exactly why this character gets used so much.
Yeah, it makes me really proud to have an S badge before on this Postman. Makes me really, because previously it wasn't really utilized a lot, so it's definitely great that we're seeing a lot of love for Victor now. More and more people are recognizing the potential. You can see Shao Kahn's just gonna buy time because again, IDV is a battle of time. Hunter wants to get rid of survivors as fast as possible. The rescue's gonna happen. The owl again has been sucked. Oh my goodness, gonna be utilized here. Gonna be slowed down as well. Will the body block happen? Because this is for once last. The flywheel has been utilized, but Cao Kahn has actually body blocked for him. So
yeah, he is. This is really tough. He's back into wheel form. The problem is now he used. Oh, okay. He used his flywheel up, so he's not gonna be able to flywheel the full presence. So I feel like, he can't flywheel full presence. He goes into basement trying to avoid this. Moru's going to drop down here. The last cipher machine is almost done. This is really just a matter of time here. He goes for the trap, gets it under here. He has to hit the Seer right here. Can he get the swing onto the Seer? No, he hits the Mercenary, and the cipher machine's going to be primed, and the survivors can go for a win here.
Yeah, this is exactly what we were afraid of, because they are just so good at playing against the... They're just so good at playing against the Brick. Oh my god, fortunately he went into wheel form. Otherwise the trap would have claimed victim again. The Mercenary is down already. The moment 481 goes down, the Cypher's gonna be popped straight away. Captain is already on standby right there. Yeah, Cypher pop. Okay, he's gonna be popped. The speed boost. Look at how much distance has been gained, and Moro has just left wheel form. He has to get one survivor down at the very least, and Eli. Otherwise, this is gonna be so hard. The dungeon is right in front of him.
Yeah, but he has no flywheel, so he can just. Oh, he can sit on their owl. Can the gate get? No, the gate's not gonna be open in time. He's gonna have a little bit of extra time, but he does still have the. Oh no! Why? He goes back into wheel form.
God!
Why does he go
Why?
back into wheel form? I don't understand. The gate's gonna be open. They can just get out. This is a 4 survivor escape now. Can he get the hit in time? No, he gets off the dungeon.
Yeah, I don't understand that, Eli.
I don't understand that at all.
Because the moment, okay, for those of you at home, the moment Pollen goes back into wheel form, he has a cooldown before he can go back to human form. And as you can see just now, Eli, the seer just went straight to the dungeon the moment he breaks through the pallets. So yeah, we're just receiving a little bit of update. Yeah, we're just trying to process. We're trying to process what happened just now, but oh my god, that one misstep from first round 3 escape. Now this time with that little misstep, 4-man escape. Oh my god, this is looking further and further away from MP with that play.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before the match. He needed to get 1 kill. If you get 1 kill, you go into the last round. 4-point deficit it's not bad. It's not too hard to deal with. Something that Moro could have done is I actually think he should have done this as soon as he snapped the seer when the Cypher's primed. He should have immediately blinked and assumed that the Cypher's primed, because if he blinks and the Cypher's not primed, then he can immediately pick up the seer and then he can probably play for a tie in the end game, right? Because he can just share the seer. But if he blinks and the Cypher is primed, then immediately down seer, and then he can still get to the exit gate and still go for a tie. So either way, as soon as he snaps the seer on the pallet, he should have immediately blinked to the other side. If they pop the Cypher, he goes for the swing, hits the seer down immediately. If they don't, then he just gets the chair. And it's still, either way, it's still a tie. But if he doesn't blink, as you mentioned, seer gets so much distance because he still has the pallet vault speed boost in effect. It still lasts even though he went down. And then it stacks onto the borrowed time, and you make so much distance where it's just too hard for Moro to catch up.
Yeah, I think there's just too many things going on in Moru's mind right there. Like so much is at stake, right? So again, we're just gonna bring this up. Like when it's such an intense moment, there's just so many decisions you have to make. Like it's much more convenient for us to analyze because we're outside of the intensity of the battle. But for the hunter, so many things going on. You have to deal with 4 survivors. Like honestly, I'm just surprised that hunter mains don't lose their mind yet, because there's just so many decisions have to make. Like one misstep, like you explained it perfectly well. Like the moment he snaps, if the Cypher's prime, go for the blink and hit. You explained perfectly well. But Moro, he has been playing Breaking Wheel all this while, so long. But again, this is exactly the kind of split-second decision that makes such a huge difference. And with that, GH has secured 8-1 in game number 2, making the total points of 12-5. 1 draw, 1 win. MP needs a 10-0 if they want to win next game. Eli.
Yeah, I think the goal here is for them is just try to go for 8-1, try to force a 4th round. I mean, that's kind of the goal here for them is try to get to a 4th round. Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Actually, Moro, believe it or not, Moro loses to a 50-50% there. The reason why is the only reason that GH gets a 4 escape there is because basement was at graveyard. If basement's at corner house, he cannot drop into basement. He cannot avoid that full presence, and he just gets snapped because he doesn't have flywheel. So, I mean, it's kind of interesting, but GH gets a 4 survivor escape there, and Moro loses to basically a coin toss. I mean, it's just a random, random number generator is what we call it. So that's just kind of what happened is dungeon spawns graveyard. If there's no graveyard dungeon, if it's at corner house, he gets the spike, he snaps, and Seer's dead, and the Cypher's not primed. So that ends up being probably a tie for Moro.
So let's just agree to say, GH was at the right place at the right time. And it was just very unfortunate for Moro. The Seer just went down, missed that full presence spike. Yeah, I think not the skills play a very important factor, but luck definitely plays an important factor as well. But you know what? One can argue that, who knows, maybe MP wanted to play around maybe GH wanted to play around the basement as well, because I don't know, there's so many speculations going on. But one thing is for sure, MP has to get 10-0 in the next game. Anything less than that, there's not even going to be a second half. Correct me if I'm wrong. There's not even going to be a second half, because anything less than 5-0, it's gone. No, sorry, 3-1.
They get 3.
Yeah, 3-1. Yeah. If he gets a draw, it's basically GG well played for MP. But like Eli, Moonlit River Park, MP's favorite playground.
Yep.
If Noir has a tram, MP has the roller coaster, guys. Make some noise for
Yep.
roller coaster Chan right there.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, roller coaster. Yeah, it's if MP uses the coaster properly, like they did against you
SKG.
earlier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you,
SKG.
yeah.
Then this could be very difficult for Gajay. I don't really know. I don't think Gajay will play. I don't think they're going to ban Wheel, but I also don't think Gajay's going to play Wheel because, again, you're in a situation. Gajay just has to get a tie. He just get a tie.
Yeah.
If he gets a tie on the Hunter side, then it's over. And obviously, GH will win. So I think we're probably going to see a tie Hunter. The question is, what do the survivors opt to ban? I don't think. Again, I don't think you ban Wheel. I think it's kind of difficult because do you ban Bonbon on Moonlit? I mean, Bonbon can be good on Moonlit. But it's also very open, so it's very easy to push ciphers and push for a win against a Bonbon here. So, maybe they don't ban it. I think one of the bans will be Wax Artist, but the question is, what's the second one going to be?
Yeah. And even before that, Eli, which faction is going to go first? GH
Right.
can easily send either the Survivor or the Hunter first, but honestly, I strongly feel they should just send their Survivors out. Because Moru, they already capitalized on Moru's emotions. This game, skill, luck, and mental fortitude. And it seems like Moru has already been broken. So sorry, has been affected by the situation in Game 1, Game 2. So I think the smart thing, if they want to play strategy mind games, GH send out the survivors. Let Moru take a break. So I think that's the wise thing.
Yeah, that definitely could be good as well. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I mean that makes a lot of sense. You can also say the other way around in terms of if Gajay, just send Gajay out, get a tie, and just go home early. That also is a good way to do that. But yeah, no, definitely. I think that definitely would make the most sense as well. Because again, picking faction, usually for the most part, a lot of teams will just go with Survivor first because then the Hunter knows what type of Hunter. Do they need to play a tie Hunter? Do they need to play a win Hunter? In this situation, Gajay's playing a tie Hunter no matter what because if any side ties, then that's automatically a win for GH. Right, so I think that here then it definitely comes into a mind game situation, obviously as you said, a motion situation. So
yeah.
I think that definitely would make the most sense is don't give the opposing team's Hunter a break. Just force them to come right back out. Survivors don't mind playing 2 rounds in a row, whereas with Hunter, it's a little bit more challenging.
Yeah, it's really taxing, right? Especially after that beatdown. Like if you guys notice, it's very common among Hunter mains as well. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like when you play rank, sometimes you have a bad rank day. You lose one game and you proceed to lose the second, the third as Hunter. So, yeah. If they capitalize on this, I honestly think, like you can see, GH is going to send the survivors out. So they're being very smart, not giving any chances to MP at all. They're not even going to let MP play with the tram that they love, with the roller coaster that they love so much because they just don't want to give any breathing rooms to Moru. Moru gonna do the similar first 2 bans, the Priestess and the Forward. So first 2 picks.
Yeah, Priestess Forward. I think you ban Seer because if you ban Seer, then you have to ban Seer here because if you don't, then you're giving yourself too many. Because the thing is, Moru can play Breaking Will or Geisha here on Moonlit. Geisha obviously is kind of a tie hunter, but has win potential, especially on Moonlit. So I think that here that you have to ban Seer because Seer is just too hard of a counter for Wheel and Geisha. If the survivors opt to ban one of them, then you might want to play the other. And if Seer's there, it's just too difficult. You saw in the last game, Seer was the game changer against Wheel. That is why you ban Seer against if you're playing Breaking Wheel, because you saw Seer got 3 owls easily. And that's what happens
MVP.
That's what happens against Wheel. That's what happens against Wheel because you can just farm the owl while they're in Wheel form and you build up your owls so quick and it just works right in the survivor's favor. So Moru has to ban Seer. I don't think you really ban anything else. But the problem is then the survivors can easily just play something like an Embalmer, Mechanic, Postman, just play the Cypher Rush or tie characters. And it's really difficult. But yeah, he's going to ban Seer. You just have to. It's your only chance.
But here's the thing, the Hunters hasn't been banned yet. Okay, it just has just been displayed to us. Breaking Will and the Wax Artist. I don't think Moru can play anything else. I think he would definitely just have to go for the Bonbon. And
yeah,
I mean, what else can he play? Galatea?
I mean, we did see him ban Station ban, so probably not Geisha then. We did see Geisha get banned from him. He's gonna play Sculptor, so I guess he doesn't have Geisha available. Because we did see one of the Survivor teams actually ban Geisha against him earlier in the tournament. I forgot which round that was, but it looks like so I assumed he might have had Geisha, but I guess maybe he actually doesn't. So yeah, I mean that's tough. So that again, I mean, Mad Penguins is picking this map solely for their survivors because Moonlit Sculptor it's not that good. I mean, this is not a great sculptor. It's very open. It's very easy to dodge statues. So especially when you need a 4-kill or a heavy kill for Moro here, a large map like Moonlit, it's very hard to pressure Cypher machines.
That's true. I mean, if you go for Geisha, I mean, Moro he can play Geisha, but I just feel like it's just so hard to pressure Cyphers, especially if he plays Geisha. But well, I guess Galatea is the best bet after all, Eli, because it is a 4K hunter, and with the 3-9 build going aggressive, all or nothing, I guess this is the last stand of Moru. He hasn't recovered from the distraught from last game, but you know what, Moru, if you hear us, do your best, guy. No regrets, guy. Just remember, no regrets. Just do your best. Everyone in the team, everyone in the chat, everyone here in the community is supporting all the teams, supporting you as well, MP and GH. So I think the most important thing is no regrets. Leave a memorable moment for us more right here. So, ladies and gentlemen, last game, potentially in fact right here. Take it away.
Yeah, 2-star respawn from the Sculptor immediately rotating towards 4-stop. And that is the location of the Acrobat. So you cannot really chase Acrobat at 4-stop because he can just easily loop that platform. So Moro does know this is going to rotate away. Rotates into the Mercenary next. So this is probably the worst possible spawn for Moro. We're actually going to see Insolence and Detention probably with Teleport. So what he's going to do here is he's going to chase this Mercenary, force him to use items, try to get damage on him, and then teleport away once the teleport cooldown is up. So he's just going to, so he wastes an elbow pad, one elbow pad there. Probably going to try to make him waste one more, and then probably use that teleport to go find a new target.
Yeah, definitely a very good idea to waste. Unless, if he gets a chip damage onto the Mercenary, which seems very... He is still pursuing though, Eli. So that's already 2 elbow pads wasted. I think he's just looking around, trying to see which one he should actually chase. But I don't think he has quenching effect, Eli, because he's not teleporting yet. He's still not giving up yet.
Oh, there we go. He's gonna. Oh, but he teleports first stop. You can't teleport first stop because they just picked the coaster. Yeah. You cannot teleport first stop. You will never see. Like the majority of tournament hunters will never teleport first stop because it's immediate. It's a free roller coaster. I mean, you can't teleport first stop because now you get kited. You take coaster. You go to 2-story, and the game's over. I mean, Moro cannot get a kill within a reasonable amount of time here.
Thôi, bọn mình thua rồi. Mình sẽ off stream tại đây luôn nha các bạn. Bye bye mọi người. Cảm ơn các bạn đã ủng hộ MP trong suốt giải đấu lần này nhá. Bọn mình chung là không đạt được kỳ vọng rồi. Bye bye.